So you want to learn crypto. Maybe you want to get started with NFTs. You want to sign up to the best crypto exchange. Maybe you've heard about decentralized exchanges and ICOs and you can't get your head around it. In this video, I'm going to explain everything from the beginner basics right from the start all the way to the advanced stuff. And if you're new here, make sure that you subscribe and save this video because you can work along with this. It's going to be a while. It's a long tutorial. So make sure that you take action with each step and just work along with it step by step. Don't be afraid to pause it or rewind at points where you might struggle to digest the knowledge. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, why should you trust me? Put simply, this is a tutorial, right? I'm not selling you a pitch. I'm not telling you to buy my coins. What I'm doing is I'm giving you the tools and information that has helped me have my own success, and I will give you everything that you need to have success in the cryptocurrency market. I'm somebody where I take knowledge from other people. I look at tutorials myself and I add those things onto my own skill set. And better yet, if you are brand new, then this is the perfect tutorial for you. Even if you're a little bit experienced, right? You can take the information, you can apply it, you can follow the tutorial step by step, and you can make your own decision on what you want to do. Here in this video, I'm giving you the power to take things into your own responsibility and have success. And you can join the free Telegram group to network with other people below and kind of do this thing yourself. Also in the description, I've taken the liberty of pinning these slides so you can work along with them as well. And don't be afraid to pause this video as you move along and save it so you can work through and take action step by step. Sometimes when I do tutorials, I have to rewind it and play it a few times just because I don't even understand things. So don't be afraid. That's normal. Don't feel like disheartened. It's okay, right? Now, when I first started off in crypto, there was a lot of things that I struggled with. I struggled with buying crypto in the first place. How do I even exchange my money? I tried Coinbase, they blocked my account. I tried Binance, it was okay, but I was unsure if I was even doing the right thing. And whenever I looked at tutorials online, it didn't really make sense for me. Another thing I struggled with was even buying the altcoins. I'd watch YouTube videos, I'd hear somebody say, these are my top 5 altcoins. I'd go on my Binance and they wouldn't be there. So I'd struggle to even figure out, okay, how do I even go and buy these coins that these people are even talking about? Or how did these guys even find out about these coins in the first place, right? Because when I'm researching these coins, I didn't understand what research even was. I didn't even have any conviction. I was simply buying them because some YouTuber told me to buy them and said that they would do well. And I trusted their expertise and went along with it. But in real life, I wouldn't really do that. I'm only doing that because it's crypto and I don't understand it. I also didn't know, when do I actually take profits? I'm sat on YouTube, again, watching people say, this is when I'm taking profit. That's when they're taking profit. But whenever the market went down, they never made any videos. So I was like, didn't make sense. I was always, 2 to 5 steps behind of other people. And when was I going to be able to take this information and have true conviction in myself so I could just take profits? Or I didn't even have to follow other people. I could just take things into my own responsibility. I also struggled with money management. How do I manage my money? If I'm taking profits, let's say I make 100 grand, where am I even going to invest it? Sometimes at one stage, I was just having, a few businesses. I was making about $20,000 a month, which I know is a lot of money, but as a business owner, it's not a lot. And I was at this stage, is like, okay, I've made a bit of money in crypto, but now what do I do with it? Because I don't really need to scale my business anymore. So where do I put this money? Or maybe you're somebody with a 9 to 5 and you've made 5 or 10 grand. Well, great. Do I invest that into myself? Or is it still some room in the market where I can take this further and I can turn this 10 grand to 20 or 50 or 100 grand? And the final thing was decentralized exchanges. What the hell was it? I understood about PancakeSwap and Uniswap, but I didn't really even know what I was doing. I was just on a website because people in Telegram were on the website. I clicked things and then I've seen loads of things on the news about people getting scammed. So I didn't really understand what I was doing. But in this video, I'm going to explain all of that and more to you. So you might have had a similar experience. Don't worry, I've been there. I'm going to explain all of these things for you in today's video as well. Now, this might be you. That you might be the virgin stock investor, right? You're buying things and you don't even feel like a sense of security, or you don't feel a sense of, urgency to buy these things. You've got no conviction behind it. You're just buying it for the sake of it, right? You study fundamental analysis and, support and resistance, and you follow these trading videos on YouTube, but you still don't really understand it. Maybe you've bought a course in the past and you still don't really get what you're doing. You haven't made much money from it in the first place, right? You invest into companies that are dying. You buy these coins when they're already 20, 30x up, and you're looking at this and thinking, why didn't I know about this before? Well, I'm going to turn you into the Chad investor, the one that makes 150% gains in a day, the person that can use 10x, 50x, 100x leverage and feel confident and not have to stare at a screen all day, because he understands about risk management, how to actually calculate risk on a trade with his own leverage. Maybe your phone's blowing up every single day like mine is, of new crypto opportunities, new programs that people want a partnership with, and new investment opportunities that are light years before anybody else. I'm also going to show you, how to find a network with other like-minded people so you can actually maybe move your careers. Maybe you can get full-time in the crypto space and be a full-time investor, somebody that goes on yachts, goes to dinners, travels around the world, and has their own responsibility and doesn't have to choose when to check in and check out of a job. Now, first of all, disclaimer, right? Before we get into that, this content is based on my own opinion. I've traveled around the world. I've made multiple successful businesses. I've invested in over 40 different crypto startups. Some of them you've probably heard of, and they're probably also part of your portfolio too. I've had plenty of success, but this is just what I do. This doesn't mean that you should do it or you should copy it. I'm giving you the tools to do your own research, and throughout this, I will also give some of my own opinions on what I like to do. So not only is this a tutorial video, but I'm also adding a few things which is my own strategy. But remember, anything outside of the step-by-step tutorials is just my opinion. It is not fact. It is not something that you should follow. This is not a crypto buy signal. This is most definitely not financial advice. Take things as your own stuff. I will also show you in here how to consult and find your own financial advisors too. Now, let's get right into it. You learn by taking action. So let's start off with centralized and decentralized exchanges. Before I show you how to get started with your own, you need to know what is a centralized exchange and what is a decentralized exchange. Now, there are two things. One is called a SEX, one is called a DEX. And not SEX, I mean CEX and TEX, okay? Now, a centralized exchange is an exchange which allows you to buy crypto. You need an access, you need a gateway where you can put money in and get crypto out. And centralized exchanges are one of the only ways which are going to allow you to actually get that. Right? Especially as a newbie, you're going to need to find a good centralized exchange which you can confidently send money from your bank account and get crypto back. This doesn't mean that you're going to use this one exchange all the time. You might have 2, 3, or 4 different ways of getting there, but you just need at least one and to have access to crypto. If you don't, it's going to be hard for you to have success in this game, my friend. So, if you get one failure or two, like I said earlier, I struggled with my Coinbase. My Coinbase wouldn't work for me, but Binance worked for me. Swissborg also worked for me. Some of the other things that I'm going to show you step by step later, they work for me still to this day. Okay, so even because Coinbase didn't work, I found different ones that worked as well. Now, the benefits of this is it is user friendly. They're easy to access and get into crypto. It's not that hard, right? But the downfalls of this is you're going to get taxed on that. Okay, so I'm going to show you about the different tax brackets and things that you might need to be aware of. And also, you're not actually in control of your crypto, okay? You're not in control of it. This is an intermediary. And as you've seen with FTX, there's no point having all your money in one of these accounts. Because it's likely that it's going to get blocked or it's going to get cancelled, or when the market dips, you're going to struggle to buy. So don't put your hopes and dreams, and most definitely do not treat this like your bank account. I know some people say, oh, banks ain't safe to have your money. But to be honest, if I have a lot of money, I would rather have it in a bank than I would in a centralized exchange. Because believe me, these guys don't always have your best interest at heart, okay? Next, you have a decentralized exchange. Now, decentralized exchanges allow users to trade cryptocurrency directly with each other using things called smart contracts. Now, don't worry about the technicalities yet. I'm going to get into that later. But all you need to know is a centralized exchange is like you going on holiday, and you know when you have to go to that desk and they always give you a shit price, and you go to them, oh, I'm going on holiday and I want to fly to, America. What's the best price I can get pounds to dollars for? And they always give you the worst price, but you take it anyway because they're the only ones you can have before you go to America and you want to buy something on the fly. Tough, right? Decentralized exchanges, well, they're peer-to-peer, so they do tend to give you a decent price, right? They charge you a gas fee, which is different for different exchanges, and it's very fast. And the best part about it is you get really early tokens, so you can often get tokens before they even get found on a decentralized exchange, which gives you more scope to make money. As I mentioned before, by the time you see some of these tokens come out, they're 10x, 50x up, which means somebody out there has made 10 grand to 100 grand or 10 grand to $500,000, right? It's real. Somebody's made that along the way before it's even got to a centralized exchange. And next, it's very fast and it's easy to use. But remember, there are even more risks in a decentralized exchange, as you can probably imagine, than there is in a centralized exchange. Like, this is really and truly the wild, wild west. I mean, you can get rugged, you can get honeypotted, you can get hacked. Decentralized exchanges are no joke. So you're going to need to know a few of the things which I'm going to explain in this course later on. Now, I know what you're thinking. Do I need both? Yes. I'm going to show you how to find the right centralized exchanges, and I'm also going to show you how to find the right decentralized exchanges. And if you want to make money in this game, well, my friend, you're going to need to have access to different cryptocurrencies, and you're going to need to be able to have access to all of them, no matter what exchange it releases on, and no matter decentralized exchanges it's on. So you're going to need to be able to have access and skill set and the ability to use all of these and avoid the hacks, the rugs, and obviously all the crazy stuff that happens on them. So it's a skill set that you need to learn, and you are going to learn in this video. So let's get straight to it, right? And let's start off with a guide to navigate all of these cryptocurrency exchanges. The first thing you're going to need to do is research the reputable exchanges like Coinbase, Binance, and Kraken, and consider the security, the fees, and the available cryptocurrencies on these platforms. And the way you do that is on a website called CoinMarketCap. Now, you might have heard about CoinMarketCap before, but I'm going to show you how to use this to its full abilities throughout this program. So make sure, if you are new to this, you bookmark this. If you know a little bit about CoinMarketCap, brilliant, because we're going to go through the best crypto exchanges on CoinMarketCap right now. Now, as you can see, there is a score for these exchanges, and this is based on a variety of factors. Now, you'll probably hear this word thrown around a few times in crypto, and that is liquidity. What does that mean? Well, liquidity is just a different term for money. What it means is money. So whenever you hear liquidity, just think money. And if you hear a lot of liquidity, that's a lot of money. Not a lot of liquidity means a little amount of money. But the interesting thing about liquidity is you can have low liquidity, but a lot of assets. But because you can't trade those assets fast, that means that you still have low liquidity. Think about FTX. They had a lot of money. They had very low liquidity. Why was that? Because all of their money was from loans from other people, and they had to sell their assets to get more money. Now, when you have this at a larger scale, it can be a big problem. And for FTX, it was. So what we need is a centralized exchange, a CEX, with high levels of liquidity, so we can be confident on those exchanges. We also need a lot of volume. Now, volume, as you can imagine, just means a lot. So you need a lot of volume, people trading, and a lot of liquidity. And also, you need confidence that this information from the exchange is legitimate. Right? Because anybody can say, yeah, I've got loads of money, I've got loads of liquidity, but we need the proof to back it up. Okay. And what CoinMarketCap has done is they're taking the liberty to rank it all. And as you can see, Binance is at the top. Still to this day, no matter what people say, Binance is up there. Coinbase is second. And you've got Kraken, KuCoin, OKX, and Bybit. So what I'm going to do is I'm next going to show you how to sign up to Binance. But what I do recommend you do is just take the time to sign up for all of them. And if you're interested in knowing, okay, is this okay in my country? What do they allow it? you know, you start to get that brain fog and that stuff that wants to make you stop taking action. Take a breath, look at what fiat is supported and just click what fiat is supported. And as you can see, okay, they support euro, pound, Brazilian, whatever that means. You know, they support basically every currency on Binance, right? And what I personally do is I shop around. Okay, I don't just jump to one thing. I'm looking for the best price. I'm also looking for which one works with my bank. Okay, so if you go to the link in the description, you can download the presentation slides. In there, I've also put a pinned message from my group and the people that are in the UK and what different methods they're using, whether they're using Barclays, HSBC, whatever bank accounts they're using that works best. Because just like exchanges, you, my friend, you might need to just get a new bank account. Right? Because if your bank don't want to work with crypto, they don't want to let you get rich, well, take your money out of that, move it to somebody else till they change their tune. That's how you've got to move in life. You can't just rely on one thing to work. You have to shop around. Okay, so let's start off with Binance. Now, before we get started off with Binance, the first thing you need to do before you do anything in crypto is get a bloody VPN, my friend, right? The reason why you need to get a VPN, very simple. With a VPN, it stops you from going to these dodgy links, which I'm going to show you like how dodgy links work. And also two, if you get in positions where you might start getting hacked, a VPN is going to help you. So think about this, my friend, right? If you want to be somebody with a 6-figure, 7 or 8-figure investment portfolio and you can't afford to get a premium VPN, then you need to G-check yourself, right? Because if you can't control your money now and make those early investments of bloody $20, then how are you going to make those 10 grand, 20 grand, 30 grand investments? You're not going to be able to. So invest into yourself today. Get a VPN. You can get one in the links in the description inside of the step-by-step tutorials, which are pinned below. Take the first step, get a VPN, sign in, connect it, and then you can start off with your exchange, right? And the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to go and we're going to get signed up to Binance. So I've already signed in, logged in, and I've confirmed my email and made a password. And next, we're going to hop over into Binance now. Once you click done, after you see the account created, it's going to take you to the Binance interface, okay? And I was going to ask you, okay, do you want to stay logged in? I don't think you should do that. If ever you get finished says stay logged in, just click no. You know, I know it's a bit tedious to have to sign in again, okay, but it's worth it and it makes sense. Okay, now once you are signed into Binance and you've logged in, you've done your account, you've done your password, okay, the next thing you're going to need to do is KYC. Now, I know what a lot of people think, okay, KYC, I need to be anonymous, I need to be invisible. Yeah, I understand that, but also consider this. Most exchanges are not going to allow you to deposit a decent amount of money without a KYC. So pick one exchange and KYC with it, where you get your money through. And then you can go ahead and no KYC with the other ones and just send crypto to them. That's okay, right? And yes, you might get taxed on that crypto. But then again, think about this. Once you make money, you can move to other countries which have better tax benefits, and then you're not going to have to pay tax on the rest of your stuff. You can just close that account, get rid of all the stuff you're doing in that country, and start a fresh life with millions of dollars in a new country, right? So if you're brand new, don't worry about KYC, just give it a go and go. Okay, now the steps to get KYC'd are very, very self-explanatory. Just go through these steps now, okay? So all we're going to do is we're going to go through. Personally, I am a UAE resident, okay? So I'm going to go through and then I'm going to go ahead and scan this QR code, okay? And go to the Binance application, okay? Yeah. And then I'm going to click continue here. Now I'm going to fast forward through this because it's going to have obviously all my personal information, my tax stuff and all of that jazz. But all you have to do is literally follow each and every one of these, click it, follow exactly what is on the screen. And once you have applied, it's going to take 2 to 5 business days to get your account verified and set up. Remember, KYC, I know it's tough, I know it's frustrating, a lot of people want to know how to work around it, but just do it. And once it's out of the way, it's out of the way, okay? So as you can see, successfully verified. Now, one of the things that I want to mention about the process was I had to do it from my mobile. I couldn't do it from the laptop. Okay, so I did it on my phone just to get the camera right. It was a bit temperamental, I'll be honest. It took a while. So they couldn't see my face, so I just like smiled and covered it and opened it again, as you could probably see in the B-roll. But it worked in the end, and yeah, we're through and we're verified. And as you can see, it says estimated time 1 day. So as mentioned earlier, I'll verify myself on one account, and then I'll use this account to buy crypto with fiat. But if this one gets rejected from my bank, then again, you have to go back through the list and just take your time, go through each one. I recommend just doing this now. You may as well get it out of the way. Get each one done. Submit with your bank details. Try to get your bank to buy. If it rejects, just go to the next one and the next one. And once you at least have one, which you know you can confidently buy crypto with, the rest of them are fairly easy, right? For example, the next one I recommend doing is Bitflex. Obviously, I'm not going to go through it all over again. But once you've done Binance or KuCoin or Bybit or any of these exchanges which you can do, once you've got one, go to Bitflex, sign up to Bitflex because that's the best one I like to trade on. So now I'm going to show you how to actually deposit your fiat and get your money in crypto first. And then I'm going to hop over to Bitflex and show you how to actually trade crypto as well. So first things first, you're going to go over to deposit. Then you're going to go over to bank deposit. As you can see here, it says you can deposit crypto. So if you have crypto, which is what I mentioned earlier, right? When you've already got it, it's easy to deposit into these exchanges. Okay, you can buy crypto. Okay, you can buy it with cash, which is quite interesting. If you guys don't know about P2P, you can do that type of stuff here. Okay, or you can bank deposit as well. So deposit from your bank account with your cash balance. Okay, so let's start with buy crypto. Okay. Again, I mentioned you can buy crypto like peer-to-peer, which is a whole different thing. If you guys want to know how to buy crypto peer-to-peer, let me know in the comments. But I don't want to add this to the tutorial because it will overcomplicate people. Yeah, I know a lot of people lose their head on the peer-to-peer to market. So as you can see, this sends us to binance.com/crypto/buy. And as you can see, it's a fast alternative to buying crypto with cash. Okay, so I can click here. I can put AED, which is the currency of my bank account. Obviously, you can put, USD. See if they have a GBP for my UK guys. Yes, they do. You have a GBP option here as well. Okay. And after you click that, let's go start off with AED. Okay. Let's say we want to buy some Bitcoin. Okay. Let's say we want to put in 100 AED of Bitcoin. Well, actually, I want to buy some Bitcoin apes. You guys don't know about Bitcoin apes. I might buy some Bitcoin apes. Okay, just for the tutorial, I'll do 100 AD, but I'm gonna buy some BTC later. I'm gonna buy a Bitcoin ape, which I'll show you guys an NFT. Actually, I'll show you guys an NFT episode how to buy a Bitcoin ape. Now, card, as you can see, or I can use Simplex, which is a third party. So a lot of times, maybe your bank rejects Binance. Okay. Use Simplex, use the third party, okay? But to start off with, we'll use the card, we'll confirm, then we have to add a new card, okay? So I'm gonna add a new card here, okay? And then after I've added a new card, I'll show you the transaction. Now, after that, it's super simple. We just click buy BTC. It's gonna put me with a quote right here. It's gonna say, look, this is the amount of Satoshis, technically, I'm gonna get, which is less than a Bitcoin. And the price here, I've got 1 second to confirm the price. Boom, now I've got to confirm it again because it takes like 10 seconds to confirm the quote. Obviously to keep it updated and stuff. Let's see if this goes through. Boom. As you can see, your assets have now been sent to your spot wallet. Few Satoshis, BTC, rate your experience. 5 stars. I'm very satisfied. And there you have it. We are officially in the crypto space, but we're not finished yet. We now need to transfer our pounds. Well, actually, this one will be easier, but you might be in a situation where you might need to transfer your fiat to crypto. So, this example, I showed you the simple way, but let's say you're on a different exchange. Let's say you're on a Bybit, let's say you're on a KuCoin, maybe a Gate.io or some of these other exchanges. You might not actually have Bitcoin, right? You might have actually deposited and it might be the fiat. Okay, so it might be the AED, or it might be the GBP, or anything like that. And let me show you something. Okay, if you're ever in a situation, okay, where you're on Binance or another exchange where you need to change your fiat into crypto, you need to find the pair. Okay, you need to find the pair where it is, BTC, GBP, or it is AED. Won't do AED. It will just be like USD or something like this, right? And the way you do it is simple. The easiest way is just click convert. Okay, so you can click convert. You can convert your local currency, okay, over to your crypto. That's going to charge you a little bit more, okay, but it is the easiest way. Or alternatively, you can actually go over to the trade section, okay, which we're going to show you now. I'm going to show you all about the trade and stuff for Binance and all of these exchanges. To be honest, they all, once you understand the framework of how exchanges work, all exchanges are the same. I know right now I'm probably looking like crazy. There's numbers going all over the place. I know, it's okay. Okay, so let's say we want to do BTC USD, for example. All we're going to do is we're going to go to the search bar on the top. Okay, we're going to put BTC USD. Okay, and then we're going to click to spot over here. Scroll down, as you can see, different currencies, different one. Okay, there's BTC Euro, for example. Okay, there's BTC GBP. Okay, for all my UK guys, shout out, I didn't leave you out. Okay, and all the different currencies out there. Okay, let's say we have GBP, for example, right? We're British, I am English, for those guys that wonder, right? We're gonna click here, and then very simple, right? Forget about all the noise for now. I'm gonna explain all of this another time, later on in the video actually. But we go down, click market, we see the available balance over here. GBP, obviously there's no GBP in the account. Okay, we'll just click max, boom, and we just click buy, and then that would move over to our available balance of BTC. And just to show you guys, just for the sake of it, okay, if I want GBP, I can click there, market, can sell BTC. Now it will move over to my pounds section over here, right? As you can see, I just sold. Now I have 20 pounds. Okay, then I can move back and I can buy BTC. Okay, boom. Now I just click buy. I'm gonna take a moment, and boom, now I have more Bitcoin. Okay, so buying and selling is easy, just two buttons. That's why people lose their heads in crypto, because sometimes you can just click a button, wait 20 minutes, and you got more money, or you've lost it all, right? So that's what makes crypto so fun. Okay, but now we have Bitcoin. What about if I need to withdraw it? Because obviously later on we're going to be trading, and me personally, I don't like trading on Binance. It's a little bit complicated. It's easy for me to buy my crypto on there, but I want to trade on a different platform with more early tokens, which I can trade easier. Obviously I can come back to Binance, I can use the platform if I want to, if there's a coin on there for me, but maybe I want to use a different exchange. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to withdraw my Bitcoin off of the exchange, right? And I'm going to withdraw it maybe to a different exchange, okay? Or maybe even to my own wallet or ledgers, which I'm going to show you later on as well. So the easiest way to do that is I'm going to go back over to my accounts, okay? So at the top, as you can see, we've got Binance, buy, trade, futures, earn, square, all of these features, right? But I just want to go to my account. So I'm going to click this circle option here. You can see now I'm verified already, okay? I'm going to click that, go down to my assets, click that, okay? And as you can see, we're now back to our dashboard. We can see all of our assets and stuff like that in here, okay? I'm going to go down and I'm going to look to withdraw my assets. So you can see the money which we purchased earlier, there's $25, okay? I'm going to withdraw that asset, okay? So I'm going to click withdraw here. It's going to give me different options to withdraw this crypto. Now, this point here is where a lot of new people mess up. They, withdraw the money to the wrong address, which happens so many times. They withdraw the wrong token or something, right? There's always, where there's a will, there's a way to mess up on this section. So if you're new, make sure that you follow this, okay? So we're going to select currency. Now, we're not going to withdraw like pounds, dollars, anything like that. Okay, we want to withdraw our crypto. So we're going to click withdraw crypto. Okay, then it's going to take us to the next part. where, as you can see, it says crypto withdraw, which coin? Bitcoin. Okay. And in this instance here, okay, because this is live, your withdrawal has been temporarily disabled because you just forgot password. Oh, brilliant. Okay, so my withdrawals are disabled, which brilliant for the video. I won't be able to do it now, but what I will do is I'll flip over to a different exchange. I want to flip over to a different exchange which I've got other money on, which is why I use loads of exchanges. This is great for the video, and I'm going to show you how to withdraw. Okay, so I guess Binance did us a favor here and did some good marketing for us. We're going to flip over, and we're going to flip over to my Bybit account over here. As you can see, this is one of my Bybit accounts. I've got sub accounts and all of that stuff here, but as you can see, I brought some Me tokens the other day, which I put in my Telegram group, which is why I recommend joining the Telegram group. I deposited a few $1,000s and some ETH into this. I always deposit, trade, move money about in this crypto space here. Congratulations, I'm a VIP as well. And what I want to do, let's say I want to withdraw some of this crypto from my account over here. Okay, so let's say I want to withdraw some Me tokens. Okay, I want to withdraw some Me tokens. Okay, and I want to move this to a different exchange, right? I want to withdraw these tokens. Well, whenever you withdraw tokens, whether that is Bitcoin, whether that is a specific altcoin, for example, like Me, which I recommend checking out, great project, right? Or USDT, the main thing is this wallet address section here. Now, every exchange has a different wallet address. For example, if we hop over back to Binance, let's say I want to deposit cryptocurrency, okay? It's going to give me a wallet address. Okay, let's say, I want to deposit USDT, for example, right, from Binance. While that page loads, okay, no, it's loaded here. Okay, I want to deposit USDT. There's different networks that I can withdraw them on. Now, all of these think about these networks as, what's a good analogy? Let's say railway roads. Okay, they all do the same thing. But if you're on one, you're going to a different destination than if you're on another, right? With these, if you send it to the wrong network, you will not get these tokens, right? They're gone. No one's going to help you. Maybe somehow Binance might help you out. But 9 times out of 10, if you mess up with this, you've messed up. So triple, quadruple check, and sometimes send a test transaction, which is a smaller amount, to the address just to make sure. I recommend just keeping it simple. Use ETH or Matic, or BSC, keep it simple, or TRX, right? Keep it simple. Okay, so let's say you want to deposit ETH. It's going to give us address. Okay, I'm going to click get address, and it's going to make me an address. Okay, now it's made me an address. As you can see here, I copy this. Okay, I go over here. Okay, I don't have USDT spare in this account, unless I want to send it back from my trading account. I'm going to paste it in here, this address here. It's going to automatically say my chain type. Usually it does, but this one didn't. Okay, I'm going to put ERC20. You can see it's going to charge me a $7 fee. Okay, and then I can put the amount I want to put in here. Okay, for the sake of this video, I'll get some USDT. Boom, so I got some USDT and I sold some ETH for this. So guys, like this video, please, because I don't like selling my ETH, okay? I got a little bit of ETH here, and boom, what I can do is I can submit. Now, one thing I do want to mention, whether you're on Binance, whether you're on Bybit, remember, I'm going to explain these exchanges in terms of trading. The whole functionality is all the same system, okay? So it's always wallet address, it's always the withdraw button, no matter what exchange you're on, and it's always just double check the wallet, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to double check this wallet address. So I'm going to have a look. It says 1290B. Okay, then I'm going to go back to deposit and just double check 1290B. Alternatively, if I'm on a phone, I can scan this QR code, okay, and it's going to let me know the exact wallet address. I'll scan it, and if I'm on a mobile and I'm clicking withdraw, I can click scan and it will import that straight away. Okay, now another thing is, especially when you're on these accounts, sometimes you can have money in different accounts on your trading account. So one thing I really struggled with initially when I was trading was I'll be like, where the hell is my money? I'll put it in, I'll start panicking. I'll be like, oh my gosh, why does it say I've got 0, right? But that's because of these accounts here. So sometimes You can have different places where your money is, right? You can have a funding account, a unified trading account, derivatives, like all this complicated stuff you actually don't really need to worry about. When you go on that, your money might be in different ones, so you might have to transfer it. For example, I transfer money from one account to another account, okay? Or even sub accounts, right? Sub accounts is different accounts you can make. I use sub accounts a lot. If you've got a trading account, but you're going to trade with all that money, maybe make a sub account so you don't end up losing all your money just in case. So it's completely separate, especially if you're using cross margin, which I'll explain later on, which is like trading with your whole account, okay? I know this might be a bit overwhelming. Don't worry, I'm here to help you, okay? This is the withdrawal, just to remind you, okay? So I click withdrawal, okay? I go to USDT, okay? I paste my wallet address. I click the chain type, ERC20. I double check the chain type, okay? It's ERC20 over here, ERC20, Ethereum, okay? Then I put my $100 in, okay? And I click submit. Now it says here, withdrawal fee $7. Remember that, okay? Now here, this is interesting. It gives me a ID, okay, on chain. It allows me to reconfirm it. I confirm it, I submit. Then it gives me a two-factor, okay? So I need to use my two-factor authentication and my email. Once I confirm that, that will allow me to do my withdrawal. So I click send verification code. It's going to send me a code. I'm going to go get that code now. I'm going to send it back. I'm going to go get my two-factor authentication code. I'm going to send that back, okay? Now, as you've seen, it says withdrawal application submitted. So what I can do is I need to go and click view withdrawal records so I can double check. Sorry, there was a fly. So I can double check the confirmation email and basically the receipt of this transaction. Now, as I click withdraw, you guys can see I've got loads of withdrawals, but this one here says pending transfer. Okay, now that means that the transaction is pending on the crypto blockchain, right? This magical future of technology, okay? And this is going to take probably about 2 to 3 minutes to go through once it's done a few confirmations, and then I'll be able to see it on my other exchange as well. So I'll be able to see it on my Binance side of things as well. So I'm going to refresh the screen. Sometimes I do just refresh it and it does just it does come through. Yep, as you can see, transferred successfully. I can click details. Okay, I can see the processing. So it says here withdrawal, submitting, process, and sent, withdrawal complete. Okay, it tells me the quantity, everything, all the details. That's why I say, guys, crypto is the most tracked thing ever. So if you think that crypto is a scam and whatever these people say on the internet or whatever these politicians say, they're lying, right? All transactions are really and truly tracked, like to the T. That's the point of crypto. That's the point of blockchain, right? Now, if I go over to Binance, now you've seen the deposited section. Well, I need to have a look at my pending deposits, okay? And as you can see, there's different questions here, right? Deposit hasn't arrived, all of these things, okay? Now, if I go back, remember, you can read these things as well. Like if you're new to crypto and you struggle, exchanges are they're very good at explaining these things within the exchange, okay? Then I go back, okay? You can see on the account, it might not already be there. It might be there, it might not, okay? It's not there yet, okay? I'm going to hide zero balance, so just so it's a little bit here. We've got $20 of Bitcoin from earlier, but oh my God, where's my USDT? How do I find it? What's going on? It hasn't arrived yet. Well, I need to see transaction history, okay? So I go to the top right, I click transaction history, and on any exchange you go on, this is all the same, right? On Bybit, as you've seen, I'll go to withdrawals. I just change that to deposits. I'll be able to see it, right? On for Binance, it's exactly the same thing, right? So here, it has all the different ones. I click crypto, okay? I click spot wallet. We see here, my $100, okay, is confirming. Now, it takes confirmations to make sure this goes through. Now, guys, there are a lot of scams that go around of confirmation scams. So there's been people that send money to your Binance account. They might make a purchase. For example, let's say a watch. Some people, they might be a watch dealer and person's like, okay, I want to play in crypto. Great. Well, they send the money and it will show up in the account. But guys, until these confirmations are confirmed, it says confirmed on your account. It says success. That is the only time when the transaction is fully through. You can still technically cancel this transaction because the confirmations are not 100% confirmed yet. So make sure at any time, if you're taking a payment for goods or services or for a transaction, you make sure that you go to this page and all of your transactions and confirmations are 100% through, and it is all the way to success. It should take, with Bitcoin, it takes a bit longer. It's about 5 or 10 minutes. With Ethereum, it should be straight away. For example, if I just refresh the screen, it should also already mostly be done. And we can move over to deposits and we can see the deposited amounts on the screen. So go back, let it refresh, let it take its time. Credited, yeah, as you can see. So look, it's credited, but it's still 16 out of 64 confirmations. You see what I mean here? It's in, but ain't all the way there yet, okay? Boom, now it's in, we can trade with it. We can do whatever we want with this. And just to confirm, check the balance. Okay, still waiting for this to get through. And boom, okay, 100 USDT. Okay, so now we've got $120 in the account. It's a bit laggy, but there we go. Okay, we got our pound sterling, we got our BTC, and we got a USDT, and we are ready to get involved in crypto. We did it. We did it, baby. We're involved in crypto. I can now get ready to send all the coins to the moon. I can start setting up my Twitter account. Right, I am now officially a crypto expert. I'm one head ahead of the game. I can roll into work. I can quit my job, do whatever I want, because I'm rich, baby. I'm rich, okay? So now I'm going to show you about decentralized exchanges and how to actually withdraw this off the network, and we can start play around with this magical internet money, okay, and get rich off of meme coins like Dogecoin, Shiba, and Bonk, okay? So first things first, okay, let's head over back to the slides, okay, and let's break down the next steps, okay? So your next steps are, once you've made your account, okay, once you follow that little tutorial there, you've got your Binance or your Coinbase or whichever accounts you've managed to get signed up to. I recommend just sign up to all of them, okay? Once you've deposited your fiat, you've changed it over to crypto, it's now time to enter the metaverse and enter the stage of decentralization using what is called a MetaMask wallet, okay? Now, to get a MetaMask wallet, all you have to do is go over to MetaMask.io. You can do so by checking the link in the description, downloading the cheat sheet, and clicking MetaMask.io. That's going to take you to a website like this, okay? Now, with MetaMask, it's very simple, okay? MetaMask is in simple terms, it's a Web3 wallet. It's like your Binance wallet, but it's your own, okay? There's no intermediary. This is great because it means you have full control over your portfolio and you can actually withdraw your stuff off Binance and keep it safe and tucked away, okay? Now, to download this is simple, okay? Because I already have it in my Chrome, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a private browser and I'm going to show you how to do the steps. And then I'm going to re-sign up to MetaMask just to show you the steps to sign up to MetaMask as well, okay? So I'm going to open this in an incognito. I'm going to go back to the same website, MetaMask.io, okay? We're going to do this step by step. So I'm going to sign up to MetaMask with you, okay? So, if you're new, follow this step by step and let's sign up together, okay? I'm going to click download in the top right of the website. Now, there are different ones you can sign up for, whether you're on Chrome, iOS, or Android. Me personally, I like to sign up on Chrome just because of the risk of SIM swapping. If you don't know what SIM swapping is, that's where people can actually take control of your phone without having your phone. You don't want to do it. Just sign up by Chrome. Chrome's a little bit safer, okay? And once you click that, it's gonna click install MetaMask for Chrome, okay? And then you can go through the steps of signing up, okay? Once it's downloaded, you've clicked add to Chrome. Okay, it's going to look a little bit like this, okay? Now, this is MetaMask. Welcome to the metaverse, okay? Once you click I agree, you click create wallet, okay? These are going to be the steps. It's going to say help us to improve MetaMask, all of these features, IP address, or blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to click no, thank you. I'm going to make a password quickly. Okay, so let's make a password together. Let's say like and subscribe 1 2 3 at Okay, I understand. Then it's going to give me a video tutorial. It's going to say secure your wallet. Okay, we've got 1 minute 30 video tutorial, which I'm not going to watch. Okay, but look, click here. It's always click like, you know, secure my wallet, right? Then here's going to give me some tips. It's going to say save my password in a password manager. Now, what is a password manager? Let's have a look. Okay, there are many password managers to use. There's tons of different ones to use. But as you can see, you can use any of these password managers. You can use Google Password Manager. Okay, you can go through some of the best password managers, but just get any of them. Okay, and save your password. Next, store in a safe deposit box. Okay, safety deposit boxes, I recommend getting them once you surpass, like, let's say a 20 to 50k portfolio. Get a safety deposit box. Put all your seed phrases in a safety deposit box. Keep your seed phrases safe. Also, write them down. Okay, get a notepad, because the next phrases you're about to see, get a notepad. Write down all your secret phrases. Okay, and what I'm actually gonna do is the money from this video, this $100 that I send to this MetaMask, I am going to, well, the first person to see all of these seed phrases is going to get this $100. Okay, surprise. Thank you for watching the video. Okay, now we're going to click reveal. Okay, so save this part of the video. If you are first to see this, then you, my friend, are the first one who's going to get access to the $100, which I'm going to withdraw to this account. Okay, so here you can see it. Poverty, shell patch, all of these things. Okay, what a shit wallet. Imagine opening a wallet and your first thing is poverty for abundance. All right, next. Okay, so we're going to take the time and we're going to write this down. Okay, so when you open your wallet, take the time, write each one of these down, store it in a real safe place, get a password manager, store it in a password manager. Okay, once you hit a decent amount of bread, make a new wallet, store it in a safety deposit box. Okay, next. Oh shit, let me go back. I didn't even check them myself. 7, 8, toss. Boom. Okay, here we go. Wallet creation successful. You have successfully protected your MetaMask wallet. Keep it secret, keep it safe. It's your responsibility. Remember, MetaMask cannot recover your secret seed phrase. Guys, there's no customer support here. Nobody to be mad at but yourself, okay? MetaMask will never add secret recovery phrase, okay? No, it's never going to ask you. If anybody asks you for it and you give it to it, you're an idiot, okay? Never share your secret recovery phrase with anybody. It's not a flex telling people your recovery phrase unless you're giving it away in a video, which, guys, hopefully you've already claimed that by now, okay? Now, next, your MetaMask will install. It is complete. Boom. You can click it to access whatever you want to access. Okay. Enable security alerts. I recommend enabling that. Okay. And beta, you got all these things here. Okay. Protect your funds, all of that good stuff. Now, here is a MetaMask. Now, this is the juicy part. And so many people, even with money in crypto, struggle with MetaMask. I've been there. I remember when I had a few grand and I'm in MetaMask, but I'm like, I still don't understand all these things. I have to go to YouTube, break down all of these things and try to learn about different networks and all of that stuff. It's hard, okay? So I'm going to explain the MetaMask interface to you and different networks and also how to add other networks as well, okay? And you're going to need a few of these. So first things first, we have the Ethereum mainnet, which is the network that we're on. Remember when we withdrew the crypto, right? We withdrew it to what? Ethereum, right? So we have the Ethereum mainnet, which is the first one that MetaMask comes onto. We have our MetaMask wallet. Now these digits stay the same. So these digits here, they will always be the same no matter what network we are on within inside of MetaMask. That is because it is what's called EVM compatible, which in short just means it can work across different networks and it's always the same address, right? Which makes MetaMask a lot less of a hassle than other exchanges, right? Sometimes you have to remember, right? You might give somebody a exchange address, but they might just send you a different crypto on a different network, right? And that's happened to me a lot of times. I remember I was buying some trainers off my friend. He's a personal shopper. And he was like, bro, send me, 100 USDT or whatever to buy this. And I was like, okay, cool. I want these trainers. I'll buy it. and I sent him money on like the Polygon network, and he was like, bro, you know, I don't have the Polygon network. You know, this is from, you know, my Binance. And I was like, oh shit, I had to send him it again. But if you just send people MetaMask wallets, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be okay. If you just send people this wallet, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be okay. Now, within any of these networks, you always need the main token for gas, right? And that's like your price of transaction. It's like your fee. Same way that we withdrew tokens from the Binance, it costs us $7. I think it also costs us like $7 on Bybit. Okay, this is the same thing. Okay, I'm going to need to have Ethereum in this wallet to start sending transactions. Okay, now next thing is we have different networks. Okay, we can click show test networks. We can see all these different test networks that people have. We can click add networks. Okay, once we click add networks, I recommend just adding these, right? Because these are different networks where new tokens are run. There's, you know, Arbitrum. Okay, there's AVAX. Okay, there's BNB. Okay, so let's click add network, add BNB network. Okay, let's double check it's the right one. Yep, it says BSC. I can Google and cross-reference it. I can go, okay, you know, BNB main chain network and cross-reference it, but it's inside MetaMask. It's probably right. There you go. Boom. And as you can see, they add here. Okay, so if I want to hop on BNB chain, boom, I'm now on BNB chain, same address. If I want to hop on Arbitrum, boom, I'm now on Arbitrum, same address. Okay, if I want to hop on back to Ethereum, boom, I'm on Ethereum. When I want to start moving my tokens, I want to start bridging them to different networks. I'm also going to show you that as well. Okay, but that's it. Now, what I like to do is I like to have multiple accounts, so it keeps you safe from different things. Remember, we already downloaded the VPN, so we've got that saved. You know, if I go down here, you can see my VPN's on. Okay, that's keeping me kind of safe. Right? It's way safer than if I didn't have one. Right, and this is always on, premium, always connected. If it disconnects, it shuts down. That's why I get this. It keeps me safe. Okay, next. Okay, I have my accounts. I'm going to click add account, add new account, create account, and boom, now I have 2 accounts. So I have my account 1 and my account 2. If I'm buying a meme coin or I'm messing around, I'm doing a degen play, or I'm investing into a new deal, I'll always just make a new account because it keeps me safe. Okay, then I have all my accounts under one. And don't worry, if you delete this wallet, or let's say you download the same thing with the same seed phrase on your phone, all of these wallets save. So let's say I have all of these, boom, okay, then I'll go to this one. I don't even know if I can delete it. I don't even know if can I delete it? No, I can't delete it on this anyway. But let's say I'm on here, I re-download it, okay, it will start from account 1, but all of these wallets will still be the same. Okay, so you're okay. I've had it before where I've cleared my cache and I'll be like, oh no, wait, I've lost everything. That's it. I've messed up. And I'll go back and I'll add it again and it's the same ones. Okay, so you're okay. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to copy this address. We're going to go back to Binance. Or Binance doesn't allow me to do, it might let me do withdrawals. It might not let me do deposits. We'll see. And then I'm going to send some money to this wallet. Now remember guys, if you're staying tuned, you might actually find the money for this, the $100 for this challenge in this wallet as well. Okay. So we copy the address, boom. We go back to Thailand flies, great. And then we click withdraw. Okay, I'm going to click withdraw. And then boom. Okay, hopefully it lets me withdraw. Okay, brilliant. Binance again. Saying something here. Right? That's why I use other exchanges after I buy on Binance. Now, let's say we go back to Bybit. I'm going to quickly run through the same thing. I'm going to skip through this because I know you guys know it's the exact same process that I followed earlier. I'm going to withdraw from Bybit, paste the address in. In fact, I'll do it again. Why not? Okay, we click withdraw. I'm going to paste my address in. Withdraw. And I'm going to withdraw my $100 over to my exchange. Okay, so I've just submitted the withdrawal request from Bybit. Now what I want to show you is how to check your MetaMask transaction, because I know a lot of people get stuck with these. Like you send money and you're like, where's the money? You get stuck. The best thing about crypto is there is like a centralized order book where you can see all the orders and transactions and what's coming in and what's going out from anybody's wallet. And how you do that is you go to a website called Etherscan. Okay, so we're going to go to the website Etherscan. Okay, and there's a little, I'm getting terrorized by this one fly, this whole video. It's crazy, right? Now, I'm going to paste here. Okay, and you can see it. I've pasted my wallet in a website called Etherscan. For each of these networks, it's got its own book. For example, let's keep it simple. It's got its own order book. Okay, each one. So let's say I'm on Arbitrum. There's going to be one for Arbitrum, BNB. Okay, there's one for BNB, and there's a scan for everything. So keep it easy. I already know what this one's called, but let's say you don't know what it's called, and you're like, okay, what's the scan? Like, what's the way to see for this network? Just put BNB scan, right? Just put it in and you'll see one of the first few ones will come up. Okay, as you can see, BNB Smart Chain Block Explorer. We can click there and it's exactly the same process, and all of these kind of look the same. Okay, so if we're on BNB scan, we paste the address into BNB scan. Okay, let's go back to the MetaMask. We go back, we copy it, paste it in BNB scan. It's the same. Okay, now I'm going to explain this, how to use this now. Okay, so once you click search on Etherscan or BNB scan, anything, after pasting your address in him, you're going to see this is going to show you everything for your wallet. All like MetaMask and any other wallet you use, all that is a easier interface to see this. So this is just what's on top, the user interface of this. This is like the purest information you're going to get. Okay, it's going to show you everything you need to know. Now, here it says my wallet balance, so my money's arrived, of 0.4 ETH. That's 0.05 minus the fees. Okay, you can see here it says the ETH value was $108. So congratulations to anybody that's got it. Okay, and I can see the transaction here. Okay, it says came from the Bybit hot wallet. Okay, in from here, and here's the total amount. Okay, it also says the block, the specific block that is, and the transaction hash. If I click this link, this transaction hash, it will show me the status, success, and it'll also show me all the updates here. At any time, if your transactions are stuck, if you have sent a transaction and it is stuck, all you have to do is send the transaction with the same nonce. No, I'm not calling you a nonce. I'm saying send a transaction with the same nonce. And how you do that is very simple. You click send, okay, from your wallet. Okay, actually you need to have the advanced settings on. This is a new wallet. So I put it on, you go to settings, you go down to advanced. And remember, I know you watch this tutorial thinking my transaction never going to get stuck. Remember this, because one day you're going to send a transaction. It's going to get stuck. It's part of crypto. Okay, you need to turn on advanced custom nonce. Turn this on. Okay, go back, click send, put your account. Okay, click next, send it to the same wallet. Okay, whichever you're sending it to, send it to the same wallet. Custom nonce, put the nonce as the same that is from the transaction. Okay, so you go down, you look for the this one's not going to have it because it's from Bybit, but you'll see it on your transaction. You go down, you look for the nonce number, and you send the same one. In fact, I don't want to get charged gas fees because I'm giving this money away to people that are on here. But you'll see it. You'll go to your receipt. You'll see the nonce number. You put the same nonce. For me, it will actually be number 0. Okay, because it's my first transaction. For you, you might have sent 10, 50. Some of my wallets I've sent hundreds of transactions. So I'll put the same number, for example. Boom. And I'll send it with the same one. That will cancel out the transaction on Etherscan and bring you your money back. Okay, remember that, because that might save you one day. Okay, now I have my Ethereum. Well, I need to start using this on what is called a decentralized exchange. Okay, so let's go back to the course. Okay, now bonus tip: security. Always keep your recovery phrases safe. If someone has access to your recovery phrase, they will have access to your wallet. Next, back it up. Okay, it's good to have multiple backup recovery phrases and secure it in different locations. If you've just wrote your recovery phrase down once, well, what happens if you lose that? Your money's gone. Okay, so write it down a few times, store it in different places. Maybe you become a multi-millionaire and you store your recovery phrases all around the world. Okay. Finally, browser safety. Use a bloody VPN. Go back up to the top of this course. You'll see it at the top. Okay, I'm going to put a list of VPNs at the top underneath step 1. Okay, and download the VPNs. Okay, get the best one, pay the $10, just get a VPN. Okay, next is time to connect your MetaMask with your chosen DEX. Now, this is the great part. This is like the creme de la creme for crypto, creme de la creme for buying coins. Okay, so firstly, let's have a look at some of the best DEXs out there. Okay, so we're going to go back to CoinMarketCap. Okay, and in fact, let's go to the link from here just so you guys know how to do it. So we'll go from the course, we'll go and we'll click DEX. Okay, and you'll probably be on derivative. No, you'll be on spot when you see this. Click DEX and we can see a list of all of these decentralized exchanges. Now, let's say you have watched one of my YouTube videos and you've heard me talk about a token. Let's say you've heard me talk about which one's on Ethereum. Let's say Myriad Games. Okay, so you've heard me talk about Myriad Games and you go, okay, I want to buy this token. This Tyrell guy is talking about this Myriad Games, which is down. I think it's down like, yeah, it's on 30% discount. Okay, I want to buy this Myriad Games token. Okay, what you're going to do is you're going to go to markets. After clicking Myriad Games, you click markets. You scroll down. Okay, you see there is OKX, Bybit, KuCoin. So remember, these are the centralized exchanges. On what we've got here, the decentralized exchange, Uniswap. We're going to go back. We're going to look and see the liquidity and if this exchange, which this token on, is legit. So we're going to go to the top crypto decentralized exchanges. Okay, we're going to see Uniswap Ethereum is up there. It's got almost $1 billion of trading volume, $988 million, 14% market share, and 842 markets on here. Okay, so yeah, legitimate. Okay, so it's legit. How are we going to buy the token? What we're going to do is we're going to click this link here. It's going to come up with trading the Myriad price on here. So as you can see, it will trade at different prices, right? There is probably some arbitrage opportunities here where you can trade in between, but it's not changing by that much. But you can shop around and get the best price. You can see we're trading at 13, so not that bad. A little bit more expensive than Bybit. We can get cheaper on Bybit, of course. Shout out Bybit. Links are in the sheet, okay, and in the description. We can see here Bybit getting a decent price on Uniswap. So let's go buy on Uniswap. Okay, once we click the link, we can see the chart and everything. This is the most important part of any decentralized exchange. And this is the contracts and the pairs. Okay, now your contract address is very similar to a wallet address. Your contract address is the token address. Do not send your money to the contract address. Don't do it, right? And double check whenever you send money anywhere. Some people, well, realistically, there's millions of dollars lost every single year to people that send money to contract addresses, right? People just do it, okay? You can also add the token to MetaMask, so I can click add token, okay? Just here. I can also search, copy, everything, right? Let's click the contract address. Then we're going to go to this Uniswap website, right? So we go back over here, we say, okay, Uniswap. Okay, what is it? How do I find the website? Well, best way to find the website is just type in on CoinMarketCap Uniswap. Okay, I type in Uniswap. Okay, Uniswap also has a token. I click websites. Okay, from websites, I go down and I search it. Okay, I click this button here and I click that button there. Okay, that takes me to the Uniswap website. It's actually took me to the blog. Let me go back, make sure you're on the website. Uniswap.org. Okay, then I click, it's still on blogs, but anyway, I can click launch app. Okay, let's clear some tabs up here from the course. Okay, then I connect my wallet. So I go up. Again, I need to double check this is the same link. So I go here, Go back to CoinMarketCap. I'll scroll down and make sure it's the same. If I want to double, triple check, okay, I can go on the Twitter account here. Obviously, you have to cross-reference. You never know, you might be buying one coin. You go to buy that coin and their Twitter's hacked at a bad timing, right? So you just double check the Twitter, double check the CoinMarketCap, everything just to be sure. It says here, right? Again, the same thing actually. Both links are to the blog. So you click here, takes to the blog. The other one takes to the blog. Let's double check, make sure it's the same link. I'll click that. This one is blog.uniswap.org, exactly the same as the other link. Before I clicked apps, remember? Well, let me go back. But yeah, it was the same website. It was the blog, okay? Now on the blog, obviously, I can learn all about it and I can immerse myself inside of this and learn more about Uniswap and learn everything. But we just want to get rich off some meme coins. So we're going to go on Launch app. We're going to connect the wallet. We can see it's the same chain. It's that Ethereum chain that we was talking about earlier. We're going to click MetaMask. We're going to connect MetaMask. We can see all the different wallets. Okay, so we can access each of them, or we can just give it access to one. So this is Uniswap asking you, which is beautiful. We don't see this in today's day and age. It's asking you for permission to connect your wallet. Guys, if you have clicked the wrong link and you connect this wallet to an account which it shouldn't be connected to, let's say it's a scam link, let's say you didn't buy a VPN, you cheaped out, let's say you didn't double check your website. If it's a scam website, as soon as you click next, you will lose all your money in your account. So you have to make sure that this is the right account and you have double, triple checked. Don't be in a rush. Take your time with your investments and make sure everything is hunky-dory, right? Crystal clear, right? Click buy, connect. And as you can see, boom. We have now connected to Uniswap. Inside of here, we can do a plethora of different things. We can buy any token we want on CoinMarketCap that is available on Uniswap. Okay, how we do that is here. So any token that is available, we scroll down, we click markets, let's say Uniswap coin. We see that it is available on Uniswap. We scroll down to where the contract addresses are. We check for our network. So currently we're using Ethereum. If we was using BNB or anything like that, it will be there. We copy that contract address. We come back to Uniswap and we paste it. And as you can see, we can then decide to swap $85 of ETH to Uniswap. It's going to fetch me the best price. It's going to give me the price here. And I can then decide to swap it. Okay. Same thing if it is for Myriad Games. Okay. We can go down. We can look at Myriad Games. I can copy this Myriad Games contract address. Okay. I can then go over here. I can then paste it. And it's going to paste Myriad Games contract address. It's going to ask me to confirm it is the right one. Yes, it's the right one. Okay. And as you can see, it's here. Okay. And if I want to double, triple check, I can go back again. I do the same thing. I can go type in here. It might seem tedious, but remember, this is money you're playing with, and it could be a lot of money one day, so you have to double check it. I double, triple check. I confirm. Okay, I go to my Uniswap. I paste it. I make sure it's the right address. Yes, it is. And I swap it. Right, now when it comes to swapping it, you can see here, I'm getting $85, okay? I'll receive 8,000 Myriad Games tokens, okay? And the network cost is going to cost me $8. I click confirm. Okay, it then comes up. It might be too much gas for you to change. We'll see. Okay, I click confirm. No, pretty cheap. It's only charging me $8 to do the transaction. Dirt cheap. I've confirmed it. I can view on the Explorer, which we spoke about earlier. See, now we're experienced and we can see everything here. Okay, we can see the status. It's pending. We can see the blocks that it's taken. We can see the last screen time. It took about 18 seconds to do the transaction. And boom. 100% confirmed. Transaction is through. Let's check my wallet. Let's come back to it. Let's refresh it. And here we go. Myriad Games tokens, guys. So enjoy. Whoever gets access to this wallet, you, my friend, have just received 8,000 Myriad Games tokens. Hopefully that in the future is $8,000. Let's see. Hopefully it is. Now, there are many different ways to take advantage of this decentralized economy. Things like liquidity pools, liquidity mining, There's Telegram bots now. There's so much more to decentralization. Okay, and I want to touch on a few of those points with you today. I think I wrote down a few of the things I wanted to discuss with you. Okay, but but the main thing is that you familiarize yourself with decentralized exchanges. Okay, spend some time reading the blogs. Spend some time getting involved in decentralized economy. Spend some time on YouTube. Subscribe to this channel. Okay, if you want to see me go into depth in liquidity pools and that type of stuff, I'm down to do it. Okay, send me that. Okay, it's not something I do, but it's something that makes money. Okay, understand about order books and price impact, right? For example, let's take a look at it. Okay, if you are trading and you are struggling to buy a token because of price impact, it's likely there isn't enough liquidity. So how do we check that? All we do is we go to pools up top. Okay, you see swap, token, NFTs, and pools. We click pools. Okay, and we click top pools over here. Then it's going to take us to info, Uniswap, org, pools. Okay, we can then see tokens. We can import, for example, Myria USDT. Okay, let it load. Myria, we've got Myria ETH, Myria USDT, Myria ETH. Okay, we can see that the volume in here is fairly nice, almost $1 million. Total value locked, 300 grand. Decent. Okay, we have to make sure it's the right one. Let's go with tokens itself. Okay, we can see. Okay, we have total value locked about 300 grand, not too bad. Okay, 24-hour trading volume, almost $1 million, not bad at all. Okay, $6 million, and 24-hour fees, 1.8k, not too bad. Okay, you're gonna need to know this. Okay, and you don't need to look into it too much, but you're just gonna need to know this because sometimes you might be trading a token, it might only have 100k. Liquidity, no money locked, no TVL, none of that stuff, and then that's why your price impact is really high when you go and trade it. Okay, so just take that into consideration. I don't want to overcomplicate it for the basic stuff, but yeah, pause, search for the token, search the token up here, and you can have a look at. Okay, now gas is one of the things which, as you've seen, it wasn't that expensive for me to make that transaction. Like if we go back, we have a look, I think it cost me like $8. I paid like $8 in fee. Gas price is fairly cheap. Yeah, my transaction fee was actually $7.76. So it wasn't that bad to make the transaction. But gas can vary. Actually, I think there's even a good website which I just remembered. I think it's like ETH Gas Station. What is that called? Yeah, ETH Gas Station or something. Yeah, ETH Gas Tracker. Okay, so you can see at periods of time where it's high and low, and what periods of the day it's high and stuff like that. So for those of you guys that might be getting started out with not a lot of money, just use ETH Gas Tracker. Okay, and you can track when it's really expensive, when it's really cheap. You can see here. Right now, it's way cheap. It's the cheapest it's been all week. Okay, in all 7 days, it's the cheapest. You can see it's different NFTs, bridging, borrowing. Okay. What price is high, what price is low. We got lucky, we got a cheap day. Okay, so amazing. But yeah, definitely a great website. In fact, I might even add it to the thingy. I'll add this to my sheet, because yeah, gas, it is a thing. You know what I mean? It is a thing for those of you guys that are new. Gas. Okay, now remember, adding and removing liquidity, all of that jazz, it's great, but don't worry about that. Okay, in terms of bonus tips, I've got some bonus tips for you. Okay, stay informed. Okay, stay informed with security. Follow MetaMask, follow Uniswap, follow all of these guys on Twitter. Go on their Twitter, hit the follow all of these things, because at any time, if there's a hack, if there's anything that goes on, you need to be to it fast to get your money out and keep it moving. When stuff like that happens, you gotta be fast. Okay, price caution. Okay, start with smaller transactions to become familiar with it. Okay, I know so many people that just, they have a lot of money, it's great, but you end up kind of, you know, you end up kind of just like shortcutting the process because you got money. So you just try send $1,000 straight away. You think you don't care about it, but when it gets stuck and you lose it, you really do care about it. So just start with smaller transactions just to get used to it. Spend 20, 30 minutes messing about, enjoying the technology and playing about with it. Like, remember guys, it's almost impossible to send this type of money across the seas without losing half of it. Like, I can't even go to the money exchange and exchange $100 for anything significant without losing loads of it. Or I can't even send this money abroad, right? If I want to send my family money, I can't do that with like a bank account, because they'll just block the transaction. You know what I mean? Or I have to use a third party, which is going to charge me loads of fees. Even PayPal charge like $20, $30 sometimes, and they put things in on hold for 2 months, you know? So this is real technology. It's really, really cool. And as you've seen, we've just swapped this token, $100 for something, which is 30% down right now, you know, and could go up, you know, that token could make me, you know, 40%, could go up 40%, you know? So if that was $10,000, I could make 4 grand, you know, if we go back to all-time high. So it's amazing. Okay. And remember, security, stay secure, protect your finances. If you lose it, you lose it. Okay. It's gone. Okay. If you lose it, it's gone. Okay. Now, fees, of course, transaction size, the bigger the transaction, sometimes the bigger the fee. Now let's start off with learning how to trade. If you want to trade, you don't need 5 screens. You don't need to use all of these big words. I see so many people acting like Wall Street traders, but they're broke, right? They're giving you all these big words. They're saying all these things, but you know, their trading balances ain't matching the thought that they're given, right? It's just not making sense. Okay. For example, right? You would think that this is the martial arts champion of the world. You'd think that this guy is the future, right? He's gonna beat people up. He's hitting people with the fucking Wushan, Chun-Li stuff, right? He's hitting people with the force. You think this guy is a martial arts champion. In fact, it's not, right? It's Deshaun, right? This guy is the UFC champion of the world with a do-rag and a bottle of Henny, and is mashing everybody up, right? That is realistically what it's like in the trading world. There is some people, and yeah, it's good to be educated, to be wise, to be disciplined, to be focused, to do all of these things. However, you don't actually need that to make money. There are plenty of people out there who are ill-disciplined, who aren't smart, who don't have focus, who lack all the characteristic traits that you would think is required for a successful trader. However, they are more successful at trading and at making money in this game than people who you would think are, okay? And that is just how it is. However, there are some core principles which both of these people show, which I want to gift to you. Is something that you can use to take advantage of this and allow you to have success in trading and investing. It's one of the biggest things for me personally, okay? The first tool that you are going to use is TradingView. I'm going to show you how to use this tool for free and how you can take advantage of it now, okay? First thing you need to do, click here, sign up for TradingView, okay? Obviously, this is my account. I'm already signed up for the thing. I'm going to jump straight over, hop straight into TradingView. Now, when you first come to TradingView, okay, it's going to be a little bit complicated, but I've actually taken the liberty of exporting my whole portfolio list, okay, my biggest list, my biggest picks for crypto, all onto one TradingView, which you can download by clicking right here, okay? After you click there and you click the watch list, you straight away get access to all of my charts, okay, which you can take advantage of. Now, once you come over here and you've already got the list here, okay, you're going to need to go over to what is called a super chart, okay? So you're going to click products, you're going to click super charts. Once you click super charts, this is going to open up a whole new horizon of crypto. Me personally, I chart on here and then I trade on the trading platforms, right? Some people chart on the trading platforms. Me, I chart on one, I trade on the other, okay? That's just the way I like to do things, okay? Now, we're going to start off with a clean chart, and we're going to start off with Bitcoin. As you've seen, if you hear, okay, I just bought Myriad Games and I gave it away for all the people that looked at the decentralized part of the course. So shout out to you if you are the person who just got $100 worth of Myriad Games. Now, in terms of this, don't worry about all these indicators and stuff like that. I'm actually going to explain all indicators for you shortly, but this is how your chart's going to look. In fact, it's probably actually going to look a little bit like this, okay, with actual candles and some boring color stuff, okay? Now, with your chart, okay, there's many things that you need to know in terms of actually charting, understanding patterns, understanding trading in general, okay? So you're probably going to spend a lot of time on TradingView. That's why I recommend investing into TradingView and just getting the premium. I like to commit to things like this. If I get the premium of things, I kind of end up sticking to it. But if I don't, I end up just doing it and not sticking to it. Let me know if you think that's the same as you in the comments, okay? So TradingView. In terms of TradingView, there's many things you need to know. Okay, number one, there is the different time frames at the top. If you just have the free version, you won't have as many time frames as the paid version. The more time frames you have, kind of the more advantage you get, because it allows you to see things from a different perspective, okay? The next thing you're going to have is all of your drawing tools on the left-hand side. This is going to allow you to actually chart your currencies that you want to invest into and break them down to see the supports, the resistances, the ranges. You can also draw. You can actually leave annotations as well. So one of the things that I like to do, if I'm testing the strategy, I'll annotate the chart as well, just so I remember that in the future. And whenever I make a trade, I'll come back to annotation and remember where my mindset is, just to make sure that I'm entering this trade correctly, okay? Especially when it's a new strategy. You can also measure as well, like this, so you can see the difference in price. You can zoom in, you can zoom out. You have magnets as well. And when you have the magnet on, it allows you to draw things a little bit more accurately as well. You can lock things here, and obviously you can link charts and stuff like that as well. Okay, now let's start to dissect this Bitcoin chart, and then let's start to add some indicators to this chart as well. So we're going to start off by identifying the larger time frame, support and resistance. Now, I always like to start on the largest time frame. We can start on the monthly, but you might not have that if you're on the free version. So we'll start from the weekly, because I know you can definitely have that. I'll get rid of all the old stuff, which is some of the things I was using before. And over here, okay. And then we'll simply start to break down the large areas of resistance and the large areas of support. Now, a lot of times people say, right, while I'm drawing this out, a lot of times people say that, you know, support and resistance isn't real. You know, support and resistance traders, there's a big thing about it. And again, guys, I just see it the same way. It's fine. You know, I see it the same way as the UFC. There are some people who say that, you know, one style is the best and one thing fits all. And then there are others who say, you know, I'm going to take the best of each style and that's going to work. So just do whatever is the best for you. If you think that support and resistance works and it works for you, trade support and resistance. You know, if you don't like support and resistance and it doesn't work for you, then don't trade it. But the worst thing you can do is like have an opinion about something and then be married to that opinion. I think the worst thing people do in life is marrying a certain, you know, frame of mind. I think that stops people from growth a lot. Okay, so what I've done here is I've added different areas of support and different areas of resistance. Okay, and I've changed the color, but obviously you can change the color yourself over here by clicking there and changing it by simply just clicking next to the line option. You can make it white, you can make it whatever. I just like to have it in this purple color and kind of make it a bit opaque. Okay, now as you can see, the way I identified this was just the areas in which the price is just struggling to go higher, right? Because all the price history is just a history of people buying it, right? This is the history of where Bitcoin was brought. This is the history of where Bitcoin was sold, you know, brought, sold. Okay, so if there's ever an area where we're struggling to break it, I like to have that area as a possible resistance. Now, what we can tell is that we can tell this area here, and sometimes you can make it a box. You could go into the drawing, for example. Okay, you can make it a rectangle, and you can say, it's this area here. Okay, between here and here is an area in which we have struggled to break. So even when we're in here, unless we break out and come back down, which I'll explain support and resistance later. But if we come in and we break down, then this might be an area in which, is a possible part where we might reverse, okay? Now, I had the same thing for this area here at about 47,374. And then different areas of support, like areas in which we have came down to, but then we get brought up and we push higher. Then as you can see again, areas in which we have been rejected, again we have rejected. And then as you can see here, right, this here you could say, okay, this is a potential area of support. Boom. Okay, we have an area of support, which we again broken out of. Okay, now when it comes to these, there are different time frames that you need to have support and resistance. There might be a weekly support and resistance. You might come down to the daily and see a completely different picture, right? You look at the daily and you go, oh, hold on a minute. There's daily resistance, right? For several days. Okay, if we have a look here, there were several days which we struggled, right? Almost 30 days which we struggled to break down these levels, right? So we have a daily, okay? And what we can do is we can change the color maybe. Maybe make this white, okay? We can even add a bit of text and we can say weekly, week, maybe we make the text white. Okay, we put the text alignment center, we put it to the far right. Okay, put in italics. No, I don't like italics. Put it like that. Okay, now we know this is the weekly level, and maybe we want this to be on the week where we see it on the weekly, but maybe when we're trading day to day, we don't necessarily want to see it all the time, right? We only want to see it on the weekly. Okay, we only want to see this weekly level on the weekly. So what we do is we go to objects over here on the right. Okay, we make a new file. We make this file. We call it the weekly. Okay, so we click here, change the name here, weekly. Okay, and as you can see, if I take the file off, put it on, see here. And what I can do is I can click these, okay, command click these, drag all of these into the weekly, and now they're all in the weekly. So I get rid of them, they disappear. Okay, I'll put them back, they're there. And you might think, okay, this is long, why should I do this? But I have other charts, right? For example, if I open up a new trading view, okay, and I go over to some of my other charts. Let's go back over to super charts. Sorry, it's a bit laggy, guys, but that's how it is. This is a long course. Now, okay, I go over to my charts here. I'm going to go to my BTC chart. Okay, now over here, I think it's in a different one. It is in my majors, this one. Okay, over here I actually have all the seasons, right, and all the market cycles, which is one thing I'm going to go through later for you. And I've just saved that as an automatic. So day to day, I might not want to see the market cycles. I might not even want to see my my Fibonacci levels or my bull market line, which is some of the things I'm going to go through later. I might not want to see those, right? So I can just put it away, right, and I can just clean the chart up a little bit. Okay, and that's why I like these types of things. So initially, obviously, you're looking at a blank canvas, but over time, you start to get a feeling for the chart. Okay, you start to get a feeling for it, and then you can start to apply, your key levels there. Okay, and then obviously you can change it and go back to a blank canvas again. Okay, so let's carry on with our support and resistance. Okay, let's carry on with our basics. which again, like Michael Jordan, you got to be good at the basics, baby. You got to be good at the basics. So as you can see, we have our areas of support. Okay, we can't break this area. Okay, we come down into this area, we get brought up, right? We get sent full send. Okay, we have, again, our areas of resistance. We get into here, sometimes it can go south. So we have these levels. So when you're somebody which is asking, okay, should I be getting out of my trade? Should I be taking profit? Tyrell, I've been in since 2022, right? I'm looking at these levels and I'm getting nervous. I'm thinking, is the bull market over yet? There's a few things you have to ask yourself, okay? There's a few things you have to ask yourself. Number one, are we likely to come down to the same levels which I have brought before? Not that likely, right? We have areas of support, clear areas where we've came down and we have bounced back up from. So this is, we're well above this level of 30K here. That's a very good area of support. Very, very strong. We were very strong in 2020, 2021, and we broke it in 2022. We still even bounced from these areas in 2022 and we pulled back as well. So it still shows that it's that level, okay? So I doubt we come down from it. So if I'm long from here, I'm like, okay, maybe I take portion of my profits and then re-add, okay, at 30K maybe. And then, okay, what about if I'm looking to enter a trade? Okay, so the opposite mindset. I'm like, okay, you know, I've waited. I've just seen Bitcoin go on a rise, okay, non-stop. We've just gone up only. Okay, we've just gone up. When do I get in? Well, I'm looking at different areas of support. From a weekly perspective, I might say, okay, long term, we've got a very good support here, but it might take a few weeks to get here. Okay, it might take a few weeks to get here. Okay, this is why indicators, you can see, red dot on the weekly. Might not happen, it might do, it might not, okay, but there's a red dot. We'll get into that. In fact, let me get rid of that because I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh. Okay. Now, let's make this large. Okay. As we can see, okay, from the weekly time frame, we're bullish. We've got higher lows. Okay, the price is getting higher. Higher highs, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high again, higher low, and a nice big old higher high. What comes next? Higher low at any of these points. Maybe it's 34, maybe it's 30. Okay, maybe it's 34, maybe it's 30. Ish. Yeah, maybe. Maybe here. Okay, these are the things that you have to question with yourself. Okay, and I'm working with this live. Like, I'm not trying to tell you guys everything, like what to do, everything. Like, yeah, boom. I'm just working with this live to show you like the thought process. Okay, now let's get into the definitions. Okay, let's get into the fancy stuff. Okay, so support and resistance, what are they? Okay, support and resistance are areas where a resistance is where the price is struggling to break out. It's resisting. An area of support is where the area where the price is at a support. So you have support and resistance. Confidence is when price breaks through a support, as you can see here. We've broken through this area and we have, so through a resistance, okay, and we have confirmed it as a support. So price breaks through the resistance level because we didn't break it this time. We didn't break it this time. We actually broke it on the third candle up. Okay. Now we have confirmed that area as a support. It is now the support of the price. Okay. This is now a key level to buy. So what you do is imagine this, right? Imagine this scenario just for imagination's sake. Let's say you have just seen Bitcoin absolutely smash 25K and you think, okay, where's the next area to buy? Well, we haven't confirmed this area as a support yet. So it's likely that for good structure, we need to come back down for this 25K. So you set a limit order at 25K. What happens? It triggers. Okay, it triggers. We will always, not always, but we will likely break through these areas. Okay, so when I start getting onto how to plan trades and whatnot, remember that we will likely actually break through that specific area to catch people with tight stop losses. It always happens. So quite often it happens. Okay, boom, boom. Even though here the exact resistance was here, we would break a lot lower here, right? Because people will have 1% stop losses, whatnot. Yeah, exactly, 1%. Okay. Now, okay, after we break out again, what did we see? Boom, confirmed, technically confirmed, maybe not. Okay, so this is why everybody's waiting for this 30k level. Will it happen? It doesn't have to happen. Okay, but it's a maybe. Okay, so that's your support and resistance. Okay, what about your other indicators? What about your RSI, your MACD? Okay, all of these ones. Well, what I have actually done is I've taken the liberty, okay, of explaining all of these here. So let's start off with your moving averages. Simple moving averages calculates the average price of a security over a specific number of days. Okay, so the average price of an asset, whatever, over a couple moving days. Okay, so we go over here. If you want to add any indicators, all you have to do is you click indicator up here. Okay, it's going to take a while to load because obviously we're recording. Okay, report. Let's do the 100. Let's do the 50 and 100. Okay. Here we can see the different moving averages. If I double click it, we can see we have different time frames for moving averages. We have the 200 EMA, the 100 EMA, the 50, the 30, the 9, and the 100. Okay. This is just the average over these period of days. Right. Let's start off with the 200. Okay. We can see that quite often, okay, moving averages are also a confluence, okay, which I'll explain what confluence is shortly. They are confluence with support and resistance. Okay, so if you think that support and resistance are not a thing, okay, then as you see, now we start to add them with other things, it starts to become real. Okay, let's make this color a little bit brighter. Let's make this line a little bit thicker. Okay, here, let's make it a bright red or yellow. Let's make it a yellow. Okay, let's make it a better line as well. This is good for those of you guys that want to know how to do these things. You literally just double click anything. Okay, if you want to know how to customize the chart, same thing. Right, exactly the same thing. Click, double click. Now, as you can see, we have this 200 EMA. Okay, so if we do have a pullback and it comes about at the right time, we might be looking at 30% retrace on BTC coming down towards this 200 EMA, coming back to here, boom. Okay, hopefully, because I want to get Bitcoin cheap, even more Bitcoin cheap. Hopefully not if you're in a long. Okay, now confluence is when your indicators start to agree with each other. Okay, so in an area like this, even though this is lagging, so this probably wouldn't have been there at the same time. Okay, you will start to see your indicators all ping at the same time, right? You've got your support here, which would have been your resistance over at these levels. You've got your averages, okay? So when it starts to come down to these areas here, you can start to go, okay, I'm starting to look at a long position here, okay? The next one, okay, we have MACD. Now your MACD, you add that exactly the same way. Okay, you go over here, you put MACD, okay, moving average convergence divergence. Okay, again, boom, you add it here. The reason why this is here up here is because obviously I have my other indicator here which I want to show you. But MACD, okay, this is a good version if you can't afford market cipher. It doesn't do the same thing, but it's fairly similar. And as you can see, your MACDs are great opportunities on different time frames to decide whether to go long or short. For example, if we look at the 2021 period, you can see that the MACD actually had a cross here, okay, on the MACD showing that we was bearish. Okay, if you've seen that the cross was just about happening on the weekly here, you could have decided to go, okay, maybe, especially as we confirm old support into resistance, that this is a good time to short. And you could have had a nice 30-40% retrace. Alternatively, as we see the MACD cross and go bullish, we can see that it is time to maybe possibly look at going to some longs. However, you must remember that the MACD, as well as all indicators, are actually lagging indicators. Okay, these lag. So after a few days, they actually come in. But what you can do is you can start to see them turning over, and you can start to actually think about possibly looking at bearish scenarios. Okay, more recently, as you can see, the weekly MACD is not looking anywhere near bearish. So if I'm looking at weekly pullbacks and macro pullbacks, I'm like, maybe, as you've seen, they start to go light. It could be, but you've seen in this cycle over here, this area here, many times we went light, but we never crossed. Okay, same as before. Many times in this area here, we went light, but it was never that bearish until the last final moment. Okay, you could have been going like real short. You could have sold all your Bitcoin here thinking, okay, it's the end of the cycle. And then nope, we popped up again. Okay, now, as you've seen, again, we start to see more indicators come together. We see a break of a resistance level. We see a bullish cross on the MACD. Okay, which gives us an idea that, okay, maybe the momentum is going up. If we go to daily time frames, similarly to how you have your weekly levels, you can have daily MACD crossovers. Now, these are a lot weaker than your longer term, because obviously your longer term has a lot more information. It's a lot easier to trend. But your shorter term can give you that kind of that idea of where the longer term is going to lead. So as you can see here, we have a daily bullish crossover on the MACD. We went from underneath. Okay, went from underneath to over the top. In this area here, we have the daily level, sorry, the weekly level that we were struggling to break for a few days. So I'm like, okay, good position to go long. Amazing result. Okay, amazing result, which as you can see. Now, not all the time do these play out, which is why risk management, which I'm going to explain to you later, is very important. But there are a few more indicators that I want to show you. Okay, next one. Okay, RSI. So we go to indicators, we click RSI, and again, we have one more indicator in here. Okay, we have our RSI. Okay, now as you can see, we have our MACD, we have our RSI. Obviously, we have our hidden indicator up here, which I'm not going to pull up yet. But as you can see, the more data we have, firstly, the more messy it gets. Is one thing I want to express. Like when you start to chart, you have all these indicators. Sometimes it's just too much noise. Okay, so what I recommend doing is select a few which you work with, test the strategy out and go with it. Okay, but just for the sake of example, okay, let's get rid of the MACD and let's look at the RSI. Again, the RSI is exactly the same as any of the other indicators. It's more so focused at the crosses. We have our bullish crosses, which will be at the bottom, for example, over here, where we have the yellow line going under, okay, this blue line over here, just for simple explanation. And that shows us that we are starting to get bullish momentum. Now, what we can actually see here is a divergence. Now, I want to explain divergence for you. So I'm going to get rid of this indicator, the moving average. And a divergence is when at any time you see bullish momentum on your RSI, on your MACD, maybe on market cipher, which we're going to go into, but you see bearish momentum in price. Now, bullish and bearish, don't worry guys, I've got a cheat sheet which explains the terms and all that stuff, but basically bullish just means the price going up, green, bearish, price going down, okay, red. Okay, bull, bear. Now, as you can see, I'm going to break this down into a little box just to explain it to as clear as possible. Okay, we have this small bullish divergence. Sorry. Okay, we have an area where the price is going down. Okay, we see from here the price comes down about 10%. Okay, and this is daily candles. So this is a few days. This is, how many days is this? 10 days. Okay, 14 days actually. So we have this 14-day period where the price comes down about 10%. However, if we look at this RSI, we zoom in just a little bit, we can see that the RSI was actually going up. Right, if we look fairly closely, you see it comes down, the RSI goes up. Now what this is this is the bullish divergence, okay? Because the price is going down, yet the RSI is going up. So this is an indicator, and this is why sometimes your lagging indicators actually become forward-thinking indicators, because you can look at this and go, hold on a second, price is coming down, but my indicators are bullish. Maybe this is a point where we can catch a good long, okay, and we can go back and we can look at our weekly level and we can go, okay, maybe it's a good time to take a long off the weekly level. And you see it here, okay? You actually see a 3 inside up, okay, which is a different candle pattern, which I will show you. I'll show you again. Now, you see this, 1, 2, 3. So you're like, okay, bullish. And then what do you see? Well, you see a result of bullish price action. Now on reversals, there's so many periods in which you can look at these reversals and go long. However, if you're on YouTube, if you're on the news, everything's going to show you different information. But if you just use your indicators together, right, and you look at these things and you break them down, you can see periods for opportunity here, okay? Now, let's break down one of my favorite indicators, which is market cipher. Now, I love market cipher because you can actually use it on all assets. You can use it on big coins, small coins, stocks, forex, anything, right? And I do trade these things. I messed about with them with funded accounts and all of that jazz. But I like these indicators. Okay, so let's start off with market cipher, and I'm going to move on to Ichimoku because I know a lot of people ask about Ichimoku. And you know what, hey, I know a lot of people are gonna drill me for this. I actually think this probably works. I would not be surprised if that stuff works. Okay, now with market cipher, I only use market cipher B personally. I only use market cipher B. In fact, probably gonna need to refresh this. No, it looks okay. Now market cipher B looks like a bit complicated when you first see it. I remember when I first looked at market cipher B and I was like, this is too complicated. Okay, too complicated. First of all, if you want to buy this thing, you want to get involved in it, just go down to the list of indicators. This is going to be a link, okay, and you can click it and it will work. Okay, next, this is one of the only, I think, forward-thinking indicators out there, right? Remember when we was looking at the RSI? I'll pull it up again. When we was looking at the RSI, it was a little bit like, it's okay, but as you can see, it's a little bit forced. Like that divergence which we spotted is a little bit of a hindsight thing. It's kind of like, yeah, kind of. But if you look at it with market cipher, it's a lot clearer to see, right? When explaining what these things are, you see the reversal was a lot more obvious, and you can see it over a lot longer period of time than it was on the RSI, okay? Now, market cipher, I'm going to break down each of these things. So, the first thing is we have the cloud here, okay? Now, hopefully, I recommend you guys are taking notes here because this is a lot of information. The cloud is these two areas here. This point here, which is red, and that turns into green, okay? This is the cloud, okay, otherwise known as the money flow, right? Money flow, boom, right? Next, you have the VWAP, okay? This is the lines here, and you can customize these lines or get accustomed to them over here, okay? And you can even change the colors. Like sometimes you might see market cipher, but you don't think it's market cipher just because they change the colors, okay? And also, if you get the free ones, it's not the same. I've tried it. it's just not the same. I really did try it and it's not the same. Anyway, so you have the money flow. Okay. You have the VWAP. Then you have the momentum. Okay. This blue wave over the top. And what not a lot of people talk about is you also have this kind of thick area here. I don't even know what you would call it. I don't even know what you call it. But let's just say it's this thick area here, right? And this is actually super important as well. Because when it turns over is when you get these red dots. So you have a green dot here and you have a red dot when that little blue wave area starts to turn over. Okay. Now, there are strategies in which you can make which relate to each of these. Okay. Just like, for example, with the MACD, you might say, okay, so let's pull the MACD up again. You might say with this MACD, I'm only going to take longs when the MACD crosses. So you look at the MACD and you say, right, my strategy is I'm only going to take daily longs on a bullish crossover on the MACD. So if you only took daily longs on a bullish crossover on the MACD with the right leverage, okay, you would probably be sat in a nice amount of profit right now. Okay. Realistically, I don't care what people say about some special strategy, blah, blah, blah. If you took 3x leverage longs on every daily crossover on the MACD, you would be in a decent amount of profit right now from the where we U-turn from like 25k or whatever, right? It's a decent strategy. It's just long and boring, right? So then we have strategies with Market Cypher, which is the money flow crossover. One of my favorite strategies is longing money flow crossovers on a daily time frame. This doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's time, baby. It's time, especially for Bitcoin, especially on the daily time frame. On smaller time frames, it's a little bit different, but on the daily, your daily money flow crossovers are very good. Okay. Do they work every time? No. Right. But if we look at risk management and the difference in the ROI that you can have, let's count it. Right. Let's break it down. So we have the money flow crossover on the daily. We have red to green to red. So we're long in money flow crossovers. So we would have been long from the first money flow crossover, right? Let's not kid ourselves here. So you would have gone into maybe a 1.9% drawdown, but net 62% profit. Okay. Let's have a look at this one. We would have longed it from here. We would have gone 3% profit. We would have got wrecked. Okay. Let's just be real. Okay. Again, we're long in money flow crossovers. Okay. We cross over here. You come up a little bit. 9%. That's actually, wow, so it's quite pretty decent. So I'll probably go to a profit. And then we go down 8% wrecked, stress, right? Next one, we have money flow crossover again. We long the money flow crossover. Brilliant trade, 40% profit. Okay, these ones choppy, a little bit different. Okay, again, as you can see, these don't come often, right? We're in 2022, August, right? So there's only been 5 trades this year for daily money flow crossovers. Same thing here, we make a little bit of money on this trade. Okay, we come up to resistance, boom, okay. Same thing here, decent amount of profit, we don't break out, we come down, boom, okay. Again, okay, same thing all the way through. Now, what we are going to do is we're going to add support and resistance with our money flow crossovers, okay. So let's say we have clear areas of support with clear areas of resistance. Then we look at our money flow and we say, okay, we have our areas of support, this area here. We have our daily area of support, this area here, okay? We have our money flow crossovers. Money is going from the red to green. We take a long from the daily level over here, okay, on the money flow crossover. I'm not going to say what this is. Yeah. But we see how you manage to get these ones. Then we can also see how we stop ourselves from getting wrecked with trades like this, where the money flow is crossing up, but we go down loads. What we can do is we can take a long from the support area where we actually did turn resistance, we came down, we kept hitting this area, support. We see money flow, boom, crossing into the green, boom, 5%. We put a stop loss under, okay, even if we put it under the lowest low, okay, we would have only lost 1%, which with leverage might be 10% or any percent, right? Instead of losing the whole bag, 7-10%, okay? Same thing over here, okay? When we took the long from this area here, we put it lower than here. We could have put it lower than wherever we want, okay? Could have even started drawing lines all over the place. But if we just put a nice stop loss, healthy stop loss here, if it did come down, which it didn't in the result, but if it did come down, we would have only lost a few percent. Let's see. We take the long from the daily, okay? Here, boom. We put the stop loss below here, which would have lost 30%, which is tough. If it's 10x leverage, you might feel that 10 grand trade, you might lose 3 grand. It's tough, but we didn't. We ended up pumping. Okay. Same thing for these trades, right? When I'll go back and we look for all of these crossovers, it's exactly the same. Okay. You're looking at areas of your support at that time, which it looked great. It looked like we might have been starting to jiggle up, but we didn't. Okay. Same thing for these ones. Okay. And that is what, again, let's show you one more time. Money flow crossover, this one was a tough one, right? Because we was actually coming up to a resistance. So you might have thought, we might not be breaking that. Okay, especially with the VWAP on its way down. We had a cloud coming up, that's pretty good. But that's pretty much the only thing, cloud and money flow. But again, you can long, stop loss below here. Maybe you look at the lower time frames and you go, okay, let me bring it down to the 4 hour, 3 hour, okay? When you look at the 4 hours and 3 hours, it's going to show you a completely different thing. It's going to look choppy. So that's why I prefer just daily money for crossovers. Okay. But you can get strategy with the 4 hours. Again, you can long the 4 hours here. It's pretty nice. But it gets choppy. You can long the 4 hour here. But again, it's choppy. We're coming down a bit. You long the 4 hour here. Again, it might get choppy. You might come down a bit. Okay. That's why I prefer my dailies. Anyway. Okay, whenever you trade, it's about putting strategies together and testing them as well. You create your own strategies. You test your own stuff with your own money, and you don't let anybody else's opinion get in the way or change what you are doing. It might seem boring, but with trading, it's just about staying in this game, because as you'll see later on, we've got different portfolios. We've got private sale portfolios. We've got NFTs. We've got spot portfolios. We're staking different coins. Our trading is just our money compounding. It's something to do in the spare time. It doesn't need to be something which you have to trade every single day. In fact, some will say the less you trade, the more money you actually make, because the less opportunities to make mistakes there is. So I like the daily. Okay, but let me know in the comments. Do you have a strategy for the 12 hour? Do you have a strategy for the 4 hour? Okay, that's what I like to do, because you can rinse and repeat this on the 1 hour. You can rinse and repeat this on the 25 minute. The only difference is it's going to be more volatile and more things working. Okay, now one more strategy I want to show you is what's called an anchor trigger wave. Okay, anchor trigger wave and bullish divergences on the market side for B. Now this is also something that I've had a lot of success with, and I'm going to quickly run through it before we go into the Ichimoku. But as you can see here is, again, when we talk about these divergences, right, which we've seen on the RSI, we've seen on the MACD, you can actually start to see them a lot more with market side for B. That's why I like it, because it's just very clear. It's clear as day when you start to see it. Now, remember what we said earlier, right? A bullish divergence is when you have this here, but the price is coming down here, right? You have this area where money is just coming out of Bitcoin, price keeps going down. You keep, I don't know, maybe you're longing, because maybe you're longing from this support. Maybe you took the first long, you've seen it come down again, you took a second, you took a third. Every single time you're in, we're not breaking that area of support, right? We had this first area here, is just what people grab liquidity. That was the point. That was probably like the last long. Okay, we've seen people like Crypto take along from here, have a lot of success. I think Carlos took along. A lot of other actually really good traders on YouTube took along from here. You're seeing that, right? Now, the price is coming down, but bullish momentum is going up. Now, this here is what is called a anchor, okay? And this here is what is called a trigger. So this here is the anchor. This here is a trigger. So you have the bullish divergence, you have the anchor trigger wave, right? You see the money flow is on the way up, right? Even if we just come halfway out, we don't even look at the rest of the chart. You've just got this one piece of information here. You see money flow is circling up. It's a little bit in the red. It might be a bit tough, but you have a big anchor, big trigger, big old divergence. This is the brilliant area to go long. Okay, you see the result. Same thing in many other instances. Okay, you can see it's very hard to find these areas. Even though this was a anchor trigger, it's not really a divergence. The price didn't really move. It stayed the same. Kind of a bullish divergence. You've seen the result, but not much of a bullish divergence. That's not even an anchor trigger wave here, because this actually goes lower. Okay, it's uneven, but it's not an anchor trigger wave. They don't come often on the daily time frame, but when they do, it's big cheese. Okay, we have one more here. Okay, not much of a divergence again, because price actually went up. If you see here, from here to here, price actually went up. But you do have the anchor trigger wave. And you do see it was a pretty nice trade of about 30%. Okay, now again, you can take these trades on for yourself and go and test them out on lower time frames, but they are a lot more temperamental and they're a lot more harder to do. Me, daily time frame, longer time frames, I don't really care about rushing to make money every single day. And in fact, every single time I've rushed to make money, I've lost more money. So every time I've been patient, I've made more. So for me, it just always makes sense to do the daily time frame. And as you can see, 60% trades, not bad, right? So next, let's move on to the Ichimoku. Now, one thing I like about the Ichimoku is it does work hand in hand with Market Cypher. They do work very well together. As you can see, these areas here where you have big old anchor, big old trigger wave. I'm going to explain these clouds in a moment, but as you can see, it kind of all looks and works together. Okay. Now, what the Ichimoku strategy is a Chinese agent mythological strategy, which has been used for centuries. In fact, some say since the dawn of time itself. And what it is a combination of moving averages. You've seen how we mentioned about the moving averages earlier. Well, with this, you actually have a few different moving averages. To confirm me on this, I think the cloud is the 200 moving average and a mixture of some other ones. And as they cross, you see the cloud goes from red to green. And then you have these two here, which the yellow is the Kijun, the blue is the Tenkan, and then you have the Chiku span, which it lags behind, okay? So we have the Kijun, we have the Tenkan, and then we have the Chiku span, which lags behind. Now, to explain the Ichimoku strategy for you, it is very simple. Firstly, when the Chiku span crosses the price, it is considered bullish, right? So when this white line here, okay, crosses the price, it's considered that we are now bullish, okay? When it is inside of the cloud, okay, as you can see here, it is classed as neutral. In fact, when anything, which these lines here, which I'm going to show you here, is inside the cloud, it is considered neutral. But the moment it's above, then we are now bullish, okay? As you can see here, here, and now, okay? What you can see is we're coming down, okay? So we're still bullish, Let's say here, we're still bullish. It's getting tough. We're now bearish, okay? Now, this doesn't mean that everything is bearish just because this one line here, okay, is through the line. It just means that it's one thing. That's why I like this, because it's just like you market ciphers. It's a combination of things, right? Okay, next we have the cloud. When the cloud is red, obviously it's bearish. When the cloud is green, it is bullish. Okay. Then we have our moving averages, okay, our other lines here. Tenkan, Kijun, okay? Remember, Tenkan, Kijun, Chica. You don't even need to know. You don't even need to know the specifics, right? Yellow line, blue line, white line, okay? Your blue line and your yellow line are areas of support. So let's say BTC comes down to this blue line. You can see there was a, I remember this was like a crash and everyone was like scared. No, it's this one, right? It came exactly down to the moving average, okay? Same thing, we just balancing around this moving average. Good areas to go long, okay? I'm going to go through the strategies for these longs later. Now, if we break down this one, we have our next line, a final line of defense. And then also the cloud actually also acts as an area of support too. So this is the thing, right? Remember earlier when I was saying, okay, I really am hoping for a pullback down to this, 30K region. The Ichimoku is actually saying no. I don't think we'll come down there. In fact, lowest, I reckon we come down to 34. But we have so much support up and around these 40K regions, these 37K regions, okay, that it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. And as you can see, it was similar in this March, July era, okay? Remember when everybody was calling and they were saying, look, guys, we're coming right back down to this 17K range because we rejected from this area of, this area's support, or it's now resistance, okay? We rejected from here, right? Go back through YouTube, look at videos, right? Everybody's saying we're breaking down, we're coming back down, I'm buying lower. But the white line's bullish. Even it's looking a little bit bearish. In fact, we rejected from there. What saved it? The cloud. The cloud, okay? Again, cloud, bullish. Even when we turned over, we came back to the same level, okay? We was bearish for a little bit in the cloud, then boom, bullish again. Both moving averages break through. Straight through, right? White line breaks through, okay? Which is similarly to what you'll probably see when we go over here, right? Let's have a look at the other history of Bitcoin, right? When we was all the way up at, all-time highs. There was a very nice moment on here, which actually Coach K, I recommend you guys check out his channel. There's a very nice moment where Coach actually said, you know what, we're bearish now. I'm selling everything. I remember the video. It was like, guys, I'm out. And it was around about these levels here. Because we had broken through the cloud. Your white line, right? Your white line has came through. Both of these moving averages have came through with force. We had that little moment, which is like, okay, we're back at 50K. This is your last chance. And we never came to 50K again. Okay, so it is really, really powerful. This averages, these moving averages, let's say. Okay. And there are strategies to trade these across all altcoins. You go to any altcoin, you look at the daily, you're going to see this, okay? So, cross, boom, here. So, the trading strategies for this are simple. The first one is your Kumo breakout. Now, your Kumo breakout is when we break the cloud, we retest the cloud, and is your area to go long. You don't go long on the initial break, which is what I used to do, and I always used to get wrecked. I'd long this candle, this initial break, I'd always long it. And as you can see, sometimes it's a problem. So you always long the initial retest. You long the retest of the cloud, okay? So as you break, you long here, and you actually put your stop loss below the cloud. Then that gives you a nice area on a low leverage, because guys, it's no joke, that's 5%. So 3x is okay. 10x, you're going to be sweating if it comes down to here. Right, so 3 to 5 is nice. 10x is you're gonna be sweating, but sometimes it has to be done. But as you see here, it's a very good area and very good confirmation to go long, and it does not happen often. The next ones are your retest of the cloud. So if we come down, your cloud area is not a bad position to go long, nor is the bottom of the cloud a bad position to go long, nor is your moving averages as a position to go long. And at any time you would put your stop loss below. I personally look at support and resistance from there. So if I'm here, okay, I'm looking to hit the trade, I'm going here, support, here, we come back down to here, okay, where I'm looking at my lower time frames. I'm looking for the next area of support resistance. I'm coming down support resistance. I'm not putting a stop loss below these levels. I mean, obviously it would be a good thingy, but your RR would need to be very good, simply because, you know, 7%, that's a big gap, you know, whereas I could find a 4 hour and find a nice gap there. Same thing if we come down to here, again, support resistance, next level. Okay, but ideally, if you can get below the cloud, you can do it. That is also a good part for a stop loss. Okay, now what I like to do is, when it comes to altcoins, okay, the strategy is simple. I go through my crypto list, I look for my Kumo breakouts. Okay, so let's look at AVAX. Did AVAX have a Kumo breakout? Let's have a look. Okay, I'll go to my daily. I look for my Kumo breakouts. What do I see here? Very nice Kumo breakout on AVAX. We break out on the daily. Again, don't long the daily. We look for the retest of the cloud. We put the stop loss below the cloud, hopefully. Okay, remember, I know you guys want to 10x it. You're not going to be able to 10x it there without cross margin. You're going to get sweaty bum time. So best to keep it lower leverage. And what do we see? A breakout. You know, Neo, another one. I don't even know if this one actually retested. Nope, this one also retested the cloud. So we broke out. We had 4 days here. Remember, these are daily candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actually. Retested the cloud, and boom, we go. The latest one, right, which I'm going to go to my Telegram here and I'm going to show you something. This person says, yo, Tyrell, where you aping in short term? Entry here. Sniped your pitch less there instantly. Great call, by the way. I put short term choppy, long term up only. Love, bro. Entered on 20x. Live. Okay, this is why you should join the Telegram group down below. How did I find that trade? Well, I found that trade by looking at Ape USDT. Okay, go into Coinbase. We're looking at the daily here. Okay. And what do we see? We see a cross. We see the white line just about crossing bullish, even though it's a bit choppy, short-term choppy. We see we are underneath our blue moving average, so that's becoming a resistance. However, we have retested the cloud. So it's a great entry on the breakout. Boom. This would have been the best entry. Okay. This would have been the best entry. However, anywhere in here, averaging orders ain't that bad as long as we've got a stop loss below the cloud. Okay. So short-term choppy, long-term up only. Okay. And that's the way we're entering these trades. And they play out. I mean, again, we did the same thing again on QNT. We look at QNT. Again, QNT, exactly. I was even drawing it out. You see my amazing artwork. But we can see here, I think this was from a live stream or something. I'll clear all this stuff out. And as you can start to see it appear, you can see that, number one, stop loss below the cloud, why it's so important. But number two, you can see, right? We break out. We come straight actually inside the cloud. There's no time to long. Straight inside the cloud. So what's spotted here? Okay, I spot this line here, this support area here. Okay, boom. We break out again. We come down. Boom. Cloud's getting weak. Amazing time to go long. Long here, stop loss below the cloud. Again, look, it's too much for a 10x leverage to put a stop loss below the cloud. But we put a stop loss below the cloud and we're looking absolutely gravy. Absolutely gravy. Beautiful trade. It played out well. You can. I've actually put this in Telegram. Again, I made about 7.5 grand off this trade in a few days. Well, a few weeks. Boom. Okay. Now we're coming down to the fib and whatnot. Okay. But again, another great example of a trade. So I literally just go through, I'm on the daily, I'm looking for these. Obviously, a lot of these have been missed now. They're quite hard to find. But when you find them, they're pretty good. And they're pretty good opportunities. Again, breakout, no retest of the cloud, tough, we didn't get it. Okay, another one, FTM. FTM had a beautiful retest, actually came deep inside the cloud here, which is a great time. Stop loss below the cloud, happy days. Okay, Algorand, let's see, Algorand's on a rally already. Boom, retested the cloud few days after the breakout. So we didn't retest here, that was just a breakout. You can't confirm that. You can't long these candles because they're not confirming outside the cloud. This one confirms out. You put your stop loss edge of the cloud, it triggers. Beautiful, and then we're off to the races. Okay, so I love Ichimoku. The only thing is obviously it's a longer term strategy. But again, when we're looking at longer term strategies with, you know, the Ichimoku strategy, with the market cipher strategy, the daily time frame on your money flow crossovers and your Ichimokus, guys, with 3 to 5x leverage, you're looking at big old moves on these alts, man. That's 360%, you know, 70 something percent, 370%, you know, with 3 to 5x leverage, you know, with only a risk of, if you longed from the cloud here, put your stop loss below, you know, 3 to 5x leverage, not bad, right? Risky, but not bad, right? $1,000, decent RR, right? Actually ridiculous RR. You guys don't know how to calculate RR, click the long icon in the top right, look at your long, look at your risk, right? 7 to 1, 7 to 1. And when you're looking at taking profits, okay, so firstly, that should explain to you everything you need to know about the different trading strategies. Now we're going to get into when to take profits. The way I calculate taking profits, and I recommend you guys keep this chart with you, is very simple. Okay, I calculate taking profits by using a chart, which I've got a whole YouTube video on, and I'm going to go over it again in this one. But it's by using a chart called the market cycles, okay, the Bitcoin cycles. Now, the Bitcoin cycles are based off of the BTC halving periods. And how we calculate that is just by running the estimate on Bitcoin halvings and matching that with the chart. Okay, so as we can see here, we have a rundown of all of the different halvings. Okay, all the way from the very first halving when Bitcoin was a little baby down at, you know, a few $100s. Okay, and I've broken down the chart down to the estimate of each of these BTC halvings. Now, if we take a look at the chart, what we can see is there are phases. Now, I base the areas of which I am taking profit based on the different phases that we are in within the market cycles. Okay. For example, we are currently entering the 4th BTC halving, coming out of the 3rd BTC halving. We are currently in the mid-cap cycle, okay, entering the altcoin season. So how did I play this? Firstly, I entered altcoins before the altcoin cycle. So I was entering altcoins, and guys, I've got a whole bloody YouTube videos. I released a crypto list. I've got tons of content buying altcoins during this period, even actually into the early stages of this period. Okay. Why? Because I know that this is going to be the time. Historically, it might not be guaranteed, but to my strategy, which is what I'm following, if I lose, I lose, right? It's going to be a time for altcoins. It turned out to be, hooray, the time for altcoins. And what happened is all of the altcoins in the lists have pumped. Do I think they are finished yet? Well, let's have a look at the next cycle. The next cycle are altcoins. So what does this mean? This means that altcoins are going to start to go. So what I start to do is I start to move my profits from the Bitcoin, from the larger market cap alts into altcoins. Now, before BTC halving. How did that play out? It's played out pretty darn well. We've got into some of the altcoins, as you can see, Castor, okay, which if we look at the daily, is performing pretty darn well, okay, up 100%. Okay, we got into Me token, which, as you can see again, if we look at the daily, pretty darn well already, 200%. Nothing compared to what's about to come for these tokens, right? Blockbank, if we look at the daily, okay, from the bottom, not saying like we got in at the bottom, I'm just saying 20x, right? 2,187%. Not stopping yet. Okay, Exceed Me, similar thing. I think it's like 2x, 100 and something percent. Nothing crazy. Okay, boom. Never mind Nakamoto Games. Never mind Dreams Quest, all the other tokens. Okay. Now, let's talk about narratives. Okay, because if we're looking at altcoins are driven by narratives. Now, what is a narrative? Your narratives is that momentum, that social media momentum that we need in crypto to have assets that we know are going to do well. To find narratives it takes a little bit of experience. Okay, to help you out, I've taken a list of narratives. Okay, so if you go inside this gamma, links in the description. Okay, go to the crypto list, which is in the portfolio section down here. Take a look at this. Okay, I've got the list of tokens, and I've also got a list of possible narratives that will perform fairly well, okay, for free inside of here. Okay, we've got narratives pre-BTC halving, which, haha, bonk. Okay, narratives post-BTC halving, which, again, Myriad Games, maybe strong no. Okay, gaming. We posted this before Alex Becker put out these videos, okay? Big up Alex Becker, big up all these guys, for real. But we posted this before, okay? Alex Becker's experienced. We're all experienced. We know game is going to do well. We know Launchpads are going to do well, okay? How's it looking? Let's have a look. What Launchpads do we have? Remember, this was posted before. What Launchpads do we have right now, okay? Paid network. How is it looking? Very nice. 22 cents. How are we looking from, the daily perspective? Where do we come up from? Less than a cent. Now we're at 22. Let's get the measuring stick out. Here to here, 2.8x. Amazing. Okay. Here to top, almost a 5x. Amazing. We're on a discount right now. Great time. Okay. Again, there are times where you might think, okay, I'm nervous. I don't know what's going on. Refer back to that sheet. Go, okay, Launchpads are going to do well. Look at the list. Look at the chart and go, okay, we're not even in altcoin season yet. I've got time. Paid networks on a 30% discount. We're not in altcoin season yet. I'm getting in. That's the way I'm looking at this. That's the way I'm using these sheets, okay? And BTC is just a catalyst for that. If I see BTC on a pullback, coming towards this range, okay, coming towards this trend line, coming towards this 33K, okay, or hopefully maybe 37K, altcoins are going to be crashing. Everybody else is going to be selling. They're all going to be saying that it was all a lie. ETF was a lie. It's all going down. I'm going to be buying that. Why? Because I'm looking at my plan and I'm going, right, we still got 2 years left. We've still got more time. It's not even altcoin season yet. Okay? That's the way I'm looking at. And when am I taking profits? Well, historically, okay, remember, this has been working for me amazing so far. Historically, the 2 years after BTC halving, somewhere between this has been all-time high and the time to take profit. So at any period, I see BTC surpass all-time high and make a new all-time high. After the BTC halving will be the time when I start to take profits. I won't take all my profits out. I won't jump out, but I will take some money off of the table. It will be gone. And I'll be buying other assets with that. And I'll explain the assets, okay? So here we see all-time high. Let's say we surpass it in August. of 2024, what I will do is I will go through my larger market cap altcoins and I will start to take profit from my larger market cap altcoins. My small market caps, I will keep them because we are still in altcoin season. Makes sense? My Elrond, I'll take some profit on it. Movie Games will probably be a big altcoin by that time. I'll start to take profit on it. All these ones, I'll start to take profit on it. My smaller ones, I'll actually leave them. Where most people go wrong is they take profit from their smaller market cap altcoins during an alt season, which isn't bad, but they end up taking the profits too early on the smaller market cap altcoins and missing out on altcoin season. And everything just does 10x, 20x, and they're like, rah, I had that coin. I remember doing that with Sam Token. I sold it, then I brought it back, and I sold it, then I brought it back. Right? So remember that. Okay, and that's as simple as it gets. When it comes to your tokens, you need to learn something called tokenomics, okay, which I'm going to explain with CoinMarketCap, and I'm also going to explain in due diligence for private sales, which you can skip to when you want to learn about private sales. Okay, so with larger market cap altcoins, when calculating the areas and the times in which you want to take profit, I recommend searching them on CoinMarketCap. Let's take Solana. Okay, because I know Solana is trending right now. It's a good one. Okay, so we go Sol. I want to search it on this one. Okay, so we have Solana. Let's also get it up on the chart. So we go to our chart. We type in Solana. We look at Solana on Binance. The first thing I must say, big up yourself if you got inside Solana. Absolutely pumping. We can see on Market Cypher, we're not slowing down. We're still bullish. It's going to continue. It's probably looking like it's got the momentum to surpass all-time high. We see a very obvious money flow crossover and anchor trigger wave to the upside from here. Since then, we have seen a 190% rise. Since the bottom on Solana, it's a 10x. Crazy. Congratulations to everybody that got involved. Okay. Now, Solana, you might be asking yourself, is it going to slow down? Well, if we look at Market Cypher, no. Right? In the long term, it's not going to slow down. In the short term, maybe, right? We see the VWAP messing about. We see, a lot of red and yellow dots, which usually when you start to see this, it starts to get choppy. Red, yellow, red, yellow. But money flow is not going to slow down. It's probably going to start to look thick like this again. So we look at the daily with the altcoins and we go, okay, thick in the money. It's looking good. It's looking good. It's looking juicy. So how do I calculate my scope for gains? Well, I'm going to calculate my scope for gains, not just on the price, but also on the market cap. So we look at the market cap, and here it's going to take a pinch of salt, and it's also you're going to have to change your mindset from a trader to an investor. Now, what do I mean by that? When you are a trader, you are just trading the chart. When you are an investor, you are investing into technology. You're investing and looking at the scope for gains, right? Let's say you was investing in a watch. Well, when you're buying a watch and you're a trader of the watch, you're buying it for that short-term profit, right? You're a watch trader. You're a wholesaler. You buy that watch, you sell it for 500 quid profit. When you're a watch investor, you buy that for a long-term scope to hold it. You're looking at whether that watch is going to get discontinued. You're looking at the supply and the demand. You're looking at the supply of how many watches are in supply and how many watches are in demand. How many people are buying these watches, okay? Same thing for investing when it comes to investing in altcoins. You need to know the supply, the demand, the whole estate of what's going on. And there's plenty of tools I'm going to help you with in this video to go through that. The first thing is fairly simple. It's just market cap, right? You look at the market cap. Very simple. $41 million, right? You go to the list and rankings of cryptocurrencies. You look at the chart. Market cap. Now, Ethereum's market cap is 21 27 million. Well, sorry, 275 million. Okay. You look at Solana's market cap, which is 41 million. So if, as an investor, I'm not going to say my opinions. I'm going to allow you to download this and kind of use this. If as an investor, you look at Solana and you go, okay, do I think Solana can do better than Ethereum? Then I know that I've got around a 5x in it to where it gets to. So I can look at it and I go, okay. Then I can look at the chart and I can go, okay, are we 5x away? What's 5x from here? Can it do it? Well, as a chart perspective, we're not. Okay, 5x, 500%. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that looks reasonable. Looks reasonable, to be honest. Just another all-time high. Okay, now you have to consider this. Ethereum will also grow, right? Because as the whole crypto market grows, all the market caps grow. So Ethereum will probably actually be a higher market cap. So it doesn't even have to surpass it. It just has to meet where it is now. Okay. Another thing, ecosystem as a whole. Again, when I was mentioning about, watches, imagine if you was a real estate investor, you're looking at all real estate in the area. Is it appreciating? Well, you actually start to look at the restaurants in the area. You start to look at the foot traffic. You start to look at all of these other things which affect it. And in crypto, you look at the ecosystem. What's trending right now? Solana ecosystem projects. So you look at the ecosystem projects. You go, okay, the Graph, Chainlink, Bonk, Helium, Terra Luna, Arweave. Okay, you look at the 7-day on these. Solana SHIB. So what's trending right now? Meme coins on Ethereum. Meme coins on Solana. What popped off last cycle? Meme coins on BNB. What shot the price up? Part of it was meme coins on BNB. So I start to add the two together and go, okay, maybe Solana does still have some scope for gains here, okay? Now, it's exactly the same in any other investment, right? Let's say we're looking at gaming, okay? And we're going, okay, gaming as a whole. What projects in gaming haven't really pumped too much? Well, the first one that's popping on my list right now is Sand. Let's have a look at Sand, right? I look at Sand and I go, okay, all the gaming projects out there have pumped crazy. Sand, not really. It's not really done much. From bottom to top, it's not even 100%. Sad story for Sand. For now, I don't think it's going to stay like that. Same as Decentralized and all these ones here. I look at the chart as a trader. I go, okay, right, boom, we had our Kumo retest. We got sent out to the next area, which was our daily high. Looking pretty good. Money flows on the way out. Could be tough, but that's probably only because we're at resistance. Let me try getting at about 0.4. Where's my scope for gains here? When am I looking to take profit? Well, let me look at the gaming ecosystem as a whole. Gaming ecosystem is trending. It continues to grow. The market cap of gaming is only 19 million. There's a volume of 2.1 million a day. The market cap of Solana is 150 million. Market cap of gaming, 19 million. So if we get to half the market cap of that, that's no. Wait, let's have a look. 150, what's half of that? 60 something. No, 80. So yeah, just under 80 million. So yeah, we can almost do a 3x, and the whole market cap of the whole of gaming, and not even be half the size of Solana, which, as we've already seen, isn't even the best. So gaming, which contributes to Solana a lot, half the market cap of that, it looks good, right? It looks good. There's more, okay? There's more when it comes to looking into these things. Another thing that you can do, which is super basic again, is Google Trends. And I think so many people overlook Google Trends. I think a lot of people overcomplicate things. They just overcomplicate it basically. But you can also use Google Trends to have a look at how things work. And I used to use this in e-commerce a lot, like so much. I used Google Trends to make me money in e-commerce. And it's such a powerful tool that's overlooked, especially in the cryptocurrency market, right? Let's start with Bitcoin. Okay, just to give you an example. When we look at the cycles, so we looked at the market cap cycles, so the market cycles, we looked at the chart, we looked at the trends, okay? But we're trying to have a look at, okay, when is it the best time to sell? Well, when the trends get high, it's usually when there's a lot of retail involved, which is usually when the big boys get out and the bear market comes, right? What do we see now? Google Trends Worldwide is only just peaking, only just ticking up, but nowhere near as high as we was in 2021, and nowhere near as we was in 2017. Nowhere near, right? So if you used to put a little downwards trend, we're still not even where the downwards trend is, okay? If you was to say that more and more people get into Bitcoin, social media as a whole has expanded, it's a whole new generation of people involved, we are nowhere near the highs for Bitcoin. We're nowhere near the social media standard of Bitcoin, even with the ETF and all of these things involved, okay? Now let's have a look at crypto gaming. I think this one's going to be performing pretty well, but let's see. Okay, crypto gaming. You can see crypto gaming as a whole, nowhere near as much as we was in 2021. Yet, crypto games are flying. So if I'm in a crypto gaming project right now, I'm in a Mutable X, I've made a few X return. I'm in a Myriad Games, I've made a 10X on my money. I put 10 grand in, I've got 100 grand now of Myriad Games. And I'm looking at the whole market. Instead of taking all my money out and buying a house and hanging up my boots, me personally, I'm taking my 100 grand and I'm spreading it across crypto gaming. Because I'm going, okay, I've made my 10X. Instead of just exiting the market, I'm going to spread this across crypto gaming. And I'm doing this myself. I've got 24 Myriad nodes. I'm taking the money from the Myriad nodes. I'm spreading it across smaller games. I'm spreading it across, more crypto investments. Because as an ecosystem as a whole, we are nowhere near as big as we need to be, right? As big as we even was at the peak of 2021. Nowhere near. Okay, now again, lagging indicator. This is lagging. It updates, takes forever. But it just shows you an example that we're nowhere near where we was before, okay? Even if you scroll through TikTok, look at YouTube, reviews are only just starting to peak up. And that's just because of the ETF and BTC halving, okay? Now, there's a few more things. One of them is token unlock. Now, token unlocks are massive for this, and you can find this on CryptoRank. So head over to a website called CryptoRank and use token unlocks to see when coins can dump. So for example, if you look at Solana, I think Solana's unlocks are done, but even me, I'm not too sure. Click vesting, okay? And you can see Solana's 88% unlocked. So pretty good, almost fully diluted, 88% unlocked. Yeah, pretty much finished. Okay, you can see all the vesting terms here: communities, seed investors, team investors, And guys, this is why private sales, which I'm going to teach you about later, is why private sales are so powerful. Because if we look at the ROI that you would have had as an early investor to Solana, it's ridiculous. 43,000%. You don't get that in property. You don't get it on a watch. You don't get it on a car. But you can see here 43,000% ROI to this price, all-time high 1,107%. And who got this? Jump Capital, Almeida Research, Multicoin, CoinShares, Sino Global, CMS, Polychain Capital, right? A16Z led the round. They're sat on multi-million-dollar positions of Solana, okay? But anyway, you get to see the vesting. Okay, so let's say we have a look at Nakamoto Games. We go, okay, Nakamoto Games, pump in. Let's have a look at the vesting period, okay? I know this vesting period because I am in Nakamoto Games. As we see here, the ROI is currently 8x for the IDO, right? Which is why IDOs, ICOs are going to be super important, guys. 9x, 9.11x. So if you put in 10 grand, you would now be set on $91,000. Okay, $91,000 you'd now be set on. Okay, so from IDO, by the way, public price, not private, not seed. Okay, so we have a look at the vesting periods. We go vesting. We can see that only 24% of Naka is unlocked. There is still a lot more to be unlocked. Now there is some untracked here to see here, but we can also see the vesting periods. Now we see here private round is complete. That was complete months ago. Private round 2 complete months ago. Okay. Now, seed round is currently linearly unlocked, right? So that means these seed investors are eating a lot. Every day they're eating. They might be selling. Angel investors, same thing. Probably not, because you seed and angel investors are usually ones there. It's usually these guys that get out late, and obviously public sale guys. These guys are just royal dumpers, right? But these guys will probably stay in for a longer time, okay? Now, as you can see here, these are all your tokenomics. So any crypto project, if you ever get sent a project, you ever want to get involved in a project, go to CryptoRank, check it out. Check your Google Trends, check your market cap, compare it, right? The next one I want to show you is market cap of, okay? So when I calculated Myria, I said to you guys, Myria is a direct competition of Gala Games. I'm investing into Myria because I feel like, okay, as an investor, as a dreamer, right? As Martin Luther King, I have a dream, right? I think it's going to hit the market cap of Gala Games. Initially, it was a pipe dream. Some people were saying yes, some people were saying no. Now we're only 10x away. Before, we was like 30, 40x away. Now we're only 10x away. Since I made that video, Myria's done a 10x in price. So, again, not far away, okay? And I do think it's going to reach that. An all-time high, 55x from this current price. Do I think it can get there? The bull market will surprise you, my friend. It really, really will. So yeah, Myria Games, 0.5 cent price target. That's the price target for Myria Games, 0.5 cents, right? And that's the things I'm putting together, okay? So when you're looking at games, it's the same in any industry. If I'm on a street of houses and I buy one house, I'm looking at the houses around it to see where the valuation of it is. I'm looking at the garden, all of these things, whatever I can get it to equate the value. I'm doing it up. I'm making it modern. This one's got a loft. I've got a loft. You know, this one's got a nice garden. I'm making a nice garden. Right? We're getting the rent to the same place. If it's undervalued, I'm buying it, appreciating it. Right? Same thing in this. Okay. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into it. As you can see, I've listed it out. But again, another thing that you can do. Okay. And what you can do is you can put all of these things together to give you a more focused mindset on how you can get there, right? A more easy way to see it, okay? So let's head on to the next steps in the tutorial. I've got a few things written down, but that you now should understand a lot of things, right? You should understand tokens, you should understand how to find tokens, how to buy crypto, how to cycle that crypto into different coins. You know, you're not just taking profit from one thing, you're cycling it into the other things, right? You're not just entering it and getting straight out. Like I said with the Myria Games situation, I'm up 10x on Myria Games, but there's still 10x more gains to be had. We're not even in altcoin cycle yet, and gaming as a whole is a quarter the size of Solana. Still opportunity. Maybe instead of just taking my whole profit out, I take a little bit out and I spread it across different games. Make sense? Exactly, right? So it's all starting to come together now, okay? Now, let's get into your trading, okay? Now, when it comes to trading, you need to plan your trades, right? So we've explained altcoins, we've explained portfolio. In fact, before we get onto trading, okay, I just want to explain about portfolio, right? And how I build a portfolio. So I designed this here to give you an example, but as you can see down here, this is a more easier example of a portfolio, okay? This is an example portfolio. In fact, it is basically my portfolio, as you can see, and it's divided between $100,000. You got $1 million, $10 million, there you go. If you got $1,000, $10,000, there you go. Okay, just figure it out, right? Here you can see it's divided between layer ones, layer twos, Bitcoin. It's divided between gaming tokens, okay, main portfolios, which like your main coins you're looking at, DeFi, riskier micro cap tokens, everything, and it's spread evenly across it. The biggest issue that I had when I first started was misallocating my portfolio. I would put more money into some tokens than other tokens, and I wouldn't balance out my portfolio. yeah, I might do a little flip here and there. I might put, couple grand into this thing, which is more than what I'd usually put, but I've got confidence in it. But I forget to rebalance it after. So when I make my profits, I'd end up holding that instead of balancing that out again and rebalancing my portfolio how it was before. Over the cycle, it's 2 years. It only takes a few days for something to do 10x. So you might be in a situation where it's similar. Remember, rebalance that out, okay? Then, as you can see here, it's divided between trading, which is a minute amount of the overall portfolio. When we're going to get into trading, I'm going to show you about leverage. You don't need to have a lot of money. You just need to understand risk management and leverage, okay? Top 5 alts. These are your things on CoinMarketCap, Solana, Ethereum, okay? These ones, right? Large market cap alts. It's in the list again. Smaller altcoins. A big portion of my portfolio right now. Okay, private sales, I'm going to explain that later on. Okay, NFTs is now starting to become a portion of my portfolio. Remember, at the start of this video, I was talking about Bitcoin punks. These NFTs, boy, you better learn, figure it out. I'm going to explain about NFTs in this video. You better learn NFTs because money to be made, right? Then, okay, so now you understand about portfolio. Portion of that portfolio, trading account, right? In that trading account, I'm going to be using leverage, okay? And now leverage ratio is equated towards what I'm trading. For example, let's say I'm using 10-to-1 leverage. This means I can trade $10 for every $1 of my own capital. I can take $10 from the bank, $1 in, $10 leverage, okay? You've seen Michael Saylor use a similar thing with Bitcoin. When he's taking loans out and buying Bitcoin, that's smart leverage, okay? We've seen he almost had to pay back some of them positions, but he didn't. Now he's mega rich. You can do the same thing with a small amount of money. The issue that you're going to have is not calculating your position size correctly, right? So I'm going to show you how to calculate your position size. You calculate your total position size by multiplying your own capital by the leverage ratio. For example, right, your capital times leverage ratio. So let's hop over to Binance. Let's do Binance. Okay, let's hop over to my assets. I don't think it let me withdraw this from earliest tutorial. Let's have a look. I should still have my $100 from this morning's tutorial. Yes, we do. Okay. Now let's hop over to futures. Now we'll need to transfer some over. I think actually I need to go through the futures tutorial as well. So if you're new to Binance, this is probably going to help you as well. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to open this futures account. Okay, so I'm going to click open now. Interesting. Referral code. Continue. Okay. Now, whenever you're on an exchange, if you are new to futures trading, I recommend following this stuff. Okay, go through the FAQs, go through the step-by-steps. Obviously, in this video, it's a tutorial style video, so I'm going to break a few of these things down for you, okay, such as futures contracts, options, leverage tokens, okay? So let's start off with leverage stuff, okay? Trade, we go down to margin, okay? Then we're going to see something like this, okay? Now, whether you're using Binance, Bybit, Bitflex, any crypto exchange you use, the overall structure of it is the same, right? So for example, we've got Bybit here, boom, and as you can see, if I go over to Bybit, I click, trade margin, for example, it just looks exactly the same, let it load, boom, then I click here. Yeah, it just looks exactly the same. You can see we've got the margin account, market limit. I'm going to explain all these things for you. I'll explain on Binance because Binance looks a bit more complicated. So if I can explain Binance to you and you can understand it, you can understand any of these things. Okay, so yeah, you look at Binance over here, look at Bybit, it's the same. Bitflex is exactly the same. Any exchange that you sign up to is going to look pretty much like this, but Binance, to be fair, looks the most complicated. So I'm going to break this down for you. Okay, so with any exchange, you can search your tokens you want to trade in the search bar. Top searches are going to show up. And you can also see the pair which you're going to trade it with. So you see BNB USDT, BTC USDT, Ethereum USDT, Solana USDT, and the options of leverage which you can trade here. 10x, 5x, all the way down. Then you can also see the order book on the left here. In my opinion, guys, don't even worry about the order book, because most of it's just bots. Like, it's some matrix thing. It's bots. It's fake. You can spoof orders. You can put an order in, take it down. It looks like an order, and it's going to confuse you a lot. Like, I see so many people like, oh, order book. But yeah, man, like, you can be on a whale alert just by transferring money from one wallet to another wallet. It gets people panicking, so don't worry about this. But this really does help for filling positions, so if you're looking to take profit on a position, you can see, okay, people are buying for this much. I can click this much here and I'll be able to sell it, which I'll show you later on. Okay, then you can actually see different pairs over here. So if I click BNB, I can see all the pairs which I can actually trade my BNB for. Same for TUSDT or any other tokens, right? Let's just take USDT, for example. Now, here I can also see the info of the token, the trading data, trading analysis as well, and the chart. Me personally, I just use the chart. You can see the volume over here, okay, and the different time frames for the chart as well. But remember, guys, as I mentioned before, I usually chart on TradingView, but obviously you have to put the trade on Binance or any exchange that you're using. So I come to this mainly just to put trades on. However, for certain tokens, like recently I was trading Myriad Games, and Myriad on one exchange was a completely different price to another exchange. So sometimes it is good just to have a look at the chart and see, okay? Now, when it comes to entering your position, as you can see over here, obviously BTC GBP will be delisted soon because, yeah, I know, guys, I know Binance in the UK is a problem. It doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. I know. Okay, but, okay, let's, for example, let's do BTC USDT. So we go to the search bar. We see BTC USDT. We have a nice amount of Bitcoin over here. And we have an available balance of Bitcoin over here. So we have a nice amount of USDT, and a nice amount of Bitcoin in the account here as well. So I take a nice sip of the coffee. Now, as you can see, we have the amount which we can trade here, and it gives us the price. Now, when we add leverage to it, so if I add a bit of leverage, I have to do a quiz. So let's do the quiz. Start now. Upon receiving a margin call notification, what should you do? Reduce your position and pay the debt. Under which circumstances would a liquidation be triggered? The margin level has reached the liquidation threshold. The current margin level has reached the initial margin. The total debt is less than the total interest. Nope, the margin is there. To assess the risk of your margin account, you can use the margin level, which is calculated using the following formula. Margin level, total assets plus total acquired interest. Margin level, total debt plus, okay, I can just prompt the answers. What's that? Okay. Total debt, total acquired. I think it's this one. Yep. Factors affecting your cross margin maximum borrow limit include VIP level. All of the above. Factors affect your isolated maximum borrow limit include trading tier, all of the above. When facing a loss, you shouldn't increase the investments. Can you identify the sentence correctly that explains margin interest rate? The margin interest rate fluctuates based on the market. The margin interest rate based on the time of borrowing. When the liquidation threshold is reached, what is the most accurate description of the outcome for your margin trading account? Trading will not be possible with this wallet. The system will automatically sell your assets and repay your outstanding debt. All of the above. Prompt answers, all correct. So there you go, guys. That was like a quick explanation of margin. You can probably copy off that as well if you ever get a quiz. So as you can see, my position right now is low risk because I haven't used much margin. But as I go and use my 5x margin, I can buy at market price and I can trade at either cross or isolated margin. Now, isolated margin, okay, means that anything I lose will not affect my account. Cross margin means my trades are affecting my whole account. For example, in my Bybit account, if I go to Bybit actually uses like your whole account for the trading too. So if I go to assets, unified trading accounts, not my whole account, but my unified trading account, I think I have like $1,000 or something in there. But as you can see, I have Ape, like $1,000 at Ape. If I lose my $1,000, my whole trading account here will gone. So if I had like $1,000 of Myria, Ape, Bet Solana, all that will be gone to pay the debt of the trade. So you have to be very careful when using cross margin. However, cross margin is also good because in a bull run, when stuff's going up, you can use the extra margin to put on more trades. So however you use it, make sure you have a strategy to use it. Okay, isolated margin is, to be honest, what I recommend you start off with. So then you're all good. Okay, you're all good and gravy with that. So for the sake of it, let's start off with isolated margin. Okay, so let's transfer some spot to my isolated margin account for my BTC USD pair, and let's send over $100. Okay, now for the sake of the video and for the sake of entertainment, let's put on a nice long. Let's put the max on. The max we can do is here. Once on a leverage adjustment switch, borrow limit will be based on here. 10x leverage, confirm. Now any trade I put, for every $10 I put on, okay, I get 10 times more. Okay, 10 times more for my position. So let's do it. Okay, let's go ahead and let's put $20 on, buy BTC 10x leverage at market, and as you can see it's filled. And then let's go ahead and check out my position, which should appear at the bottom. Okay, so we can see position is open. We go back to the spot. In fact, let's make sure it was on market, normal, borrow, pay. And now we have 10x leverage trade on. All we have to do is go down. You see the number 1 is pinged here. Positions is open. And you can see I have my P&L, my liquidation price, to liquidation, the price in which the trade was took, and the value, which is 10 times more than my trade. Okay, which is all here. And the trade is now open. Okay, so that's a quick example of how to trade. Now there are a few, well, there's a whole plethora of things when it comes to trading to take into account when you are trading leverage. Okay, one of the things is calculating your position size with your leverage. Okay, remember, if I want to trade with $1,000, maybe I can trade with $100, but with 10x leverage instead. Here's an example. Suppose you have $1,000 and you use 10-to-1 leverage, that 10x leverage. Okay, you calculate your position size. Your capital is $1,000. Your leverage ratio is 10-to-1, and your position size is $1,000 times 10, which is going to give you $10,000. Okay, the scenario is you open a leverage position with 10 grand. If the market moves in your favor by 5% gain, then you're going to get a profit of 5%. That's $500. Okay, let's run that back because I know that's gone over your head. You're trading with $1,000. Your leverage is 10-to-1. Your total position size is $1,000 times 10, $10,000. Okay. You open a position with your 10 grand. Okay. It's not really 10 grand, it's 1,000, right? If the market moves by 5%, you make $500. Okay. A comparison. without leverage, a 5% gain on your $1,000 would have only been $50, right? Which means now your profit, okay, is 5% of $1,000, which is $50. Okay, does that make sense? So you get 10 times the reward, but it's at 10 times the risk. Okay, now when we look at some of the trades out there and we go to plan a trade, let's plan a trade together. Okay, we look at our trades. So we go back to our trading view. Okay, we go back to our, let's actually take the ape coin. Let's take one of the trades that we was looking at. Okay, let's take ape. Okay, let's say I want to trade and I want to take the long on ape from the Kumo breakout and the nice little trigger wave that we're getting on Market Cypher. Okay, we see that today there's a nice dip on the table. Okay, so I set a long order. Okay, I set a long order from here. Okay, I plan my long. Okay, my stop loss doesn't really need to be too far down the cloud. Like that there's a bit much. Let's set a long order of about 9%. Okay, I set a 9%. Now, my take profit, I go into my longer time frames. Let's hide that a second. Let's go to my longer time frames. Look at my weekly. Okay, let's look at the next leg up. So we have a nice leg up to about here, and then we have a nice leg up to about here. So let's just measure that. From here to here is 40%. Here to here, 75, 91, 200%. Okay, might sound crazy now. Just wait for it to play out. Okay, so we zoom out. We set the long order. We set the long order from support. So let's zoom in again, make sure we get this perfect. So here's a nice support over here. Here's also a nice support. Let's say we get a nice wick down. Take profit 1, 38%, which is a 3.3 risk to reward. Anything above a 2 is okay. Yep, take profit 2 is about, take profit 1, 3.2. Take profit 2, 98. And the rest of it 200%. All in all, nice. Okay, so here what we do is 10x leverage. It's a bit too much. 10% on isolated margin would hit our liquidation. 5x leverage is okay, but that's 50%. So we're risking $500 to potentially win. Let's say we only hit TP1. On a 5x leverage is 200, and let's say we're putting in $500. So to calculate the maths, I'm timesing 40% by 5x, okay, which gives us 200%. Just let's keep it simple. Okay, so I'm going to make 200% on my investment, or I'm going to lose 50% on my investment. Okay, so to me, not too shabby. Okay, not too shabby. That to say that's TP1. Okay, so meaning I could take this trade for every 3 times. I only need to be right once to technically make profit. Okay, so I place this trade. Okay, all I do is I go back to my Binance account. Okay, I type in ape. Hopefully it's ape BTC. Oh, lovely. Okay, then I transfer. Let's use max 3x. I want 5x leverage, so I go to my cross. Okay, transfer. I go to my fiat and spot. I type in BTC. Got my $20. Amazing, right? And then here, okay, let's just do the max for the sake of the video. I'll go to limit order instead of market order. I'll look at my price. Let's go to a lower time frame so it's clearer. You can also see it on the right here, 1.4 something. Okay. Go down. You can see it is, let's put it down a bit, 1.565. Let's go 1.565. I'll go back. I'll go 1.565. Sorry for the price. Oh, well, actually, I will need to do it for its BTC pair, which in this case is going to be a little bit toughy to do because obviously it's 2 BTC. So let's go to USDT. Apologies for that. It is a long tutorial. Pardon me. I know a lot of people will be like, oh my God, it's thinking. I know. Right. Let's do USDT. Let's see if we've got any fish. I don't even know if we've got any spare USDT left, guys. We haven't got any spare USDT left. We have $1. So fortunately, I won't be able to put on. In fact, yes, I will. I will do it for the trades, right? We have Ape. Let's go over to it on Bybit. Well, it's a great example, to be fair. Let's type in Ape. Let's do it on derivatives, actually. Ape USDT. USDT perpetual over here. Okay. And let's have a look. Let's go to limit. And this is why I always have bear exchanges, because sometimes you have money in one, you don't have money in the other. Okay. Now, we look at 1.567. We go back. We go here. 1.567. Let's put on $100. Limit order. And we should see the order here. Here we go. Good thing is with trading platforms is you can see the order on the screen. So as you can see, here is my order. If we come down to this level, which is starting to look a bit more likely on top profit up here, you can see if we come down here, it's going to hit my order. Okay, the leverage is, to be honest, way too much. It should be about 5x leverage. I will change that. Okay, boom. And as you can see, if I look at my current orders, you can see 1,000 Ape, order price 1.5, hasn't filled yet. The order price is a limit order, and you can see the price in which it is at. Okay, so that is how to price a trade. So that is how to place a trade, and that's how to calculate your leverage for your positions. Now the key points to remember are as follows. Remember when we discussed on Binance, we discussed that margin call. Guys, you don't want to over risk your stuff. You're going to get margin called. And in this game, when we've already showed you how early you are in the market, there's no point getting margin called loads of times. In fact, sometimes it's even better just to play altcoins instead. Stay off leverage trading completely if you can't stop gambling, and only risk a small amount of that portfolio. Look at how big that portfolio was, and only 10% of it is involved in, trading, right? Because yeah, it can grow, right? And then you can move it into other things. But if you lose it all, it isn't going to affect you. The worst thing you can do is be trading with all of your net worth and then lose it, right? Look at all the people, when you see liquidations on the heat maps and stuff like that, there were millions and millions of dollars liquidated every single day. The next thing is risk management. I've shown you how to do the risk management. Instead of trading with $1,000, right? Trade with 50 and do 10x leverage, right? Instead of trading with $10,000, trade with $1,000, right? Just try risk it lower, and obviously judge it with your support and resistance, right? And you can do all the maths and divide it by your position size to get your risk and all that nice jazz too, right? And sensible use. Be sensible, right? This is an easy way to gamble. Super easy at your fingertips. But don't get drawn into it, because the moment that you get drawn into it, you're going to fall behind where you was before. There's no point. Not when there's so much gains to be made on the market. Look at Ape, for example. Ape coin is miles away from all-time high. Do I know if it will get there? I don't know, hopefully. But if it does get there, you know, you're talking a 30x, almost 30x, right? Almost 3,000%. Yeah, about 1,500% from its current price. So, you know, it's sometimes better just to hold the thing, you know, and hold the asset instead of trying to trade it every time, you know. But again, that's why we trade with such low leverage, okay? Now, in terms of strategy, right, I always say, right, this is a little trick from my e-commerce days. Advertising, right, like trading, is a strategy. When I'm trading Facebook ads, right, you guys don't know, I made most of my money from Facebook advertising, e-commerce, drop shipping, and coaching, right? When I'm doing this stuff, I'm doing it with a strategy, right? But when money gets involved, it can become very hard to use a strategy. It can become so hard to follow a strategy step by step. So you can find yourself scanning YouTube, watching this strategy, and watching somebody else who makes $100 a day. Then you try and do it, and it doesn't work, right? That's why I try to explain this in such a casual manner, so easy, because for you, whether it's step by step or whether it's not, it's going to be hard when you do it yourself. You've got your own personal barriers, it's your own money. It's going to be hard to do it, right? You're going to fail over and over again, but guess what? That's normal, right? And I've been there, okay? And what I can tell you is this. When you test the strategy, it's very simple. All you need to do is 3 things. And if this is the only thing you get from this trading section, so be it. But there's only 3 things that you need to remember when it comes to trading. And that is test, optimize, and scale it, right? By test, I mean test different strategies. I've showed you the MACD, I've showed you the RSI, I've showed you the Ichimoku, and I've showed you the market cipher trading strategy. Within there is a million other strategies within there. You can trade money flow crossovers, you can trade Kumo breakouts, you can trade MACDs, right? You can trade, you know, RSI bullish divergences. You can trade it on the daily time frame, 4-hour time frame, 15-minute time frame. You can alternate all of these things and test them, okay? When you test them like science, like when you was back in grade school, when you was back in primary, secondary school. You limit the variables. You only test one thing with a fixed amount of money. If you've got $1,000, only test money flow crossovers on the 4-hour or the daily with a maximum free risk to reward with only $100 with the exact same stop loss. And you, my friend, can test that, optimize on it. So if it's not working for you, look at yourself and think, why isn't this working? Am I sticking to the strategy? Am I changing it? Then when you find something that works over a specific period of time, let's say 3 to 6 months, you stick with it. And then you can start to increase it. Because what so many people forget about trading is you can actually supplement your trading balance with your own income and create compound interest on the profits. Let's say you have a strategy which is working for you, and over, you know, the period of 3 months, you've seen your account increase by 100%, 150%. Well, if it's only with $1,000, it's going to take a long time for you to get rich. But what you can do is you can go, okay, I like this. Let me slap 5K in the account. Stick with the same strategy. Keep it the same. Let me slap 10K in the account, right? And then start compounding. Let me take the profits that I'm making from this and let me start to put that in some altcoins, right? Remember to take it off the exchange, not your keys, not your crypto. I'm going to explain all that stuff later on, but take it off the exchange, move it later, okay? I'm going to add Market Cipher affiliate link and a few other links in there. If you've enjoyed this part of the trading strategy, please join the affiliate link. It is an affiliate link. It does support the channel and I appreciate it. And with more of all the value that I'm giving you guys, what's the least you can do, right? So as you can see, I've added that trading strategy. I've added the quiz. Go through all of this, please, in this. And next, I want to explain to you about liquidity, because when it comes to all of this investing stuff, when we're talking about large market caps, small market caps, and all of the different altcoins in the space, quite often you are probably going to make money, right? Not a guarantee, not financial advice. I've already given the bloody disclaimer, but you are probably going to make money at some point. Selling that is a whole different story. And to sell your investments, you need to have some layer of liquidity out there. Now, what is liquidity, okay? Liquidity in the crypto market refers to how easily and quickly cryptocurrencies can be bought and sold at a stable price. Liquid, like water. If you haven't noticed already, most things in finance relate to water, right? Some type of liquid. And liquidity is the most important part, right? For example, let's say you're at a fruit market where there are loads of different stores selling apples. If there's plenty of buyers and sellers, you can buy a large number of apples without affecting the price of apples, right? For example, IRL, right? Real life. You go to Tesco's or whatever, you can buy some apples. You go to buy some toilet roll, you can buy toilet roll. But guess what happened during a few years ago? What happened? Toilet roll, way overpriced. Why was that? Because there was a low supply and low liquidity of toilet roll, and then when you were buying, the more people that bought toilet roll, it affected the price. Right? People were rolling into the shop, buying all the toilet roll and taking up all the supply and not trading that actively. So illiquid, right? Low liquidity. Okay. Now, this happens a lot in the crypto market, especially with newer coins, right? For example, let's take Beam, for example. With Beam, as you can see, if you go to Dex Tools, for example, right, you look at the Dex Tools pair, and I recommend all you guys check out Dex Tools. Again, all the websites, everything you want to see, which is what I'm showing you right now, is all inside the link in the description. Go down, check it out, and work with me, join this, and you can see how this all works together, okay? Now, let's start off with Beam. Okay, we go here, we type in Beam, USD, let's do Beam wrapped ETH. Make sure it's the right one. Yes, this is the right one. Hopefully I don't get rinsed for this being the wrong one. Here we go. You can see this has $8 million worth of liquidity, 17,000 holders, okay, and a total market cap of about $1 billion. Big up Beam. In fact, I want to buy it. All right. Anyway, Beam, as you can see, plenty of liquidity. This means if you had $1,000, $10,000, 20 grand of this coin, you can sell it without having a big price impact. The candles ain't going to wick you out. You're not going to do an FTX style candle. It's not going to do that much damage to the price, which is amazing as an investor. As an investor, you want to be in tokens that are bigger, because if you make a 10x, 20x, 50x, great, but you want to be able to get out. There's many times, especially in newer tokens, where you get in, you think you've got loads of money, but then you can't sell the thing, because if you sell it, you're not going to get the same amount of money as what you thought you would get, right? For example, let's say with that toilet roll scenario, or whatever you could call that, you want to sell the toilet roll, but then nobody wants to buy it. Well, people are going to start messaging you with offers like, hey, bro, I'm only going to offer you, $2 for that. You're like, oh, I bought it for $5. And it's like, yeah, but I only want it for $2. Oh, I need the money. Boom, you end up selling it, right? That's literally exactly what it's like on Uniswap when you've got a 5%, 15%, 25% price impact on the token, and you're thinking, why have I got that? Right? It's because there's no liquidity in the coin, right? You guys are going to see that in the Solana market. You're going to see that in BNB. You're going to see that in a lot of these ETH meme coins. You might get a 10x, 20x on a meme coin, but it's going to be hard for you to take your full bag out and get the right price that you want, because you're trying to give away so much money onto the market, and you've got all these people putting their hand up like, I only really want to buy a little bit for this price, so it's hard for you to sell that, right, and get the right price for it, okay? The next one, right, let me show you an example of a coin with lower liquidity, and I love this coin. It's always been low liquidity, and that is ShopX, okay? ShopX is probably going to have a nice cycle this way as well, so you guys can consider this a nice coin. Right now, the liquidity is actually okay for its market cap. It's got $184,000 of liquidity. The issue is that this had $184,000 liquidity when it was like way higher in price. Right, now remember this because it was an issue, right? Now, as we can see, I don't even know if I go to the weekly chart. Do we have a weekly? Yes, we do, sir. As we can see, okay, ShopX at one stage was a lot higher than where it is now. That's why Not too bad. Sub couple $1 million market cap, $2.9 million market cap. Not too bad for half an ETH bet, you tell me, right? As you can see, ShopX was a lot higher than where it was before, right? It was up about $3 wow, it's crazy, from where it was, right? And at that stage, it still had like $180,000 liquidity. And as you can see, what happens is when people sell large amounts, if we can zoom in here, we're seeing that there was large price impact on these candles, right? So people are like, right, I made a lot of money. Let me sell 50 grand all at once. All you see is 10% price impact, big price impact. People don't want to buy that much. They don't want to buy that much. So you see the impact on the price, right? It's the same for most meme coin tokens. And that's just how the market works in this game. So remember, take that into consideration when you're investing into a coin, especially if you invest in large amounts. If you're putting in 50, 100 grand into something, make sure that it has enough liquidity in there, right? This is why you see a lot of the bigger scale investors take their time with investments and sit back and be like, okay, I'll come in at a larger valuation because I'm trying to get out with a big bag too, right? Okay. So, and that's also why people do OTCs and stuff like that. But then here you go. Okay. You can see, I gave you another example here. And also, right, you can also see liquidity for exchanges as well and see the best price to get in and get out on coins. Okay. Let's say we want to get the best price for our paid network, right? I'm like, okay, I'm coming in big. I want to put in 100 grand into paid network, right? That's what I'm going to do. 100 grand is going into paid network. I need to find the thing with the best volume and liquidity on there. Okay, so I'm not going to go on Open Ocean, whatever that may be. I'm not going to go into V3 Pancake Swap BSC, right? I'm going to use V2 Pancake Swap because it's got the most volume. It's got a little bit more than Uniswap. Okay, high confidence and a little bit of a higher liquidity score. Okay, so I'm going to go in on there. And maybe I don't buy the full bag because I'm going to have a high price impact, but I'll buy a little bit every other day. Okay, another one. Let's go with Myria Games. Okay, let's say, boom, I want to put in 100 grand into Myria Games, right? Because I see that if it goes past all-time high, I'm going to make 50, 60 grand. Okay, if it goes past all-time high. I look at the market's pretty good. I look at everything, very nice, right? So I go to CoinMarketCap again. I look at the volume, confidence, depth, okay, as you can see here, okay, liquidity score. I want to find the thing with the best liquidity score. So I'll go over here. Best liquidity score, as we can see, is OKX, right? Okay, neck and neck with Bybit and KuCoin, or actually KuCoin, sorry, best one. And BitGet, very good, right? Same with BingX. So the centralized exchanges, as you can see, who would have thought, have a lot better liquidity than the decentralized. Exchanges. Okay, so I go to centralized exchanges. I put a limit order, 10 grand, 10 grand, 10 grand. Okay, because a few different days, and I can accumulate my tokens without much price impact. Same thing for selling. Okay, the one with the most volume at the moment, OKX. Okay, so that's the way I look at it. Okay, that's the way I look at getting involved and applying liquidity to my mindset from just being a small investor in the space. Okay, same thing for you. Remember it, because again, you're gonna feel it when you flip off $100 into 5, 10 grand. You can't sell that 5, 10 grand. Okay, remember liquidity. Check your liquidity on DEX tools. Okay, one to remember. Now there is something called liquidity aggregators. Okay, and these is like a decentralized way of finding the best price. Now DEX tools actually does that for you. Okay, it is one of those things which is very complicated. Well, it's not actually that complicated, but it's fairly complicated to understand when you first get started out, but it's a very powerful tool, and I recommend all newbies get on 1inch and start trying out these types of aggregators, right? It's really going to help you, because what DEX tools allows you to do is it will find the best price of the tokens on all the different decentralized exchanges, flip your ETH to wrapped ETH or whatever, and send you the best price for the tokens. So you get more bang for your buck, and sometimes this can really, really help. In fact, there's been times where I've been trying to liquidate tokens and I've had a big price impact, but when I go to DEX tools, it's lowered it a lot, and it's really, really helped me. Things like DEX tools, I think There's some other ones out there as well. I used one, I can't remember which one it was, but I don't want to say Radium. I don't think it's Radium. I don't think that's a aggregator, but it might be Radium. But I used one of those and they really, really do work. Just wanted to throw that in here. Use 1inch when you can, okay? Now, remember, best security practices are, I always think, what the pirates do, would I roll around London at 1 a.m. wearing a watch or wearing a Richard Mille? No, I wouldn't do that. So I'm not going to have all my money in one crypto exchange or in one crypto wallet. That's exactly the same as rolling around the streets with loads of money. There are people who spend a lot of time tracking wallets, watching wallets with large amounts and large balances. So don't be that guy with loads of money in one account. Spread it out. It takes 2 minutes. Go on your MetaMask, okay? Open your MetaMask, okay? Simply add accounts and add more accounts in there and you'll be all good, okay? Now, when I made my first $10,000 in crypto, it would look like this, okay? I'd have $2,000 in my Bybit, trading. Links there if you want to use it. I'd have $2,000 in my ledger, okay? I'd have 4K in ICOs, which I'm about to show you, and I'd have another 2K in my MetaMask. That's how I use it, okay? And as you start to do multiple X's, keep it safe by spreading it out even more, because I know it's tedious. I know it's a hassle. I know it's hard having your money all in different places, but trust me, for me, this has always helped me, just stay safe inside of the crypto market, okay? And in terms of regulatory compliance, I know people want to ask me, Tara, what about tax? What about crypto this, crypto that? What about in my country? What about if I want to move country? All this stuff. Guys, just ask Silk Road Legal. You guys reach out to Silk Road Legal. I know the guys there. They're the only people that I trust whenever it comes to anything to do with legal stuff, legal jingle inside of crypto. Silk Legal. You can click the website, check it out, reach out to them for any questions, queries that you may have. I know the truth is that most people just want to ask the question. They don't really care about finding the answers. If you really care about finding the answers, check it out. If not, just Google it. Just Google it. Don't be afraid just to Google it or ask questions in groups. Most of the time, you literally can Google it. And if you want to move out of the UK and you want to relocate, feel free to reach out to my agent. The number's here. Just say, PS, Thai. I came from Thai. I'm interested. I want to relocate from the UK. I've had enough. Sick and tired of blocking my bank account for crypto. Sick and tired of all this type of stuff. I want to live in Dubai. It's lit. Shisha every day. Whatever. No tax. Reach out to that number. Okay. Now, a real world example. Okay. I want to give you a real world example in a case study, right? So let's take an altcoin trade. Me, right? And decide why I decided to take the spot trade. Again, in a similar situation where I showed you guys earlier, I went on Telegram. For those of you guys that skipped this part, don't worry. I went on Telegram to help you catch up. I showed an example of a trade. In fact, I'm going to go back on Telegram now and show you. Shout out Fudge, bro. He was like, okay, how did you catch the ape trade? Sick trade. I'm in 20x. I've made loads of money. Okay, great. Right. Well, how I do these types of things, and the same reason why I know that me is going to do very, very well. Okay, because I have conviction, because I'm following the same strategy which I've already showed in the trading part. If you just skip to this part, check out the trading part of the video. Very, very good. Recommend it. Okay, now let's have a look at me. MEE. Okay, USDT from Bybit. We have a look at the chart. There are a few variables that I want to show you when it comes to these tokens. Firstly, whenever it comes to altcoins, TA doesn't work. No, well, it kind of works, but it is tough, right? But indicators are actually pretty good, especially, weirdly enough, Market Cipher. Market Cipher for me on altcoins has been absolutely chopping it up. When I found out this, I went through the whole market and I brought anything which had this, and I'll explain what this is. This part here. This money flow crossover for me on altcoins has been absolutely money, right? You guys that have followed me for a while, LBP, USDT, same thing. Money flow crossover. Okay. What else we got? We had Astra. Astra did pretty well for me. Okay. It's not money, even though this one's coming out, but still money. Money flow crossover here. Here, 100%. Okay, what else did we have? We had PMON. Money flow crossover again. I got in actually on this one here. I got in here. Here to here. What's that? 120%. Okay, money flow crossover. Here, right? Now, the money doesn't always stay in the asset, okay? As we've seen with Astra, I don't know what's going on with those guys. The money is coming out of Astra. Sometimes the money stays in and we will stay like this for the whole cycle. Hopefully, it's like that for PMON. Okay, now, whatever it is, for me, it's always been like a 2-3x since the money flow crossover, right? And it happens before the news. That's why I love this stuff. Like, it happens before the news. I don't know why, but this is just, it's good. It's good, right? Because look how early it is. It's here, right? Look at all this time before the pump. I'm telling you guys, check my Telegram app. If you don't believe me, I don't have to convince you. I don't care. But please, check my Telegram app. Because this thing is a thing. I don't know why it's working, but it's working. And there's not that many left, to be fair. Right? Me is the reason, right? I took trade on me. You guys can see, if I look at my Bybit, I've deposited it now to Bybit. And you can see 52K or whatever. Great. I brought it. Now deposited it. Very, very well. Very, very well. Okay? And the reason why I'm sticking with me is because of this bad boy here. This is no joke. Look at the difference on the money flow for me then compared to the other assets that we just went through. Rewind the video, look at it. Look at the difference on me for the money flow. It's a lot higher, which means it's a lot more momentum going through it, right? And when it's something like this, do you know what me reminds me of? Miria. Me reminds me of Miria and Munia. Right, because again, look at when the money hits this area here, it runs, right? And we had the same thing here on KuCoin with Miria. Remember, Miria was a downtrend. Miria was down and out. Miria was in this range. Nobody cared about it, right? People didn't even set up their nodes. They just gave up. It was like, no, it's going down. One of them. It's inflationary. Blah, 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 blah. I see the money flow crossover. And I see we hit this area here. And it's like, nope, it's not like that. This is going to go. This baby's going to go. Okay. Again, that's what I feel about me. Me, purely on that basis, is going to go. And then you can run back to the video where I spoke about, due diligence and strategies for researching altcoins. And you look at market cap. You look at the distribution cycles, you look at gaming as a whole, you look at the actual game, you look at the team, technology, tokenomics use case, you go through the due diligence sheet, and you see the potential for me. Very, very bloody bullish. I'm holding this. This here is most likely going to be $500,000, $1 million in the Bybit lit. Okay, that's the goal. Just one investment. Again, of the portfolio, just one. Okay, and you guys can see how you guys can do the same thing with $5K, $500, $50, maybe even more. Maybe you put 500, whatever, right? It's all up to you. That's the thing. But as you can see, this thing, amazing. Shout out Market Cypher. G shit. Right. So that's that. That's the real world example, okay, of where I'm going with that. Okay. Now, I've also added some crypto terms to know, because I know a lot of you guys, I've used some techie words throughout today. I might have used some words which you might have not have understood, which go a little bit over your head or something like that. Check out the crypto term sheet to learn more. And I recommend getting your lingo, get your crypto lingo there, because finance is a different language, but it shouldn't be. We should have learned all this stuff in school, and that's not fair. So take your time and learn these things, okay? Now, I've already gone over wallets and how to set up your wallet. By now, you should understand how to use a MetaMask. You might be wondering, Tyrell, why haven't you spoke about hot wallets, cold wallets? Well, let me run through this quickly, okay? When you're getting these tokens and you're doing these trades on Coinbase, Binance, whatever exchange you do, even on a decentralized exchange, sometimes it's wise to take your money from your MetaMask off the network. Now you might think, how is that even possible, right? How can I take my money off the network? Well, you've probably heard about a ledger, right? If you guys don't know what a ledger is, I recommend getting a ledger or a Trezor, and you can use that to secure your money offline into a cold wallet. The only way your cold wallets get hacked is when you start trying to trade out of your cold wallet. So don't do that. Get your ledger, get your Trezor. They all work. They're all the best. Ledger's the best. Whatever people say, ledger's the best. Get your ledger. Don't put it on the internet. Don't trade out of it. Don't connect that to your bloody MetaMask, right? So you can go here, as you can see here. Sometimes what people do is they connect the wallet, they add hardware wallet, and they connect their ledger here to their MetaMask. Don't do that. Don't do that. Right? That's when it's going to mess up. Just keep it disconnected. Send your money to it. Okay? And you're going to be okay. Large sums, remember, always cold wallet. Store that baby in a safety deposit box and don't take it around with you. It's not your wallet. It's not your bank account. It's not cool to carry it around with you, right? Keep it hidden. Keep it away. Look after it. Okay? Yeah, I explained a few other things in here as well. But yeah, congratulations if you made it this far. By now you should have a good understanding of a lot of things. You should already know how to make, you should already have your crypto exchanges, the whole list are above. You should have a MetaMask account. You should also have an understanding of how to trade decentralized exchanges, how to trade centralized exchanges, how to do due diligence on those coins. I'm going to go into more advanced stuff later. I know it was brief, but how to do due diligence on those coins. You should also understand the different trading strategies, the different indicators as well that we have used, and have a very vast understanding of all of these things. And if you don't, and if you went over your head, don't be afraid again. Rewind the video, come back. It's okay. You can do it, right? You can do it. Okay, now, guys, I want to share with you my $1 million mistake. There was a time when my portfolio was imbalanced, right? I'd made a lot of money from different coins and I was chasing the pump. I would see Launchpads run and I would go and buy them. I would see Alex Becker video, so the top 5 coins. I would buy every 5 coins that are on there. I would see a Martini Guy video, shout out Martini Guy. Put out a video of these altcoins and every day I would just buy whatever it was. But I was always behind. And when it came to taking profit, I never ended up taking profit. Because I was waiting for these gains, which have already happened. Right? I was trying to hit that 10x, that 50x, that 100x. But it was too late. I was the exit liquidity. And then I realized there must be something wrong. I must not be doing something right. With e-commerce, I had a strategy. With sales, I had a strategy. With marketing, I had a strategy. With business, I had a strategy. But not for trading. Not for trading, I would just copy everybody else. So I decided to make a strategy. And that strategy is simple, okay? Firstly, if you want to watch the full, in-depth, 30-minute explanation, you can watch it right here, right? But if you want a 5 to 10-minute explanation, I'm going to explain it right here. And I've also tagged it here for you to download for yourself. Link for that is in the description. Now, what this is this is market cycles. Now, I briefly explained market cycles earlier, but now I'm going to break it down step by step, okay? And I'm going to show you, okay, more in depth on how I plan on taking profits for these market cycles, okay? So remember, if you're somebody that has watched this all the way through, shout out to you. But if you're somebody that's just joined for market cycles explanation, then my friend, you're also in the right place. Now, let me explain it. So let's get rid of all this jazz. I'm going to clean up my chart quickly as well, because remember, this is a live tutorial and we have been explaining a lot today. It's about almost 4 hours all the way through, guys. Shout out. Now, this is the market cycles, okay? Now, what market cycles are is urban legend, ancient myth, the stuff of dreams that only Michael Saylor could imagine. This is the future, predicting future indicator. No, I'm joking. This is just how the market tends to work, okay? Now, in crypto, we all know what the largest mover is. The largest mover is Bitcoin. Everything follows Bitcoin. If Bitcoin goes down, we always say, it's decoupled. This thing is, surviving. It never survives. When Bitcoin goes down, we all go down. We all go down with the shit. We all go broke with it. So we need to remember to take profit before Bitcoin goes down and while Bitcoin is going down. And we need to remember, if Bitcoin comes down 30%, everything else is going down 50, 60%, right? When Bitcoin pumps, it's free rolling for everything else, right? But there are certain parts of the cycle where we see where people are making money and where are they moving that money next. For example, bank. You're a kid, you're 17 years old, you've just made 150 grand trading bank. Where are you going to put your money next? I'm going to explain that later. You're somebody, you've just made loads of money on Solana. Where are you going to put your money next? I want to be in those assets where you're looking to move your money. So you come in and pump my 2K bags to 20K bags when you fat finger a $30,000 buy on some random coin. That's the way I'm thinking in terms of my mindset. So I want to be in all the things before they have popped off. Before, the key word. Not when the YouTube video drops, not when it's trending, not when Google Trends is trending, not when you see the trending thing on CoinMarketCap, which I've also explained earlier. So how do I do that? I do that with this chart, okay? Now, it's very simple. There are 4 phases to the cycle. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and finally, phase 4, okay? Phase 1 and 2 are already finished. Yes, you missed phase 1, and yes, you missed phase 2. No, capo was not right. We are not going lower, even if we come down to these levels, which has happened before. It has happened before. We have came down to the areas where we're breaking out before. It's still not over. Bitcoin is on a moon mission, and you have missed the lowest price for Bitcoin. Yes, you have. Okay. Now, you also have missed the lowest price for altcoins, right? By that, I mean your mid caps. You've missed the lowest price for mid caps. They're gone. Solana's not coming back down again to get that perfect entry. Elrond is not coming down again. AVAX is not coming back down again to get that perfect entry. You've missed it. And the reason why you missed it was because you wasn't subscribed to this channel. So subscribe to this channel. No, I'm joking. But you haven't missed the lowest price for altcoins yet. Altcoins are still at their lows. You haven't missed it. And you haven't missed the time to take profit. So many people are asking me, when are you taking profit? It's not that time yet. The time is not here yet, okay? And as you can see, these 4 cycles repeat every single cycle related to BTC halving. Okay, we had it before, from 2019 to 2021 and 2. We had it before. We had this area where BTC was super low. We came down, retested that when everybody got put indoors. Okay, and when we never seen that level again. We had it in the second cycle. Okay, the second halving. We had a moon mission from $100. A slight pullback during the halving, which is what is coming up now, guys. ETF. What happens when everybody is talking about ETF and everybody's just starting to get into crypto and all the exchanges list it? It's coming down, baby, right? Very similar to the second cycle, okay? But we never meet that low again, okay? So far, this has been correct. Will it be correct again? Well, so far, 2 out of 4 is right. 2 out of 4 is right. Regardless of your opinions, regardless of what anybody says, crypto is one of those spaces where everybody wants to say something. Regardless of what they say, half of this is already right. And we've been speaking about this on the channel for a while. So there's 2 more sides left. There's 3 and there's 4. Now, during these last times, after BTC halving, during 3 and 4, is usually the time where BTC hits an all-time high. And as you can see, we're very close. Now, when it hits all-time high, I personally begin to start taking profits out. Not a lot, very small, as in, let's just say, $10,000. I'll take $1,000 out. I'll invest that into something, a business, a startup, a new IRL venture. It's coming out of crypto. If it's in USDT, it's coming out of USDT. Okay? 10% all-time high. As we keep going, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, right? Of the whole thing. Not like, let's say $10,000 and then 1,000, as in $10,000, 1,000, which is 9, $9,000, 900, etc., etc. Okay? Because as it goes up, the value goes up and you can just keep taking out the 10%. That's what I like to do personally. Okay? And the reason for that is because not only am I taking my profits IRL out during this period, I'm also cycling. Okay, so the rest of the portfolio, my Bitcoin here is already in alts. Okay, I'm not a Bitcoin maxi. Okay, I'm not worth $100 million yet, but when I am, it's a whole different, my strategy is different. Okay, right now, I'm working towards my 100 mil. Okay, I'm putting I'm making the big money plays. So to do that, I can't be in BTC right now. I've already had that. That's done. I'm moving on. Okay. Right now, I'm in mid caps because this is mid cap phase. The profits that I make on mid caps, I'm cycling that into altcoins. By altcoins, all my gaming coins, all my NFT ecosystem coins, all of my meme coins and stuff like that. All of just altcoins in general, right? Any altcoin that you see, $1 million market cap, 5, 10, even sometimes your $15, $20 million market caps, they're still good. I'm in those altcoins now because when the first pullback comes in, let's say we come up a bit, come down. When that first pullback comes in, after that, it's open season for altcoins, right? As we approach all-time high, okay? And that is going to be the perfect time for you to get involved in altcoins. Now, it is going to be an alarm bell to start taking profits. So my take profits isn't once. It isn't twice. It's consistent during this period of time. It's every single week, month, or pump. I'm taking profits on the way out because you're going to be too slow to take profits on a pullback, right? Because on these pullbacks, BTC, yeah, this took a while. But I'm telling you, you're going to be thinking this thing's coming back. When this is pulling down, it's just a pullback. It's coming back. It's just a pullback. It's coming back. But the dip keeps dipping. And it's already too late, right? Your bags are already too late. So how am I taking advantage of this? Okay. Altcoins, narratives, launchpads, simple. Okay. So I know that launchpads are going to do well every single cycle during altcoin season. So what am I doing? I'm going to paid network. Okay. I am getting guaranteed allocation on paid network. Okay. By getting 75,000 tokens. While the price is only 20 cents. Knowing that when we go into this bull market here, the price can be anywhere between 80 and 50 cents. So I know I'm at a 2 to 4x of the value now during the bull market. Easy, right? Same thing. Star Atlas. Same thing. Star Atlas, all-time high, as I can see here, 64, knowing that during the bull market, it can get really silly. Again, okay? Another beautiful example, right? I'm going to get into Launchpads and explain them actually later on in this video. But now, you should have a understanding of market cycles, okay? So to conclude, it's very simple. Try be 1 month ahead, 2 months ahead of the YouTube videos, of the hype, of all of that stuff. Don't be afraid if we get a pullback. That's okay. It's even more opportunities for you to buy. For me to buy, right? When I exit the market with a longer term strategy, moving my money into cash flow assets and maybe investing into myself, maybe investing in health, in wellness, in other activities. And then I cycle my money from Bitcoin to altcoins, a larger market cap altcoins, to my degenerate stuff, all on the effort to slowly take out. I know that I'm not going to take out maximum profit. I know that. I know that my exit is not going to be pretty. Right? I know that it's not going to be perfect. But at least I'm going to leave this game with more money than I put in, which is safer to say than most people that get involved in crypto. That's the mindset. So hopefully you can take something like that with you. And that is market cycles explained. Now, okay, 3 things again. If you can just remember one thing, there's 4 phases to a market cycle. There's different strategies for different phases, and study the past market cycles, okay? Now remember, the big mistakes were I wasn't diversifying my portfolio, okay? I didn't put stop losses. And I wasn't taking profit. I was just trying to flip and flip and flip and flip money. And emotional management, okay? People don't have finance problems. They have personal problems that relay into their finances. So if you spend too much money and you're an overspender, money is not going to solve that problem. The more money you get, the more you are going to spend. Okay? So solve your personal problems and now relay into your finances. Now, let's get into NFTs, because I know so many people that ignore NFTs. You ignore getting involved in NFTs. You don't even know how to buy them. You don't understand about the market. You don't understand about who to follow for NFTs and all of that jazz. Well, I'm going to explain to you all about NFTs and how you can take advantage of them. So what are NFTs? NFTs stand for non-fungible tokens, which the only way I can figure out how to explain them is like snowflakes in the art world, right? No two are the same. Like when you get real close to them, I don't know if you guys know this, the fact is snowflakes are never the same. So neither are NFTs, and that's what makes them so unique. It's like a digital footprint. While cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin are like dollars in your wallet, interchangeable and identical, NFTs are more like one of a kind and slightly, kind of like a slightly quirky trading card that you can use. Okay, so NFTs, think of them as trading cards, and obviously crypto and Bitcoin, think of it like, cash or some type of assets, or I like to think of most crypto as technology. I always treat it as like technology or investing in websites back in the day. Like if I was around during the website boom, I'd be doing the exact same thing as which I'm doing now, which is crazy, right? And the key concepts is uniqueness, ownership, interoperability, royalties, which is interesting. Like if you're somebody in e-commerce, or you're a business owner, or you're business savvy, you just want to get involved in crypto, don't be afraid to start selling NFTs, because you get royalties on every single one that's sold, and also digital scarcity as well. So these things are scarce, and they are like scarce assets inside of the crypto world. Websites you can find NFTs are on OpenSea, Rareable, Foundation App, Super Rare, and Nifty Gateway. And one of the reasons why you should possibly look at venturing out, or I like to venture out from different platforms and stuff like that, is because some of these other ones, they give away revenue. So one of the ones I'm looking at recently, this is for the video only, is for Space. Make sure you keep an eye out for Space. They're going to be giving away 100% of their revenue to token holders for the first 3 to 6 months. So look at how much revenue OpenSea make. They make millions and millions of dollars. And imagine having all of that revenue to be given away to token holders. It's pretty good, right? So always shop around with OpenSea and stuff like this, okay? Now, NFTs can represent a plethora of different things. It can be digital art, it can be collectibles, music, videos, anything. In fact, some people have even NFT'd their tweets. I think Jack Dorsey NFT'd his first tweet. So anything can be a moment, and it adds a little bit of sauce for the future, because back in the day, people were like athletes and stuff like that. If you guys don't know about the collectible space, it's crazy, right? People will have an athlete's first shoes and training, or they'll have like their first signed jersey. In 10, 20 years, it's going to be their athlete's first NFT. That's just how the world works. And especially, I studied sports business at school or at university. I understand sports business as a whole, and I know for a fact NFTs are going to be a massive part of the sports industry, also the arts industry, music, and more, because it just allows you to have more of a touch with your audience than anything else, especially with loyalty rewards and stuff like that. Right now, NFTs are in the infancy stage, and that's why I wanted to add this to the program, just to show you guys about NFTs and the benefits that you can get with them. Okay, so in terms of the ecosystem as a whole, right? Obviously, you guys know OpenSea, Rarible, everything. Okay, but I want to show you guys OpenSea now as well. So let's head over to OpenSea and let's take a look at NFTs. Let me clear the tab from the other courses and stuff that I was going over earlier. So this is OpenSea. Now, you guys always ask me, how do I spot new NFTs? I remember people asking, how do I spot new crypto projects? That's what I'm going to be explaining now. I'm going to explain to you how you spot new NFT projects, how to snipe them, all of that stuff. I'm also going to explain to you later on how to spot new crypto projects. Okay, so there's two things. When you mint an NFT, you're the first one in, you're the earliest. When you get into an IDO, a public sale, you're one of the earliest people in there. So being early is better than being late. And for me, these things have always been the most profitable for me. Like minting NFTs have always been the most profitable for me. And getting into IDOs and ICOs on Launchpads has always been the most profitable for me in crypto. So that's why I saved this towards the end, because I really want to share this with you. Okay, so first thing, this is OpenSea. This is how you find all the NFTs. Remember when we made that MetaMask wallet earlier? Well, we're going to be using that today. Okay, so here you can see we have the trending NFTs and we have the top NFTs as well. Now there's loads of like NFT data, like NFT like data websites out there as well you can use to analyze NFTs. There's DeFi Llama. If you guys haven't seen, DeFi Llama allows you to have a look at DeFi as a whole, which as research, and when you want to look at volume and stuff like that, and TVL, which is like total value locked in exchange, you can see there's $52 billion in crypto as a whole locked. Okay, but if you go down, you can see NFTs, for example, and you can have a look at more of the data and see like, okay, what's trending, where's the price going, exactly like crypto coins. Okay, like the floor, what price is the floor on these ones, what's the 7-day change, which ones are trending, which ones are moving. Okay, but you can also see similar stuff like this on OpenSea. Now if you look at some of the top ones, for example, if we go to rankings, right, and we go to top, you can see the different rankings and price change for these ones. Pudgy Penguins, I can't believe I missed out on this. Literally, it's crazy because I had Pudgy Penguins listed on the course to get, and now it's up 6x. Brilliant. Okay, anyway, Pudgy Penguins 6x price change, 1 hour, great. Okay, but you can see the different price ranges, the different tokens that are in top ranked, and you can go through like as a whole. NFTs, the value of NFTs is super low right now. It's just like altcoins. There's no difference. Altcoins, NFTs, they're in that same category of like, it's crypto, we've got too much money and the money needs to go somewhere. It flies straight into the most degenerate stuff, most of them being NFTs. Okay, that's just how the cookie crumbles. So remember when we were speaking about earlier, if you make a lot of money in Polygon, you're going to look at Polygon NFTs. BRC, meme coins are pumping. So what's going to be pumping now? BRC NFTs. Okay, Bitcoin punks. That's going to be where the money is at. And as you can see, even buying NFTs on market, there's a huge scope for gains out there. Like if we just look at the price change in 24 hours, I mean, that's a bit ridiculous, obviously, but some of these are fairly normal. 10x, you can make 3,000%. You can make 20x here, that's 100x. 22x here. these are real gains that you can make. For example, look at Sidus Heroes. Now, Sidus Heroes now have a 4 ETH floor, which is ridiculous. I think that it's one of those, isn't it? You know, you can sort it by sales. There's loads of different strategies that you can do. And there's different types of NFTs as well. For example, sand is land, right? So obviously on Sandbox, if you guys remember from earlier, I was saying one of the good tokens out there is Sand token. So if we look at the Sand token chart, we go, okay, I think that Sand's going to perform well. Likely that the Sand NFTs are going to perform well. Same thing as Nakaland actually. What most people don't realize about Nakaland is Nakamoto Games is performing very well. So if we look at Nakaland, I think if it comes up like that, Nakaverse, yeah, this should be the right one. Okay, then I think these are going to perform very, very well too, right? Simply because if you look at Nakamoto Games, it's up like 30x. Only 0.8% of the NFTs are listed. People are holding these for a reason because they know it's going to perform very, very well. Okay, so that's how you kind of use OpenSea. And I recommend getting on OpenSea, going through, looking at some of the famous NFTs out there. Pudgy Penguins, Mutant Apes. Look at your Bored Apes, Grapes. This one's just dropped recently. Okay, look at your Moonbirds. Okay, look at your Pudgy Penguins, little Pudgies, right? Go through these and just actually like look at them and be like, okay, 5 ETH. And remember, since these were made, ETH's gone down a lot. In fact, ETH's like down like 50% since these were out. So it's everything's on a discount, you know. And 5 ETH like isn't as much as it used to be. Yeah, it's a lot of money, but give it a think and just think, okay, nobody's talking about NFTs right now. When they do, it's going to be too late. So be in before, okay? Now, how do you actually buy NFTs? Well, to buy NFTs is simple. Let's say I wanted to buy a Mutant Ape. Okay, so I look at Mutant Ape. I click buy now, and if you can hear that, that's my cat. Okay, now, you can buy Mutant Apes on any of these wallets above. I click connect. Sign in. Accept and sign. Then you can check out here with MoonPay. So just like it's like a third party, for example. Let it load. Click continue. And as you can see, all I have to do is put my email. I'm not going to do it now because you guys seen $100 or something. I'm not going to buy the NFT, but all you have to do, email, log in, send over the ETH, and there you go. Just like that, you've purchased an NFT, right? And same way as listing it. You list the NFT the exact same way that you bought it. Once you're logged in, you list the NFT same way, and you also see it inside of your wallet when you go over to NFTs as well. So you can see it in MetaMask NFT just there as well. Now there's tons and tons of different, I think even Myria has NFTs, but I don't know if it's under Myria. No, it'll be underneath the games that are on there. But like gaming NFTs, people sleep on it. Land NFTs, people sleeping on it, and also blue chip NFTs, people are sleeping on it. Right? If you don't know what blue chip NFTs are, literally they're just all the ones that are at the top. So when we was on trending, if we go back to trending, these are your blue chips, right? Your Mutant Apes, Pudgy Penguins, obviously Bored Apes, Moonbirds, your Punks, Little Pudgies. All these are your trending ones. And if you want to see like, okay, how do I find these ones? Well, first of all, you can go to drops. They've made this a little bit more easy on OpenSea. I haven't actually messed around with drops that much. I usually do a different method, which I'm going to show you. We can see new drops here in AVAX and stuff like that. Then it's the exact same way you do due diligence on a token, right? You go, you have a look at the team, technology, use case, and obviously tokenomics, which in NFTs will be the supply and demand, right? So let's say we look at grapes, for example. We're like, okay, grapes, I like it. It looks kind of cool. It's trending. It's just dropped. You can see there's different types of stuff here. So I'm like, okay, let's see what this grape stuff's all about. I'll read it. Then I'm like, okay, decent, different tiers, whatnot. I need them to sell it to me. So we go to website, we go to Twitter. Okay, obviously they've got Instagram and all that stuff there. We go here. On their website's pretty nice, right? I already know, but I know what Grapes is, but you guys might not know. But you have a look at here, you can see different games. They've got games on the App Store. Okay. We go home. We go to Twitter, for example. We look at their Twitter. They've got 181k followers. Backed by Ichimoku brands. We know that Ichimoku brands is pretty good. You can see Grapes, Meme Land. Social media is going absolutely crazy. Don't sleep on Grapes. Big news coming. OpenSea, 22nd of March. Grapes looks pretty decent, right? Looks pretty decent. Okay. We can see their game's good. It's hard for me to like cap. I don't even want to cap for you guys, but I just know that Grapes is good. And I'll tell you the reason why it's good, because the game has hundreds of thousands of users, I think even millions of users. It's literally just released recently. The coin's just released. The coin went absolutely crazy. Social media is in demand, and the team is absolutely crazy. They don't have the team on the thingy, but I've seen the deck, and the team's ridiculous. Meet the founders. Here we go. Yeah, look these guys up. 500 million downloads over the past few years, and leading the revolution for Grapes. Yeah, so I'm backing the team. I invest in people. I know these two guys are serious, great investors, and I actually missed out on private sale. I don't know why. I was just lacking, and boom, Grapes is going to perform very, very well. Shout out to Grapes. Now, that's what you do, right? If you want to mint NFTs, now minting NFTs is possibly the best advantage that you can have. Now, to mint NFTs is a little bit harder than getting in early on crypto, because getting in early on a Launchpad, you kind of get used to it, as I'm going to show you later, and you kind of know which ones are going to pop off, which ones don't. NFTs are a little bit different. NFTs are a little bit tough. To find NFTs, to find mints and stuff like that, you gotta be deep in Twitter. That's just a matter of fact. Let me log into my Twitter over here. Guys, don't forget, get a VPN, okay? Now, in Twitter, this is like, everybody does their research on Twitter, okay? When you see me do a video and you see me talk about news, I'm always using Twitter. When you see me get into new projects, get early, I'm using Twitter, right? Twitter's just where it is. Shout out Wolf Markets. And by the way, now, all you do is you put an NFT into the Twitter search bar. Over here, I'm going to keep it real simple for you. And you follow all of these people, right? Very simple. Go down. As you can see, I'm already following them all. Follow all these people, right? All things NFTs, crypto, trusted by thousands of monthly readers, right? You start to see everybody else is doing the same thing, right? Other people are following this same thing. Okay, so we start off with OpenSea, right? And then what you can do is you can start to see OpenSea when they are launching new tokens, right? Art blocks. Okay, and you start to work through, and eventually you'll find a project which is launching a new one. For example, one of the ones that I got into was Sneaky Vampires. Let's go into Sneaky Vampires. Okay, Sneaky Vampire Syndicate. Okay, now Sneaky Vampires right now is at 0.03. I think I minted these at 0.3, but they went up to like they went up to about 4 ETH at its highest. So let's have a look at the analytics. Sales actually up 23%. That's good. Only does last 90 days. That's not what we want. Let's go DeFi Llama. Pick up DeFi Llama. Let's type in Sneaky Vampires. Okay. Let it load. coffee. Guys, don't forget, save and like this tutorial because this has been a long one. Every question answered. Yeah, you can see it went up to about 0.4 ETH, and I minted these for less than an ETH. So I made at least, sure it was a 4x on these sneaky vampires. Now I actually held 2, and I got rid of 2. So I'm still holding about 2 sneaky vampires as well. And as you can see, they perform pretty good, you know. And some of them were still selling pretty well, 2 ETH here and there. And obviously, as volume comes back, they're probably going to perform pretty well again. Okay, so, you know, amazing project. And I found this mint literally on Twitter. I was on Twitter. Everybody's talking about sneaky vampires. I just found it, followed them on Twitter. I did well. And all I do as well is, like, let's say if, you know, I'm on sneaky vampires. Okay, I'm going to follow all the people that these people follow. And I know, guys, it's not a fancy strategy. It's not no special stuff. It's just super simple. And as you can see, other people is following these guys too. Okay, I go to follow in. And they're following other big people in the space. Boom, boom. Right, let's go through follow these people. And as more people start to talk about different projects and different things, I'm involved in the space, okay? And that's just how it is, ear to the street, okay? And you find these types of drops, and they do tend to perform pretty well. Right now, there's not that many NFT mints that are popping off, but I know there will be a time when they do, and now you know. DeFi Llama, OpenSea, trading, Twitter, and just ears to the street when these NFT drops are coming in place. NFT cook groups and discords, that's where it's all going to be popping, okay? If you want to know and you want to stay latest and up to date, join the Telegram group. The link for that is in the this sheet, right? You'll find the link for that as well. Okay, now also put a step-by-step over here on how to buy and purchase and view your NFTs as well. Okay, and also how to investigate and research NFTs too. Currently, right, if we look at NFTs traction on Google Trends, it's quiet. And again, that's what I like to do. I like to get into these things before it starts going crazy, right? Look at that. That is the chart you want. That's the chart I want. I don't want the chart where it's like, I don't care about NFTs up here, man. I'm not interested. I'm not bothered. I'll probably make some YouTube videos about it because they'll go viral. Everybody's going to be trying to buy these things, and it's going to be too late. By that time, you want to have your NFTs down here. You want to have your blue chips, right? Just like the Bitcoin cycles, it's the same thing. Everybody buys the blue chips first. They get too expensive. Then they buy, you know, the land and stuff like that. The land gets too expensive. And then they have to buy the mints. And then the mints become like the big thing. Everybody's minting NFTs, trying to get that 10x on day one, which is crazy. Like, NFTs are beautiful like that because you can mint something and the floor is 10x, you know? So yeah, NFTs, now you know. Okay, so guys, now you know about NFTs. You know how to get involved in NFTs. You know how to buy them. You know where to buy them. And you kind of understand it, right? You know about the cycles of NFTs. Blue chips, still cheap. 2 to 5 ETH, dirt cheap. Yeah, you might make some profits, make some trades. Think about cycling that. Well, I've made 100 grand on Bonk. Where am I cycling that? I'm cycling that into, you know, Bitcoin punks, you know, or something like this, right? You guys don't know about Bitcoin punks. Let me put you on actually quickly. Bitcoin punks. Let me show you the chart for this. Guys, look at this. Bitcoin punks. Dirt cheap right now. Dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. I know we're on a little bit of a rally. Dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. About 4x price. Nothing. These will keep going. Dirt cheap. Right? Because you've made money on Bonk. Where are you going to move it? You're going to move it into Bitcoin NFTs. Right? You make money on, you know, some Solana coin. Where are you going to move it? Solana NFTs. That's just how it works. Because you can't be bothered to move your money off the network or change it. Everybody just buys whatever on the network, whatever's on the thing, right? Okay, so Just think about that. Whenever you see something moving, think, what's next? Don't think, how do I get in? Think, what's next? Okay. So yeah, now you know about NFTs, how to buy them, everything like that. Again, reminder, if you want to get involved in legal stuff, if you have any legal questions, I always advise reach out to Silk Road Legal, or Google the question that you have and reach out to a financial advisor or a legal advisor for that current situation. This isn't financial advice, this isn't legal advice, this is my own strategy and what has worked for me. So far I've explained everything that I'm currently doing and the things that I am planning to do. You are probably going to lose money. That's part of the game. You have to get used to that. But none of that is my fault and none of that is financial advice. Okay. Now, my lessons in crypto. Okay. Some of the key lessons that I have learned from my mentors and that I understand and that I have experienced myself is, number one, never short the bull market. Number two, stack Bitcoin. Like, seriously, imagine one day Bitcoin is going to be too expensive. You're not going to be able to afford one. So even though, yeah, now I'm moving my money out of Bitcoin, I'm making those 100 mil plays. When it's time to make profit, I am going to have to eat a 50% L and just buy my Bitcoin. Because even if it goes down 50%, it's okay. At least I've got some Bitcoin there, because one day it's going to be too expensive and, people are only going to be able to afford Satoshis. That is how it's looking with BlackRock and all these things getting involved. Having one Bitcoin is more and more starting to become a thing, so always Bitcoin, buy it back, because look, let's say I take, I sell one Bitcoin now for 30 grand. Well, what's the price at the moment? 40 something. Let's say I sell it for 45 grand. I then flip that 45 grand to 900 grand, right? 20x. And then Bitcoin goes up to $100,000 and I buy that Bitcoin back for $100,000. People might think that's crazy, right? I probably know that that's Bitcoin's going down to 50K, 30K. I'm making an L on it. But in my mind, I'm up now. I'm up, I'm still up 800 grand. So I've got my Bitcoin back and I've got 800K, right? That's my mindset towards these types of things. And I recommend you guys take a look at the 2024 market outlook for Coinbase. I've taken the thing to add that in here because it's serious. Like, don't take my word for it. I'm wrong. Take Coinbase's word for it and have a look at what's going on with that. And also DeFi Llama, I've added the link there so you guys can check it out. Now, on to my favorite part. The part which I have held in the locker. Now, today, my friend, I want to share with you. This is ICOs and private sales. ICOs and private sales never go anywhere. 2017, ICO era, it's gone. 2020 comes, 1000x, Blocktopia, 100 and something x, Star Atlas, Sidus 50x, left, right, and center. Normal people got caught with their pants down. Again, this is going to happen again, because eventually people can't afford the Bitcoin. They can't afford the Ethereum. They can't afford the Solana. There's no more gains to be made, so they move to ICOs. Then all the valuations of these things go out of control. They get too expensive. And then it all comes crashing down. But during that sweet spot, during that sweet period of time where everything's too expensive, just before things get overinflated, there is a small window of time for life-changing gains that I've personally made in this market. From this was what I'm about to share with you. Okay, now this is my magnus opus. I'm leaving no stone unturned. So please like and save this video. And don't be afraid to go back to anything which you might have missed and share this video with a friend, because this, my friend, is the most important vital strategy that you're ever going to need to know. And the first thing we're going to start off with is using something called CryptoRank. Now, if you've been watching this tutorial so far, you might have heard about this before. If you skipped to this, great. Thank you very much for coming. And you're going to need this CryptoRank ICO to see what's coming up with these up and coming ICOs. As I mentioned earlier, right? I don't know about NFTs, which ones are coming up. It's kind of hard to say. There's some things out there, but up and coming ICOs, IDOs, I use CryptoRank. And as you can see, you can see all of the different crypto ranks and all the different things. Sorry, all the different ICOs that are coming up. And it's going to allow you to see which ones you can get into. Okay. Now, I also use CryptoRank to have a look at fundraising and funds, because one of my due diligence things, as you guys have seen from my due diligence checklist, is I want to know what your backers are. I want to know what funds you're in, and I want to know what tiers those funds are in as well. So CryptoRank also helps me see. It helps me see what tier the fund is. Okay, so if Galaxy Digital, Coinbase, and A16Z are in a project, I'm in. That's it. I'm in. If Spartan Group, Pantera, and Polychain are in a project, and Binance Labs, oh my God, I'm in. We're rich. I'm joking. It doesn't work like that, as I'm going to show you shortly, right? But I'm in, right? But one thing I want to show you is this. Mindset towards investing. Number of investments, A16Z, 214 investments. Portfolio split between blockchain services, DeFi, GameFi, and others. So as you can see, only 17% of a multi-billion-dollar company's portfolio is GameFi, saying something. Only 12% is DeFi, saying something. It doesn't mean that gaming and DeFi isn't going to go well. It means that they are still diversified. I'm taking that, I'm downloading that, I'm applying that to my portfolio. Okay. Then, when you look at their portfolio performance and how aggressively they're investing, well, they're actually investing more as their portfolio goes up, clearly, because as you can see in 21 and 22, those were the periods of time where the bull market is very heavy. Even though valuations are very high, what they're doing is they're investing for the next cycle. That's one thing that I've spotted from these higher tier funds. They're investing for the next cycle. So let's say they make loads of money from a few deals. Instead of taking that money off market and investing in property, they're like, okay, let me invest in a seed round or an angel round in a project that will be popping next cycle. So they're not just a few months ahead for market cycles, they're a few cycles ahead, which is one thing I've taken a lot of inspiration from A16Z. So if you're watching this from A16Z, shout out you guys. Thank you for the inspiration. Now, let's have a look at their portfolio as a whole. Now, even the largest investment funds are not 100% successful. First things first, okay? You can see they were early invested into Solana. Yes, the ROI is true. That is absolutely ridiculous. I'm not going to butcher that number. You can read it for yourself. 7,372x. Solana, 439x, not percent. Avalanche, 91x. Near Protocol, 10x. And when we're talking about liquidity, these are not coins with low liquidity. These are coins where you can get out. So this really is liquid. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if you get 100x on Blocktopia, 1000x on Blocktopia, you can't sell that full bag. Go check Blocktopia out, right? Now, as you can see, from the 17 pages, there were some projects on here that you've never heard of. There were some projects out there that if you look at the chart, aren't doing too well, right? And that's okay, because not everything is going to perform its best, even if the tier one investors are in, because this is venture capital, okay? And in venture capital, your risks are very high. In fact, out of every 100 projects you make, only 2 might do well, which means you've only got, you've got a 98% chance of failure. So with this game, when you're investing in startups, and when you're taking part in these IDOs, remember, they might not last forever. So you have to have that as part of your strategy. Remember, when I designed and showed you my full portfolio, only a portion of that, 20% of that is private sales. So I'm okay with losing all my money in private sales. That's fine, okay? But the reward, obviously, as you have seen, is substantial. And that is why these perform so well. Now, ICOs and IDOs, which I'm going to explain what they mean and stuff like that, are still, they're not a new thing. Look at Google, right? Look at Bing, look at Amazon, look at Apple, look at all the stocks out there and stuff out there, right? In the traditional world, this is a normal thing. But as a normal person, I don't know about you, me personally, I never knew about these things. Never knew about traditional finance, TradFi, all that stuff. I had to learn it. And today I'm sharing that with you. So please slap a like because this beautiful. Okay, so use this crypto rank a lot. Use the funds. And when you see a project, right, let's say we look at Myriad Games, right, which I love Myriad Games. Also, just because it's a tier 1 doesn't mean it's the best, okay? Tier 1 just builds confidence. Now, let's say I go down, okay, I look at the ROI, all-time high from initial price, from the token sale, boom, 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 it's up 4x, brilliant, right? I can also go down and I should be able to see who some of the early investors are with this. Myriad might be a little bit different because I know they did a node sale, but they might have equity or they might be partnered with different projects. Let's have a look. So we go to token sale after we click on Myriad up here. Okay, we scroll down, we see the IEO with almost 4x up from the IEO price. All-time high is about 7x from the IEO price, which launched on Gate. So you could have bought in on Gate and made that much. They don't have thingy. Let's have a look at, we've got ApeCoin. I know ApeCoin's got Ichimoku and these guys. So we have a look here. We see A16Z, Ichimoku brands. What else do we see in there? Eden, Sandbox. Yes, so Sandbox, a different project. You might not even know this, right? It's crazy. I love this type of finance. Sandbox, invest in ApeCoin, right? They're partnering, right? Ichimoku brands, hashed. So you see, this is the tier 1 plus tier 2. So you got a tier 1, which is leading around. Whenever the tier 1's coming in, they're risking their reputation. But Ichimoku brands is in, right? So Ichimoku brands ring up A16Z. Yo, A16Z, what do you think about this? Decent, I'm in. Sandbox, yo, I'm in the game, I'm involved, right? Samsung, involved. FTX, I'm here to dump, right? And as you can see, you know, it creates a strong project, okay? Now, remember this because this is going to be very important, okay? From here, you can also research the founders, okay? So you can go look at these Twitter accounts, go research the founders, okay? Look at their experience, look at their past projects, look at their LinkedIn profiles. Actually take half an hour to do some due diligence, okay? And you can also see the markets, etc. Now, when we go to new IDOs, it's the exact same thing. So say I'm looking at IDOs, up and coming IDOs. I go down and I look at which one do I like? Which one do I like? So I'm looking at, and there's a few. Iconic, that's never launching. If Iconic launches, listen to Super Cycle, right? And Amelia, right? Then I look at, okay, idea up and coming. They're raising 550 grand, small amount. Token price, 1.4. Launching on paid network, which I'm going to get into later on. Trustpad, Synapse network, okay, GameFi, Red Kite, deduction. So you can get access to this sale from any of these launchpads. So the common question that I get asked, how do I get in? As you can see, ahead of time, without having to wait for an influencer, without having to wait for me, without having to wait for somebody to put something on YouTube, okay, or Twitter, you can see this ahead of time. You can go, okay, up and coming, I'm going to my Trustpad, I'm going to my paid network, I'm going to my Synapse, going to my GameFi. How do I get in? Okay, now let's see if it's any good. So you can see we've got some tier 2 funds in here. Not very high, maybe tier 3. Okay, so it's okay, it's decent. Okay, what market cap is it launching at? 400 grand. Tiny market cap. Okay, so there's at least a 2 to 5x in there. Okay, next one, A4 Games. Again, let's have a look at A4 Games. A4 Games, IDO coming up about 26th of December. Well, we are now 23rd. Brilliant. Okay, launching on Trustpad, Razor, TrustSwap. Okay, funds invested. We have Polygon, Poker Starter, right? Master Ventures, shout out Master Ventures, right? All of these funds involved looking very, very bullish to me. Raising 500 grand and 3 mil in the seed. All of this is filled. Okay, launching on what? 24th. How do I get in? I go to Trustpad, I go to Razor, I go to Spores, I go to TrustSwap. Okay, now, okay, looking at this, pretty bullish. Let's see what else we can find. Okay, let's see what else we can find. We can go to the website, we can go to the Twitter. Right, let's go to Twitter. Then, from the Twitter account, as we can see, 75,000 followers, pretty good. 25k shares. Yep, okay. I think this is the ad. Yep, reshare. Not too shabby, right? We can go to the website. What do you think about the website? Okay, let's clear these a bit from the NFT degeneracy. Then from the website, as we can see, pretty decent. Trailer. I think this might lag because I have been recording this for about 5 hours. We'll see. It might lag. Yep, it's lagging. As you can see, beta. Maybe take time to join the beta. What's under development? What is this? Gates of Eternity. I've heard of this. Looks pretty good. So they're partnered with Gates of Eternity. Maybe it's the same team that built it. Who knows? All right. We go through all of these things and take the time to go through it. Okay, maybe I'll go in the Telegram group, which you can find link in the description, and ask, guys, what do you think of Aether Games? I've just seen that this is coming up. Ping, put it in the chat. Guys, what do you think of Aether Games? Chit chat, ask about. Right? NFTs. Okay, so now we look at possible narratives. So we go, what are some of the narratives that are performing pretty well recently? Okay, play to earn, gamify. We go to CoinMarketCap. We go to categories, gaming. Okay, we look at gamify as a whole. The market cap of gamify, 19 billion. Trading volume, $2 billion. Okay, let's look at the market cap of some of these coins. Let's start from the smallest one. So the smallest market cap in gamify is $13 million. Aether Games is launching at let's have a look. 4 million price token praise, 10% TGE, raising 450. It's not launching at 450. Let's see, raising 30. I'm interested to see what market cap this is launching at. So initial market cap is $1.2 million. They raised 5 mil. Fully diluted market cap is 45 million. Obviously, with fully diluted, here's the thing where a lot of people get confused. A lot of people go, okay, fully diluted, inflationary, whatever. You look at Myriad Games, inflationary. You look at Ethereum, look at the Ethereum's inflationary. Somebody's made, I don't know, 700x or whatever on Ethereum, right? Inflation only matters when the inflation is more than the demand. In a market where the demand is very high and the inflation is fairly little, inflation doesn't really matter. When you look at something for a long-term investment, I might actually clock it and go, okay, the inflation is very high. I'm in a high amount of profit. Let me take my profit and come back in 6 months when the inflation is way higher and everybody's sold. That's when it makes sense. Okay, now, launching at $1 million market cap, lowest one in there is 13 million. So I'm thinking, okay, it's at least going to do a 10x. Simple. I'm not overcomplicating it. 1.2, they're at least going to do a 10x. That's the way I think about it, right? I might be wrong, but let's find out, right? You guys are probably going to see it, 18th of December. Let me know in the comments, did Aether Games do a 10x or not? Okay, by the time it launches. I presume it will do, especially on the 26th of December, 3 more days, baby. Now, how do we get in? Well, getting in is, I kind of brushed over it earlier, but I want to explain it, right? There are different launch pads. Now, how we find launch pads is simple, okay? We go over to ICOs, okay? We want to go over to Launchpads down here. Click Launchpads, and you're going to see a plethora of different launch pads. Now, as you can see, there are centralized. Remember we talked about CEX and DEX, okay? There are centralized exchange launch pads. Now, these ones is basically impossible. I mean, you don't really get much allocation in them, okay? But as you can see, they obviously, because they are launching directly to the centralized exchange, they perform very well, okay? So, you know, if you're launching straight onto Binance, it's doing very well. If it's launching share onto KuCoin, obviously it's doing very well. Any of these exchanges, they're doing pretty well, right? Because there's already money on the exchange, right? But then if we look at the IDO pads are a lot easier to access, but there is a difference. Some of them have guaranteed allocation. Some of them have what is called a raffle. Now with a raffle, you don't get guaranteed allocation. It's just out of the blue. And me, I don't like out of the blue. I like guarantees. So I go with whatever exchanges have guarantees, right? Now, as you can see a list of some of the best ones out there. Now, me personally, I'm only messing with the top 5. Maybe I'll come in for some of these ones like TrustPad and I rate TrustSwap, or some of the other ones, but I'm all about DAOmaker, PokerStarter, CDFi, pools, paid. Okay, if you can get guaranteed allocation on any of these, you're good. I know that PokerStarter doesn't do guaranteed allocation, but I actually don't know about a few of these. So let's go through and let's compare a few of these live to see which ones do guaranteed allocation and which ones don't. So to find it, all you do is you go on here, you go to the website, okay, which you can find right here. You check out the website. You can even Google it. In fact, let's shortcut it and Google it. DAO Maker guaranteed allocation. We have the DAO Launchpad, farms investing, governance, much more, stake, DAO. So let's get onto the DAO Launchpad. Now we're on the Launchpad. Okay, as you can see, there's SHO and there's public SHO. Now I'm not a DAO Maker expert. I don't really mess with DAO Maker that much, but I'm down to learn stuff and have a look at it myself. So all past IDOs and SHOs offering what we hosted on DAO Maker's crypto Launchpad. We see Steppin. If you guys don't remember Steppin, you can see all-time high X. See if I can search by it. Right, so we see Gamify 300X, VR 208X, 164X, 149X. And remember, one thing I want to express as well is depending on the vesting period, depends on how much you get from the X. Okay, so let me explain something very clearly. In fact, this is actually great for you guys to understand as well. So let's say we're on Nakamoto Games. Hopefully, guys, if you're finding it hard to keep up, and I'm explaining this a little bit too fast, don't be afraid at any time to pause, rewind the video, and save this video because you're going to need it. You're going to need to come back to this video, okay? Because this is important right now. Let's say we look at the vesting periods, right? You're like, Tyro, what's vesting? Search the coin on CryptoRank, click vesting, right? Now, you see here, there is different unlock periods. You see some are unlocked, some are locked, right? We scroll down, we see private round, linear unlock, 9 months, 1 month cliff. That means I don't get no tokens for October. If I'm in the private round, I get my tokens in November. Then it's a linear unlock for 9 months, okay? Let's have a look at the public sale. Let's say I bought this token on Moonstar, right? I have a linear unlock for 2 months, right? 100% unlocked at launch. Linear over the thing, okay? So no cliff. So straight away I get my tokens and I get all my tokens by December. So if this thing does, you know, a 10x, for example, right? I get 1% on day 1, then I got 10% of my return back.
What's up, guys? Quick brief intermission, and as you could probably realizing, I was just editing this video and I missed something which I want to explain because it was a long tutorial. I don't think I explained this to the best of my ability, just this one point. I'm a perfectionist. I want to make sure you get as much value as possible. So one of the things that I was just explaining, right? Linear unlock, linear unlock, linear unlock. You might be thinking, why would I go in this round, okay, if I'm only getting my tokens in November to August? You know, why would I go in private round 2? Or why would I even go seed round or angel? Well, you know, if you're new to this type of investing, then one thing I want to explain to you is when a project raises money, right, just like on Shark Tank, just like on Dragon's Den, it's exactly the same, okay? They need to raise money early to fund the development of their project. And in crypto, you don't have to be a, Dragon's Den, accredited investor necessarily, right? You don't necessarily have to be a super expert. It's kind of like crowdfunding, okay? And with different rounds, you actually get different token prices, okay? So that's the reason why you go in different rounds. For example, right, if we go to fundraising, as you can see, there's different rounds, right? This is obviously the IDO rounds. So all of these were the different platforms in which you could get into. Obviously, I actually explained that later on in the tutorial. You can see that these guys are 8x up right now. And obviously, when we look at the vesting, all the distribution is there. So they have all their tokens if they held. So if you waited, obviously it's been a bear market. It has been a year. But if you just left your tokens in the wallet, you forgot about them for a year, and you had 10 grand in there, you've now got eight and a bit. Okay. At all-time high, obviously that's a lot more. That's 370 grand from the public IDO round. Okay. But what about these private rounds? Well, as you can see here, right, it says the price in which they paid per round. So if you was in the IDO round, you was paying 18 cents. If you was in the private round, you was paying 16 cents, right? So quite a lot less. I don't know the exact percentage, but I think it's about 10%, maybe 30% less than that. So you get the advantage because you're paying less per token. And obviously at all-time high, that's a big difference, right? That's another 10x more. So at all-time high, these people were at 37x at the public, but you was at 41x. If you was in private round 2. Private, again, this is the exact same. So you have the same price, okay, in this round. Okay, and this was also on Moonstar. So the interesting thing is, right, check this out. So if you got into the private round directly with the project, you would be paying 114 cents, sorry, 0.14, okay? But if you got into the private round on Moonstar, you'd be paying 16, okay? So there's a little markup on that, but still a huge difference from public sale price. Now remember, when these projects go up, it's very hard to get the public sale price at a decent amount. Like, it's very hard to buy 10 grand or even 5 or even 2 grand at public sale price on a launch, right? This is why people use sniper bots and banana bots, which is what I'm going to add as a bonus to this course. I'll probably add it as an update. Okay, so make sure you subscribe to the channel because you need to understand how to snipe projects on launch. Okay, but as you can see here, right, 18 cents. 16 cents, 14 cents if you go in the private round. But what about the angel? Look at this, guys. Angel investing is a big thing. 10 cents, right? They were paying per token. But remember, when you invest in an angel round, the reason why they're getting that price, the risk is a lot higher. A lot of angel investments fail because obviously you're investing right at the start. The project might not even exist. It might never come up. Then, if you look at the all-time high ROI, 60x. Right, and they raised 500 grand at this round. So it was like, right, guys, we're doing a round, we're raising 500 grand, okay, at 10 cents. And as you can see, the results are pretty good. Okay, you can see the vest in here as well. Okay, now seed round investing. You can see there's a good advantage for being a seed round investor as well there. And you can see these are the ones that were in at these rounds. Okay, as you can see. Okay. Now, if we go back to markets, so vesting periods, one thing that I did miss on that is the TGE. Now, what TGE means is when the token is created, right? It stands for Token Generation Event. Okay, you can click it here, you can see, right? What the Token Generation Event is when it launches onto the market. Now, when the token launches onto the market, you can see that all of these rounds actually had 10% at launch. So whether you're using seed, angel, right, private round 2, or using the public sale here. Okay, now public sale actually got 50% of their tokens. So they was able to get rid of 50% of their tokens at launch, and the rest of it was linear, which means that each day, okay, you get your tokens. So if you wanted to figure out how much you're making linear, you divide the 50% of tokens that you have over the 2 months, right? So over 60 days, and that would give you how many tokens you're getting per day, right? Same thing for the public idea. However, imagine this: angel round, seed round, private and private round 2 were all had their tokens 10%, 50% at launch, right? So let's imagine this. Let's imagine you was in, the angel round, for example, which is quite hard, but the public sale is a lot easier, right? But I just want to show you just the power of early stage investing. Bear in mind they're getting more tokens now. So you're in the angel round, you get 10% of your tokens, right? So you invest $10,000, you get $1,000 of your tokens at launch from angel round. The price that you had, again, I think it was 10 cents, which we was talking about, right? When we go to the, let's have a look at the market, let's have a look at the chart, okay? And we go back to the largest chart, right? So we're talking about the launch. So let's go back all the way to when this baby launched, okay? The price went up to $8 on launch. Now, who knows if you could have sold at this price? Okay, maybe you could have, but let's just because remember, this is the monthly chart, by the way. Let's just go to, let's have a look at the weekly, just so you can see the average price of the week, because I don't want to set any false expectations here. So let's say you couldn't sell in the first week. You couldn't sell at $7. 2 weeks later, the price then went up to $6. 100% guaranteed you could have sold at this price as a seed round investor. It's 2 weeks into the project. Your tokens will be on KuCoin. This is when the project launched, and you would have access to these tokens to sell. Then you can see it went up to $6. Okay, so to $6 is a lot from 10 cents, right? 10 cents all the way to $6. So that's up basically a 60x, just to round it up. Okay, a 60x on your investment, right? From your $1,000. So you invested $10,000. You got your 10%, right, which is $1,000. 2 weeks later, after the project launched, right, you have $60,000, right? Now, there's a caveat to that. Obviously, as an angel round investor, they might have waited years, right? They might have waited years for this project, okay? But now they have $60,000, right? You can sell at any of these prices. Maybe they had 60K, maybe they had the lowest point, which they had here, okay, over this period was, $22,000. But it's still 2 times or 6 times their initial investment from their first 10% of tokens, and they have now got, okay, if we look at the vesting period, even more tokens to come out. Okay, so they've already received 60K. Okay, as an angel investor, they probably still hold to this date. Okay, and now the tokens are almost $2. Right, so they still have 150K or something like this left worth of tokens from a 10 grand investment in Nakamoto gains, and that's still coming out linearly. Right, let's give you another example. Let's say you got in the public sale IDO on the Launchpad. Okay, so these guys, what was we paying again? Let's have a look at the fundraising again. Okay, let's have a look at the round, 18 cents. Okay, let's look at the launch. Again, so we went to $6, right? Now at $6 a token, you have 50% of your tokens actually at launch. So let's say again, you're in for 10 grand. I'm just rounding this up. It could be 1,000, it could be whatever, right? But I'm just doing 10 grand to round it up. Now, you get 18 cents a token. Okay, so for every $1.80, you got 10x. So at here, you got 10x. And here, let's have a look. Let's do 6. Let's just round it to $6 and divide it by 1.8. Okay, 6 divided by 1.8. Okay, so you're at 3.3x, right? On you. No, it wasn't. It's 0.18, wasn't it? Let's go back. 6, so it is literally 7 a.m. So cut me some slack on my fast maths, please. Right. Divided by 0.18. 1.18. This might be right, this might be wrong maths. 33x, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, right, in the comments. That's a 33x, right? You come in, you paid 0.8 cents, you paid 18 cents a token. Let me just double check again. Fundraising, yes, you paid 0.18, right? The token then goes up to $6. So you sat on a 33x, but this time it's different, right? This time it's different because you're not in angel round, right? Maybe it was unsafe, right? Sometimes even I do this, right? I come in at a later valuation. I come in when I'm paying more per token, but it's okay because I know for 100% that the project's coming out. So I'm taking actually less risk. Okay, so I put in $10,000. There's the C. I put in 10K. Right? This is just relative. Obviously, it might not be 10, it might be 1,000. Okay, again. Right? I only have half my tokens at launch. So I have $5,000. And then that does a 33x. So I get 165 grand in 2 weeks of being inside of this project. Okay, from launch. Now, obviously, when you're doing Launchpads, it's probably not going to be 10 grand. Okay, so to make it relative, if it was, a grand, it would be less. Okay, it would be 16 grand. But this is still ridiculous, and that's 50% of the tokens. Okay, so you can see the power of Launchpads and the reason why they do so well. Now, obviously, you can see the effect of that. That means projects that launch on a Launchpad with this type of vesting, they don't tend to stay very high for long. But what happens is, over this period of time, everybody sells. Like, I know people that were invested in Nakamoto Games that were selling their Naka during this period of time during the bear market to put petrol in their car. Guys, it's that real. Because you don't believe in that it will ever come back again. But look what happens is, it comes back. Okay, for these types of projects that you have conviction in, you research. So many people, imagine, you just bought this project on a Launchpad, you didn't do no research, you didn't look at the team, you didn't download the website, you didn't play the game, you didn't, go out and meet the team. The team, you can just go and meet them if you just go fly and see them in Bangkok, right? You didn't do none of that. You just bought it to make money, and you held up here. Some people didn't sell because you still have to sell. That's the reality of the situation. They didn't sell. Now it's down here. Now it's the bear market. They're running out of money. May, June, they're at breaking point. It pumps a little bit. They sell their tokens, right? They sell their tokens at a 2x because it's still up from public sales. So they sell it at 2x. Then what happens is, boom, it comes up at 10x, right? So when it comes to these investments, they can perform very, very well, but not all of them perform well. However, the ones that do, let's say I invested into 100 of these projects, 100 of them. So I put 2 grand into 100 different projects, right? I only need 1 or 2 of them to perform like this to make a break even and profit on my whole investment. And that's why I like early stage venture capital investments. I like supporting startups. And no matter where you're from, supporting startups is the future. Like it pushes the future of this world, because a lot of times technology takes time, and once it's done, everybody loves it. But while it's being built, nobody wants to take that risk. So by you taking that risk, you reap the reward, but you also help push technology future, right? For example, Nakamoto Games now, they've got games on Telegram, they've got a working platform, they've got, they're hiring, they're providing jobs and salaries to normal people, and they're doing great, amazing things. And by you getting involved in public sales and seed sales and angel rounds, you're supporting the whole entire economy and helping people move forward. And obviously, you can make some nice gains on it too. Okay, so I just wanted to add that in there. I'm going to ping that in the edit. Okay, but yeah, that's it. Okay, Launchpads, IDOs, check out CryptoRank, check out your favorite projects, and just go through and have a look at their fundraising rounds, and have a look at the portfolio of some larger investment funds. Coinbase, A16Z, Pantera, all of these ones. Have a look at them and have a look at what these guys are doing and see what you can add. Right? See what source you can add to them. You can also look at FTX, and have a look at that as well. Look at that, crazy, right? To this price. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. And hope you enjoy watching the video. Like this video, and I've got some more interesting things to share with you as well. Peace.
Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Now, same thing for these. Okay, so that means that some of these, let's say Steppen, right? Steppen, STEP. And Steppen did what? 100x, right? So let's have a look. STEP. Okay, and this is probably all-time high ROI. So this is like your ROI if you held till it went to the all-time high. So we go to step, we go to vesting period, we go down. Okay, we look at, this is moved to earn, public sale. 6-month cliff is still distributing. 6-month cliff, right? Then 15 months. Linear unlocks for 15 months. Terrible. But played out okay, right? So let's see when the all-time high was, and let's see if anybody actually had any tokens, right? So it was linear from October 2022 to December 2023. So we go to the chart. Maybe it's got a chart down here. Overview. October. So even though it did all of this great stuff, nobody had any tokens. So that's why it was up all there. It was great, but nobody had any tokens. August, October. So tokens were only just released here. And guys, I want to point something out, right? This is why tokenomics is so important, because it's got all this sell pressure, right? And it's going to keep dumping because you've seen it go this high, right? And you've only just got your tokens, and you've been waiting how long after a 6-month bloody cliff. So you're just going to just sell when you get your tokens. So yeah, tokenomics important. I'll explain that later on. But yeah, October 2022. December, October. Yeah, so people were getting their tokens about here. And what price was that? 0.05. And the seed price was, the public sale price was 100% unlock, boom. It should say it. Token sale. Price 0.00. So they were getting their tokens at about 10x. Right? About a 10x of price they were getting their first tokens. Which again, a 10x. That's very good. Okay, so people that have got into public sale still probably made their money back. But they didn't get this. Okay, which is why you have to be careful. Okay, they didn't get 14,000% return, 148, because there was a cliff to the tokens. Okay, so that's why sometimes you have to be careful with cliffs and investing periods. Okay, now DAO Maker, I'm not too sure if there's a guaranteed thingy for DAO Maker. I don't know. It's not clearly put in front. I googled it, didn't show up. So let's move on. I know for a fact in the top 5, Seed FI and Paid are guaranteed. Last one, let me check. Pools, guaranteed allocation. Let's have a look. Pool X, you lock more tickets you will have to win, and a higher probability. All pool users have locked. All pools finance users that have locked 250 or more pools have guaranteed allocation in the IDO. I like it. New and improved IDO structure. This is from 2 years ago. Obviously, I don't know if this is the new one, but let's just have a look. So let's see. Guaranteed tier lottery IDO model. There are 2 tiers, top 100 guaranteed tiers. There'll be IDO special Top 100. So, presumably, without taking up too much time, if you are one of the highest top 100 pools holders, you get guaranteed allocation into the pools project. So again, not too bad. Okay, let's have a look. See what pools finance launchpads are. And launchpads are the one. Like, as you guys are seeing, the returns are no joke. When you can make 10x, 50x, 100x on something, it's worth applying brain power to it. You know what I mean? So, let's have a look. Pools. Let's see if we can see the tiers. I want to see these tier systems. Is it clearly put in front of me? Pools Ventures, Booties, Pools Boost, Incubation, Leaderboards, Dashboard. How to use. Again, a little bit thingy. I'm not feeling pools. Okay, I'm not feeling it. I'll tell you what I am feeling. I'm feeling paid. I'm feeling CDFI. I know for a fact CDFI has guaranteed allocations. Maybe because you guys know what I'm up to. CDFI guaranteed allocation. Now, CDFI and paid, as far as I'm aware, as you guys are just seeing from my very brief look, CDFI and paid both have guaranteed allocation for projects. Now, this, in my opinion, is vital. I don't want to be putting in a significant amount of money into a token, especially a launchpad, which is risky as it is, if there's no guarantee there. Like, I need guarantees, right? I need that Alex Hormozi guarantee, right? Now, tier 3 for S Fund gives me guaranteed allocations, and paid network guaranteed allocation is 75k. Look, so it says it here, for every 75k paid tokens, you will receive 1 guaranteed allocation. So let's have a look at 10,000 CDFI. Let's have a look on CoinGecko because that's bugging out. Let's have a paid. Oh yeah, guys, if you struggle to find tokens, go on CoinGecko, right? If you struggle to find it on CoinMarketCap, that's one thing that I do a lot. Now paid, okay, PAID, then here. Now I'll go to Seed S Fund. Okay, now, so 75,000 paid. It's currently about 16k, which isn't a lot of money. I know if you've got no money right now, you're fuming. But guys, this was a lot lower before. Okay, so if you were subscribed to the channel, if you was in my Telegram group, you would have already had this token. Or you can get it now. It's still cheap. Okay, now, but don't worry, I'm going to give you another way to get into them. If you don't have, look, I'm going to give you another way. Don't leave me. I'll give you another way for cheaper than $16,000 to get into guaranteed allocations. Okay, now, or 10,000. Let me make sure it's 10,000. 10,000. Okay, right. So for 10,000 SDFi, which is about $36,000, I can get guaranteed allocation on CDFi, or for half the price, for $16,000, I can get guaranteed allocation on paid network. Okay. Now, as we can see, most projects launch on multiple exchanges, right? Multiple IDOs, which means I don't need to be exclusive or make the most investment. I can just go with whatever is the cheapest for guaranteed allocation, which right now is paid network. Same, but obviously CDFi is one of the biggest out there. Remember, it's ranked 3. So it's worth it. It's worth it if you can afford it to get involved. And as you can see, the average ROI on this launchpad is 25x, obviously taking into account vesting periods. But some of these projects out there, for example, like Chappies and some of these ones, have had quite decent vesting periods, right? Especially some of the ones that are 100% TG. So 25x average return, I can get in for 30 something grand. Not that bad, right? Or if you look at paid network, I'm getting the same average ROI for half the price. So it makes sense, right? And getting involved on launchpads is very simple. For example, with paid network, I know they're bringing out a new tier system. They're going to make it a lot easier. So for those of you guys that might not have $16,000, you still want to get guaranteed allocation, you can actually get into projects on paid network just by having a few tokens. You don't need to have 75,000 tokens. Obviously you're going to get more allocation the more you have, but with a small amount, if you just get involved from now, you're going to be good, right? You're going to be good. Then as you can see, you're going to have a full-blown dashboard, and you can basically see the paid that I have in this wallet. But I have a lot more paid, and you can see the projects that are up and coming, and you can see Animalia, which is one of the projects we was looking at earlier, is to be confirmed, and no doubt there'll be more projects and more projects, as they mentioned on Twitter, coming from January onwards, to get involved with paid network projects. So for half the price of CDFI, if you can afford it, you're getting guaranteed allocation, and for basically a few $100 staked worth of tokens, you'll also be able to get into some of the projects as well. So Launchpads are probably going to be the next biggest narrative out there, especially when you start to see gaming Launchpads, when you start to see games launching on here. And we've already seen the lowest market cap out there was like 13 million. When you get in some of these projects, when the lowest market cap starts to become 20 million, 30 million, and some of these projects are launching at a $500,000 market cap or a $1 million market cap, you're seeing 5, 10, 20 X's left, right, and center. I think the largest that I have seen personally was Blocktopia, which is a 1000X, which is ridiculous. Now that's not all your tokens on day one. I'm not saying for every $1 you put in, you get $1,000 out. No, look at the tokenomics and check it out, and we will still be impressed. Okay, so that should explain Launchpads in general, how to get into them, and there are some other ways which you can also get involved with private communities as well. One of the communities is Alex Becker's community, which you can see by going over to Twitter, taking a look at his Twitter and buying the NFTs that he has. Now, there's different tiers of NFTs that Alex Becker has in his community, but I've seen that those have gone absolutely crazy. I'm not personally a part of them because I don't need to be a part of the things to get into projects. As you can see, I've got guaranteed allocation through 75k paid and stuff like that. But again, okay, still something good to have a look at. So Neo Tokyos, that's what they're called. So take a look at Neo Tokyo, and if you're in Neo Tokyo, you also get access to deal flow and private sales and all of that good stuff inside of Neo Tokyo as well. Alternatively, you can check out the Telegram group below, or you can check out the link that I put to apply to join our private group as well, where you can join the DAO and you may get opportunities to get involved in that type of stuff as well for a lot less than $16,000 as well. So there's tons of different opportunities to get involved in private sales. Remember, these are startups, minute amount of my own portfolio, and they do tend to perform very, very well. But as always, taking profits, making sure you're staying up to date with market cycles, all of the vast amount of things that I've gone through in today's course, make sure you check them out because they are super, super important. Okay, now that should explain private sales. Just to run over it again, key features, right? There's limited amount available to get involved. Okay, the less money you have, the less access to networks you have, the less people you're following. In fact, one bonus tip that I want to give you actually while I was explaining this, it came to my mind, is follow other venture capitalists. Okay, follow people like Kyle Chasse. Okay, go follow this guy. Anything that this person follows performs very, very well. That's one thing I learned from Martini Guy. Martini Guy told me this last cycle. I went and did it. He's right. Follow this guy, okay? Next, follow Wolf, okay? Wolf of Markets, Sharp Investor. Follow this guy, okay? Managing partner of Fidel Research. Follow this guy. Anything this guy follows performs very, very well, okay? Follow me on Twitter, right? I'm not the best Twitter person, right? But I'm getting good at it, right? Follow me on Twitter. As you can see, I speak about the stuff before I get involved, and as you can see, doing pretty well. Okay, follow me on Twitter, and follow other venture capitalists on Twitter. Follow Ivan on Tech. Follow Martini Guy, right? That Martini Guy, it's crazy, right? This guy literally made $500,000 profit from $50 and people don't actually look into things. Instead, they see something on Twitter and they get angry, but I don't know. Those type of people probably aren't watching this type of video. You, my friend, follow these type of people. They always do very well in bull markets because they know what they're doing, okay? Get involved, follow these people, and you'll start to see how it happens, because you'll see Kai will follow a certain project, then Paid will invest into that project, then that project will get launched on Ignition, then that project will partner with Neo Tokyo, then it will do very, very well. That's just how it snowballs. You'll see A16Z follow a certain project, then Polygon follow a certain project, then that ends up incubating and becoming a super project, and then everybody's hyped up about it, but it's late. You know, you were seeing that stuff on Twitter 6 months ago, you know, so that's kind of how you can see how these things roll. Okay, so that's kind of how private sales and how you can kind of roll over it. Here also, if you check out the link in the description, I've added my gamma. Inside of the gamma, you can see the presentation in which I've added explanations in much more detail. I've explained ICOs definition, ICOs, IPOs. I've explained all the terminology as well. I'm giving you examples like Ethereum and stuff like that as well, just to make sure it's explained as easy as possible. And remember, if you skip to this part, go back to the market cycles explanation, click this link inside of this sheet so you can see when I plan on taking profits during the market cycle. If we skip back and we look at A16Z, you've seen their strategy is a little bit different to mine and they've made a lot more money. When it hits 2025, you'll see their investments will go through the roof because they'll be cycling their money and investing into the next cycle using seed rounds and other rounds investments. Seems to work well for them. My strategy is a little bit different. You can learn that in the market cycles section, okay? Now, FAQ, okay? Do I ever fully exit the market? So, no, my exit plan is very interesting. One of the biggest lessons I've learned now is not cash is king, but cash flow, okay? Cash flow for me is one of the most important things, and it has turned out to be one of the most important things inside of the market. Having cash flow, being able to have something make me, 10, 15, 20 grand a month constantly has been a lot more valuable to me than having, 100 grand. Because sometimes you get in positions, especially in bear markets, where you want the cash flow, right? You don't really care about the net cash. Because imagine you have 100K, you invest it, it's gone. You have to, like A16Z, you have to sit and wait for it in a seed round investment. That's out of the way. I personally need cash flow coming up. So I invest money into cash flow assets. I invest money into cash flow businesses. I invest it into myself. I buy courses to increase my skill set and to help me earn more money. Simple, right? If I'm, you guys know, I'm an e-commerce person. I like business. I like social media marketing. I buy social media marketing courses. I buy coaching courses. I buy e-commerce courses. And I use that information and coaching to increase how much money I make. And I've been doing that now for the past 6 years. So it's something that can help you. If you are somebody that's made 10 grand, 20 grand, consider taking that out and investing that into yourself. Invest that into your personal education. Invest that into getting better, maybe getting healthier, right? Maybe, for me personally, I was spending a lot of time doing business, but I was getting fat. So I had to invest that into myself and go, okay, when am I going to get in shape? When am I going to stop eating the diet that I'm eating and eat better food? It's more expensive. Investment, because what happens now, I'm fitter, healthier, faster, sharper, smarter, less brain fog, I can make more money. Okay, so that's the way I kind of look at it. I don't fully exit the market. I make different styles of investments. Okay, and I have also realized that cash flow is king, not just cash is king. Having cash sat there is great, but it kind of runs out after a while. Also, to summarize, I know this has been a long one for those of you guys that stayed in. I've left a summary. Also ICO keywords. There's a lot of keywords and terminology that you might not understand. I've also left that in here, and also a thing of how to get into ICOs. Now, the final thing that you are going to need to know, stay tuned, wake yourself up if you're dozing off, due diligence checklist. Download this due diligence checklist, because as you see these new private sales, eventually, like I said before, they're going to get overvalued. They're going to be in a position where they're going to be raising too much money. The team's going to be in a position where they're lying. I've invested in some projects before where the teams just lied. They've said, I work at Google. I've checked it and they do not work at Google. They've said I partnered with this company. They don't partner with it. So download this due diligence checklist and go through it each time whenever you consider getting involved in the project. And the more boxes you tick, the more confidence you can have and conviction you can have in the asset, okay? Even if it's a private sale or a new project, it's something which has helped me a lot, right? That's my mindset towards it. Now, to conclude, you now know everything you need to know. You understand about due diligence, market cycles, how to buy crypto, how to sell crypto, what crypto exchanges to use, Coinbase, Binance, MetaMask, decentralization, NFTs, ICOs, Twitter, how to find the right projects, how to invest into ICOs, how to be 5 steps forward than anybody else, market cycles, when to take profit, everything. This has been my magnus opus. I've left everything to you guys to know about crypto. This is everything I've got in my head so far. And anything else I want to know, I'm going to leave it in the next step. So your next steps now is to click that link and join the free Telegram group, because that's where I'm going to be showing you the next stuff that I'm doing. I'm going to be updating you on my life, on what I'm doing, and I'm going to be showing you the next steps that I've made. I've gone from a 20K per month business owner to a multi-millionaire. In the bear market, I was coaching people for free and showing them how to make cash flow. I put so much heart and soul into the people that follow me on social media, and I'm going to continue to do so inside of that Telegram group. So if you found any piece of value today, join the Telegram group below, click that next step, and remember guys, save this video, because somewhere in this video is a full tutorial, something that you might have missed, something that you might have to come back to, a step-by-step that you might need to check over again, and something where you have found value. Thank you very much for staying. Appreciate you. This has been a long 5-6 hours. I'm sure you can see I was just like dwindling, spiking, dwindling during this video, and I appreciate every single one of you. Very grateful for you taking part. Peace.